Tiago, ainda me ouve? Eu estou com medo de ter congelado aqui.
Estou te ouvindo. Muito bom dia a todos e todas.
Good morning, everyone. I am Thiago Tavares, CEO of SaferNet Brazil, and it is my pleasure to start welcoming you to the 13th edition of the Safe Internet Day in Brazil. This is a historical edition. It is the first time that we have the event being held 100% remotely because of the pandemic, and that is due to the internet, which enables us to gather bright minds, specialists from 4 continents, several regions in the country that were invited to take part in the discussion today. We have 31 guest speakers, 7 international, 3 from the US, 1 from Belgium, 1 from Australia, 1 from Thailand, and we have a set of panels and topics that were structured based on topics, and that became extremely relevant in the context of the coronavirus pandemic. This context is evidenced in the numbers that SaferNet is publishing today. We are publishing indicators of accusations that were taken in 2020, a very atypical year with an increase of more than 100% in the number of cases reported, going from 75,000 in 19 to 156,000 in 2020. So this is the largest number in history since 2014, and some of the categories are directly connected to the pandemic. For example, the increase in the number of abused images and sexual exploitation of teenagers. And we know that the closing of schools, well, schools have always been a place for children to feel safe, and also a space of socialization. And with the closing of schools, this situation deteriorated because abuses and violence situations quite often happen inside the households. Brazil historically has quite substantial numbers of in-family sexual violence, and that is confirmed by a series of indicators that are published in the countries based on the number of children that are cared for in the public health network, but also in the state and federal agencies to protect children in the country. Another number that deserves attention is cases of discrimination. We had a substantial increase of complaints related to racism, neonazism, with a really upward trend. For you to have an idea, we went from 1,071 case reports in 2019 to 9,000 plus in 2020. We also observed a trend of groups that promote conspiracy theories like QAnon in the States, with followers in Brazil growing. And also their presence increasing in apps such as Telegram, and also violence and discrimination against women with substantial increase in 2020. So in addition to case reports, what really draws our attention are requests for help that come to our portal and that are related to mental health. These numbers are going to be released in detail by Juliana Cunha, my colleague, that is going to speak in panel 2 that talks about the Brazilian context. And she's going to give you a bit more color about these numbers and bring a bit more context about the profile of victims that asked for help for SaferNet in 2020 in topics related to mental health, and also problems with personal data related to leakage and incidents related to their personal data being used somehow. So these are challenging topics that demand response, and to start reflecting on possible pathways and responses. We have the privilege to having here great specialists and representatives from several institutions and companies that have been historically committed with the well-being and safety of the internet. With that, I will invite my first colleague that is part of the opening session, and I will start with Márcio Nobre Mignon, that is the coordinator of the Internet Management Committee in Brazil. The Management Committee co-holds together with NIC.br via SaferNet this edition of our event. And he's a reference, the Management Committee is a reference for the making of policies for those environments in Brazil. So, Márcio, it is an honor and a pleasure to turn to you for your initial remarks.
Tiago, muito obrigado, mas por questões técnicas...
Thank you, Tiago. Because of technical reasons, I will please ask you to turn to Professor Demi, and I'll speak next. Okay, thank you. It is again my great pleasure to invite Professor Demi Getsu, that is basically the father of internet in Brazil, the scientist that connected Brazil to the internet back in 1989, and that got the .br, which is the domain used by all Brazilians. So, Professor Getko, it is a pleasure to have you here. And please, I would like to hear your initial remarks. Thank you, Tiago. It is a pleasure and honor to be on the 12th edition of the Safe Internet Day in the country. And I really appreciate the long partnership that we have had together, doing things for internet in Brazil. As you mentioned, the internet is a collective connection, and several areas got together to create or to have the internet in Brazil. And NIC.br has been working in the area. We have operating centers that generate inputs to the internet in terms of security. We know that security is something that is very important for the internet. Everybody is using the internet now because of the pandemic, and it's really appealing to wrongdoers because there's a lot of data and lots of things that are appealing to them. So certainly we try to define what are the security norms. We have data that is generated by CGI.br, and that also helps with public policies. We have a very important partnership for the generation of statistics, several projects like the TTT of São Paulo that also helps us a lot, CMETC that works with the content in the network. So this is an activity that I think that we have to foster, which, the return that those things bring to society is huge. So anyway, We were looking forward to this event. We do so every year. As Thiago mentioned, international speakers. It's a very full agenda. I'm sure that it's going to be quite satisfying. And what I think that is important in the internet, and you were talking about the management committee and the work that it performed for the start of the Brazilian internet landmark, and that we cannot lose. We want to keep the freedom and the scope of internet. We want to keep the transparency of what goes on the web, but we have to be responsible users. And I think it's best to invest in responsible users than trying to monitor everything that's going on. So the bad things will continue to happen. But I think that we have to have a more mature population using the web for them to be able to protect themselves together with the regular agencies. So we know that in times of pandemic, those situations are, in a way, getting worse. We have in 2020 3 panels talking about the influence of COVID in specific areas such as health, and we hope we can win over this complex period that we are going through. And the idea is that we start to see decreasing numbers in some areas, which is quite good. Anyway, it's a pleasure to support the event, and good luck, everyone. And thank you once more for the opportunity of taking part in this event. Thank you, Demi. We thank you. It's a privilege to have you among us. Always really supported us since our first editions in 2009, 2010. Now back to the coordinator of the Management Committee in Brazil, Márcio Nobre Mignon, for your initial remarks. Thank you, Márcio, for being with us. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Thiago. Thanks for your opening remarks. It's a great pleasure to be able to meet you all again today. We started our relationship a few months ago, focused on the rights of those that are more vulnerable, on the rights of children, and focusing on the worsening of the situation, as you mentioned, because of the effects of the pandemic and the use of the web. It is a great satisfaction to talk to items 1 and 10 of our statute of CGI. Item 1, seeking for a fairer, more democratic society. This is something that we pursue always, especially in times of turmoil that is brought. Also, item 10, talking about the legal framework to think of a real space of collaboration. We are all gathered, third sector, government, companies, and this space for collaboration, this union in the same purposes and principles is what move us and really make us believe in an increasingly better web. Certainly, awareness activities, education, guidance like the Get Smart campaign that was launched last year, and those that are especially developed by NIC.br, and Professor Demi already presented some of these initiatives to us, are really determinant for us to have the necessary advances for a safer internet that is also free. This year, the main highlight of this event is due to the representative increase of hacking activities. Unfortunately, we have seen criminals working more and more in these new waters, which is the web and the social media. And to react to that, we have to always be watching out and being gathered to protect ourselves, and particularly to protect those that are most vulnerable. And in this line, I would like to congratulate Tiago for the work developed in the last 15 years in SaferNet, and for all the legacy that he has left in CGI, in ethics, corporate governance, elements that are increasingly important in human relations as a whole, but also in the relationships, public and private. Finally, I would like to highlight the contemporaneity of several regulatory discussions that we are going to have today and that are taking place all over the world, not only with regard to economic regulation, but also technical regulation, self-regulation. And I would like to highlight that beyond differences and controversies that these discussions may bring, we are all gathered in favor of safety, which is crucial for the network. And again, I compliment Tiago and the organizing committee for the lineup of international and Brazilian speakers. Congratulations to NIC.br and DEME, that is part of our history and the history of this event. And once again, I would like to say that the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation is pleased to be part of the Safe Internet Day. I wish you all an excellent, profitable event, and that we may come to several decisions and relevant discussions. Thank you, Márcio. We thank you for being here, your generosity, your kind words. It's always a pleasure to hear to what you have to say. We are very happy that the Internet Management Committee continues to pay attention to these relevant topics with active action under your leadership as of 2020. Best of luck for your administration, and I wish you many things to come. Now I will turn the floor to Priscila Costa, that is State Public Prosecutor for the state of São Paulo, member of the group that fights cybernetic crimes in the Public Prosecutor's Office, and one of the pioneers to fight this kind of crimes in Brazil. The work of Dr. Priscila dates back to 10 years, and not only to prevent the risks that are inherent to the web, but also consolidate the education of users. It's an honor to have you here, Dr. Priscila.
Muito obrigada, Tiago.
Thank you, Tiago. I would like to congratulate you and all my fellow panelists. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. As Tiago mentioned, my name is Priscila. I am here representing an institution that I'm very proud of to be a partner of SaferNet. We participated in several discussions, both in fighting and preventing cybercrimes. It's important to mention the names of a few people that over the years have contributed to preventing and fighting cybercrimes. The Public Prosecutor's Office of Citizens' Right. Carlos Vilhena is the public prosecutors of that department, and many of them who preceded them also made partnerships with this group. I would also like to mention Carlos Federico Santos, the coordinator of the second chamber, criminal chamber, to which the supporting group on cyber crimes belongs to. Its coordinator is Fernanda Domingos, and we couldn't do anything without our helpers, without our employees. I would like to pay tribute to all of them, represented by Adriana Shibambaku. I would like to say that we participate on the Safe Internet Day for many years now. And since the beginning of our participation, I've always considered that the Safe Internet Day is a crucial event, one of the most important ones of the year. But it has never been as important as it is today. Due to security issues, we are having more virtual meetings over the internet than we do personally. We take classes on the internet, we communicate on the internet, we have meetings on the internet, and we have fun using the internet. This meeting, in my opinion, and I believe many will agree with me, is very important to focus on the responsibility and freedom on the internet. That's very important. The topics that will be addressed, such as Marcio Mignon, who preceded me, mentioned in his data, and also the words of Professor Demingeshko, make me believe that for us to reach well-being on the internet, we should be safe. And of course, we should be well on the internet if we participate and we engage on the Safe Internet Day, a day when many experts from many areas and many institutions will participate in that meeting. Igor, for example, will address this audience in the afternoon, and he works with us in our department. So thank you very much. On behalf of the Federal Public Prosecutor's Office, I would like to thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Priscilla. The partnership with the Public Prosecutor's Office was a major landmark in our history. And the support of the Public Prosecutor's Office to the Safe Internet Day from its first edition is an evidence of the robust institutional relationship we have developed, as well as the potential of the partnerships when they're built collectively. Now I turn over to Daniele Fontes, the manager of online wellness and safety policies for Facebook in Latin America. Danielle is very active in topics related to security and well-being online, and she's also an enthusiastic supporter of the Safe Internet Day since 2016. I turn over to you. Thank you, Tiago, for this lovely introduction. I feel honored to be here today. SaferNet has put Brazil at the center of this debate, putting Brazil on the map. I am sad we cannot meet in person. I miss all my colleagues. I miss meeting them. But of course, there is also a bright side to it. The silver lining to it is that we can combine many interesting voices in this discussion, including international guests. So I believe that this debate today is going to be very complete and thorough. So I'm glad that you are here with us today. A very important topic today is the topic of the Safe Internet Day for this year. It's a call for action for everyone so that we can have a more welcoming and safer internet to everyone, especially the youth. And Facebook takes this call for action to its heart because we take this topic very seriously. Not only Facebook, but the industry as a whole. in considering how we can cooperate to make internet safer to the youth, I would like to highlight the work of Tech Coalition. This is an independent organization founded in 2016 by companies of the technology industry. Facebook joined Google, Microsoft, and other 15 companies last year to create a robust project, definitely the most ambitious project ever conducted in fighting child exploitation on the internet. This project counted on the financial support of millions of dollars of several of these companies to enhance the scope and the impact of this coalition, tech coalition, so that we could work for the next 15 years. So it's a very robust plan. As part of this plan, I do not want to talk too much about that right now because I'm going to explain what this plan is about during my talk at 4 p.m. But it not only involves technology and campaign projects, but also the production of research that will indeed allow concrete actions to fight child exploitation, children's exploitation. And this coalition open for new research up to $25,000 that can impact on the development of products, policies, and technologies so that we can advance our global understanding related to children's exploitation. So if you would like to apply for a grant like that, go to the Tech Coalition website because we want Brazil to be on the map in this research effort. At Facebook, we make a lot of efforts so that through our platforms, we can provide a welcoming and safe environment for everyone. Our technology is proactively used to detect any material related to children's exploitation and report that. But I drew this attention to Tech Coalition because this is not an individual problem. This is an internet problem, and it requires a coordinated effort. And I wanted to share that, as well as the hackathon for children's safety that combines industry to build technology and then give technology back to civil society. I believe in the topic of safe internet, and that together we can make a more welcoming and safer internet, especially for the youth. This is Facebook's commitment, the industry's commitment, and this year, once again, we are here to combine with the civil society and the government to have a safer internet. Thank you. Thank you, Daniele. I am sure that Facebook, with its relevance and reach, not only in Brazil, but across the world, can definitely make a difference. I am sure that the company's commitment is very important to that end. I have the honor now to turn over to Marcelo Lacerda. He is the Director of Public Policies and Government Affairs of Google Brazil. Google was the first company to support and to believe on the Safe Internet Day in Brazil since 2015. And they have been with us in all editions. Marcelo, it is a joy and an honor to turn over to you to make your comments on behalf of Google. Of course, the joy and honor is ours. It's an honor to have been part of this initiative since the beginning of this initiative, headed by SaferNet, and also to be together with our colleagues in the industry or in the public sector of CGI and NIC.br. Needless to say that this event is very important, and this is a very important day for us who work with that. This is celebrated in over 150 countries across the world. Talking about safety is crucial to us. This is crucial so that people can use our products safely. And especially, as mentioned by those who preceded me, this is especially important during the pandemic. Here at Google, we only increased our efforts. I would like to start by highlighting and making a call for action for everyone who's watching us. During today, if you go to the Google search mechanism, there will be a message saying that you should have a safety check. It's a test, a check that only takes 2 minutes. Those are some of the actions that are very important. If people start to work and like that, and remember to use those resources that are available to everyone, and if people start educating themselves for safety, this will be very profitable for everyone. Tomorrow, there will be a campaign on the landing page of YouTube calling people's attention to those safety measures. And on February 11th, we'll go back to Google's landing page, where there's also going to be a message related to be amazing on the internet. That's an initiative we've had for quite a few years, so that you can be someone nice on the internet with a positive attitude on the internet. During the pandemic, as Priscila mentioned, we are constantly working and communicating on the internet, but we also need to bring the positive aspects related to that, all the positive aspects that internet provides to us. We need to have ourselves a positive attitude as well. On our side, Google is very concerned on developing products for children or families so that those products can support parents. Especially during the pandemic, we want parents to make sure that their children have safe access to the internet. Last year, and again this year, we have made our educational and learning resources available to families and to children. We were also very concerned with teachers. Teachers all of a sudden needed to start working on an environment that they need to learn how to operate very quickly. So teachers also became, as you mentioned in the beginning, given the fact that children cannot go to school, so teachers also had to start working online. This is why we had this concern with teachers. We made a partnership with Nova Escola, and we trained almost 300,000 teachers on how to teach online, and that also included some safety issues. We are all concerned with children's privacy as well. This is a concern of ourselves, parents, and families. We implement several privacy protection systems for all users, including stringent additional requirements for services targeted at children. We also provide protections to help prevent our platforms to be used to share child abuse material. We do that through the development of technologies, as mentioned by Daniele, but also some human review systems to help detect and remove this type of materials from our platforms. I do not want to take too long in this introduction. We'll have a long day with very interesting talks. Once again, I would like to thank you for the invitation and to congratulate CGI, NIC.br, and the organizers, and wish everyone a great day. Thank you, Marcelo. Initiatives like that give visibility to internet safety and protection of accounts. This is also something very important for the Safe Internet Day in Brazil and in the world. Google initiatives are very relevant, and it's important that everyone who's watching us have this safety check conducted regularly. I invite everyone who's at home, children, parents, or grandparents, to have those safety checks regularly and adopt good safety practices. They are available, but not everyone is familiar with them or use them. It is a pleasure and an honor to invite Natalia Paiva, who is responsible for the Instagram public policies for Latin America. Instagram is very relevant in Brazil with a large customer base. Natalia historically has always been committed to these topics and has developed campaigns, materials, educational materials, and new safety resources to the platform. They have always had Brazil in their hearts in terms of audience. So Natalia, thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Tiago. Thank you for this opportunity and for the invitation. It is an honor here to be united with everyone for a safer internet to everyone, especially the youth. I'd like to greet Tiago, Rodrigo, Juliana, Marcio, Priscilla, Professor Demi, and my colleagues, Daniele, Marceli, and Natalia, who has the same name I do, and I have the honor of meeting her in this panel. It's important to mention Instagram's mission, which is to connect people to the people they love and the thing they love. This mission is impossible unless we make sure that Instagram is a welcoming and safe environment to everyone. When we talk about safety, I know that many of you mentioned topics related to child sexual exploitation, child privacy, which is very relevant, but we also think of something else, which is trying to think of safety in a more holistic way, including wellness and mental health. So, when you think about this topic, usually we invest in two main areas. One of them is development of technologies, and during the panels today, we will talk about how this platform is designed so that people have at their hands tools so that they can control their interactions and comments. We will talk a little bit about that later in a panel. That involves machine learning, but also some elements of behavioral science. How can we send nuggets to people so that we can remind them that they should be welcoming and positive on the internet? For over a year, we've had a tool that reminds people when they will try to post a potentially aggressive or offensive comment. This is an innovative tool that we're investing in. There's a second part mentioned by Tiago related to programs. So based on the characteristics of the community we are inserted, in our case, Brazil, how can we make tools that make sense and has to do with our own features? So we should think that diversity is a very relevant pillar when you think about the well-being of the youth on the internet. So let me mention two programs we launched recently, both in a partnership with SaferNet. One of them is Digital Without Pressure. Anyone can connect that. This is a local Brazilian website with a lot of educational material on well-being. This might go unnoticed by us when we see the youth going on the internet. It looks like that would not bring any damage to them, but it could. So as part of this educational material with booklets and videos and some booklets in the format of stories, we try to touch on topics such as what you see on social media is just one part of the story. So social media involves curatorship. That story being told does not represent the whole lives of people. That leads to that discussion that we shouldn't compare ourselves to others so much. That's particularly important to young people, especially because most of our audience is composed by youth. And there is another topic, which is okay for you to take some time off the network, having some rational, intentional use of social media. And finally, we focus on empathy. We should bring this topic to the day-to-day use of social media. All these materials are available, and they can also be used in the classroom in debates with the youth. There's also another project we're launching today, which is a guide for parents. We are launching that today in Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina. Of course, material is adapted to their environments according to what could be more useful to parents in those countries. In Brazil, we made a partnership with SaferNet for this launch. Since young people are quote unquote digital natives, they do not necessarily have the emotional abilities to deal with the topics raised in social media. And this is why they need the support of their parents. Oftentimes, something we get is that parents do not know how to provide guidance to their children since they themselves are not familiar with the platform. They do not know how stories work or how short videos work. This is why we prepared this guide to help parents to have an informed conversation with their children and touch on several topics that may be raised related to the use of the internet. This is also available on SaferNet's site as of today. We'll also launch a few video options that will touch on some of these tools because the guide shows the tools and how they work. We believe that it is our mission to contribute to this discussion by providing information and helping people to own their own online experiences, and also combining several players in the industry so that we can have a safer and more welcoming internet, especially to the youth. I would like to thank you again for this invitation and to participate in such an important event. And on the fourth panel, a colleague of mine who leads the digital safety team in the company on Instagram will talk more about the technology development used on our tools on Instagram. I know that probably will not have time for questions right now, which is more difficult in a virtual meeting. If it was a face-to-face meeting, we could talk over coffee later. But I hope that we will have some time later for a Q&A session. Once again, thank you very much, and I turn over back to Tiago.
Muitíssimo obrigado, Natália.
Well, thank you very much, Natalia, and thanks for bringing to light the importance and the valuation of diversity as a central topic that should always be part, not only in the making of company policies, but also public policies. And it is very important to have a platform such as Instagram that is committed to these values that are the foundations of any democratic system. We deeply value this view, and we share your feelings. Well, now it is also my pleasure to welcome and to turn to Natalia Watkins. She is the Outreach and Partnerships Manager of TikTok in the area of global trust and safety. Natalia is in the US. Thank you also, Natalia, for your availability to wake up earlier than all of us to be a part of this opening panel. And welcome, and our deeply thanks for you to be here on the SID in Brazil, and for the first time representing TikTok. And remember, today, SaferNet will premiere its profile and institutional presence on TikTok. And we also thank Natalia and her team for all the support that made it possible for us to start our institutional presence on the platform today. So Natalia, you have the floor. Thanks, Tiago. Thanks, everyone that made this day possible. For me, it's an honor and a huge pleasure to be with you today. I'm Natalia Watkins in the Trust and Safety team of TikTok. And before I start, I would like to thank everyone who made this event possible. We know internet safety is a joint effort, and we are very happy to add to these efforts. For TikTok, it is a pleasure and honor of being part of the Safer Internet Day in Brazil for the first time, which is a day that brings to first surface these efforts of our platform to offer a safer environment for people to explore their creativity. This is our mission. TikTok has recently consolidated several teams that take care of internet security. We are a global, diverse team working in several countries, and it is an honor and a joy to represent the work of a fantastic, dedicated team that is ever growing globally. TikTok makes a point to ensure that global cultures and customs are internally represented. For Brazil, we are expanding locally and hiring Brazilian employees to work in our office throughout the world. We want to regionalize our policies for them to be current and relevant, ensuring the respect of the markets in which we operate. Like some of our colleagues mentioned, 2020 also for us was a very challenging year, facing social distancing, isolation. Thousands of families came to digital platforms. People want to keep entertained, connected. That happened before COVID-19, but certainly intensified since the beginning of the pandemic, with families expressing their creativity, sharing stories, and also supporting tools such as TikTok. And it is in this scenario that we are working to make internet safer in Brazil and in the world. As a useful platform, we have new challenges and opportunities to ensure the best experience for everyone. So making the internet a safer, more positive environment is center in our effort, because people come to TikTok to be creative and to find a community and to have fun. To help to promote this more critical, safer use of the internet, we are enhancing our safety center and establishing partnerships with institutions that are reference in their areas. To mention some, that we have established partnerships in the US, we have the Connect Safely Institute, the Disappeared Abused Children Center. And in Brazil, we have also partnerships that we are going to soon announce in terms of initiatives inside and outside TikTok in the areas of safety. Please stay tuned for the panel that is going to have Jeff Collins, our Trust and Safety Senior Manager, that is going to talk about our initiatives at TikTok. Once again, a thank to our partners inside and outside TikTok that are making the Safer Internet Day happen in Brazil. And thanks to all that follow us in our mission to bring joy and inspire creativity. We hope that we can continue all together for a safer internet, and I'm looking forward to this day that will certainly will be very profitable to us all. Thank you very much. We thank you, Natalia. It is a pleasure and a joy also for us to have TikTok with us, with a common objective. Well, with that, I will thank you all, to those that are here in the panel, for those that are following us in this opening session. And I will invite you then to turn to the first presentation. Our keynote speaker, Alucia Bloom-Brass, and a renowned researcher that took his PhD in Oxford and postdoctorate in London School of Economics in England. She wrote a bestseller talking about the role of parents in children's education for the digital world that was recently published, I think it was last year, by the Oxford Publishing Company, and she is leader in the areas of families and children for Google and YouTube. She is global leader for Google YouTube and is based in California in the US. We are going to have a 5-minute break, which is the time that we have to make the right connections with Alicia and have everything on air. And we'll be back then in 5 with our keynote presentation. And then we are going to have an open discussion with myself and also with the audience by means of your questions. So stay tuned, continue to follow our webcast on YouTube and also on SaferNet's page on Facebook. And we'll be back in 5 with our keynote speaker, Alicia Bloom-Ross. See you soon.
Welcome again, everybody. It's with great pleasure that we're going to start our agenda with the first speaker. She is the keynote speaker. And I have the great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Alicia Blum-Ross. Alicia is a very well-known researcher in America. She has a doctorate at the Oxford in anthropology, social anthropology from the Oxford University, and a PhD from London School of Economics. And she is co-author of a bestseller book that was published last year by the Oxford University Press, talking about parenting for a digital future, how hopes and fears about technology shape our children's lives. And she also leads the Google YouTube policies on families and kids. And it's a great pleasure, Alicia, to have you here talking for the first time for the Brazilian audience. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. I know it's 5 a.m. in the morning in California. So thank you so much for joining us today. And it's with my great pleasure to turn over for you for your speech on parenting for a digital future.
Thank you so much, Tiago, for inviting me and for having me here. I wish I could be there in person, also because it's so early in California. But I was going to start with a little bit of an overview of the book, and then hopefully we'll have some time for discussion. And I'm really curious to hear some questions from folks there as well. So I'll start with a sort of a little bit of a kind of a brief tour of why we wrote the book, and then what the kinds of findings that we learned from parents. So just a little bit of background, which is that I was a youth researcher and also did a lot of direct education and outreach for young people, primarily in London, so running media literacy initiatives for at-risk youth, and previously had done my PhD working directly with young people. And then Sonia, my colleague, Sonia Livingston, who some of you may know, had for many years been a kind of a leading researcher in the kids and families and media space. But we both, I think, kind of independently came to the same conclusion, which was that actually, there's a lot of research on children and young people directly. There's a lot of research on educational institutions, be they schools or non-formal education. But actually we felt like this huge kind of connective piece in parents' lives, in children's lives was missing, which was actually their home lives and their lives with their parents, because it is parents who so often, buy the first piece of technology the children will have access to. It's parents who kind of set the rules of the road. And for children who do end up developing, high-level digital skills, or end up being really what the funder of this project, the MacArthur Foundation, called connected learners, it really is parents that kind of set the expectations that lead to that. So we were really interested in kind of filling in that gap and understanding what happens at home. How do parents have both hopes and kind of aspirations for their children in technology, but also how do they manage risk, and what do they do to kind of both help their kids towards those opportunities and also try to keep them from harm. We were also pretty interested in parents, not just as a kind of conduit to their children, but also as individuals in their own rights. So how is technology helping parents with their parenting? Like, is it providing access to information, to opportunities? Is it also helping create, flexible working so that parents are able to have different kinds of professional lives that support their families? Obviously, what we found is, very complicated on all of those questions. But ultimately, one of the things that we really noted, and we did interviews with 73 families and then a quantitative survey of over 2,000, and this is all parents in the UK. I will note that we were based in London, so some of you may know London itself is a huge global city. So actually we did have a couple Brazilian families in our study as well, who were living in London. And interestingly, we really found that actually technology became this very strong symbol for parents of the difference between their own childhoods, which they remembered, sometimes fondly and actually sometimes really not fondly. And they really, felt that their children were in a much better situation than they had been as children, but that nothing had marked the change so much as the absence then and the presence now of all of this technology in their families' lives. And so when they looked for that kind of line, that divided between the two, that was where they really saw technology as the sort of terrain of the future. It was really the thing that marked the difference. And, one of the real pleasures of the book also, and if anyone reads it, I'd love to, hear what you think of this, is just the kind of great diversity that there was between the families. That some families were, especially living in London, you have families living in like multi-million-pound houses, and then on the same street, there are families living in subsidized council housing. And so we noticed that there were some trend lines that really ran across class and background and ethnicity. And then there were some really key differences in terms of how families at different income levels experienced some of these questions, and also were exposed to more risk, but also had sort of greater aspirations around some of the opportunities. So ultimately, in terms of the kind of commonality of what we found, we ended up kind of coming up with 3 what we called genres of practice. So things that parents did. And we call these practices rather than categorizing parents, because some parents may do one of these categories in the morning and then they may move to another by evening. So we thought of these as 3 categories. So there were some parents that would really embrace technology. So they were signing their kids up for code classes. They were gaming together as a family. They were, setting their children challenges in Minecraft. And so we call this kind of embrace, and which is, often in some ways parents thinking of themselves as kind of ahead of the curve, really kind of leaning into what technology could offer, both for themselves as parents and also for their children. And then the sort of second category that we looked at was this category of balance, which is probably the biggest category, right? Which was that parents that were really trying to kind of make a lot of ongoing adjustments in terms of how their family dealt with technology. And, we say the word balance and you might think like a graceful yoga pose or something, very kind of effortless, but actually balance was often very effortful for parents. They actually had to work very hard for it. The metaphor that we use in the book is like, it's like standing on a log, you're constantly sort of making adjustments. One child needs a certain thing and then another child may need another. And then the third was, again, sort of less common, but I think really notable, where there were a number of families that were really kind of trying to resist what they sometimes described as the tsunami of technology, or the overwhelming, kind of like they use these really evocative terms like, this is a battle that we're losing and things like that. And so they sometimes were trying to resist this kind of flow of technology in their lives, sometimes because there had been a specific problem, like a child had what the parent felt was an unhealthy relationship to technology, or in some cases something had gone badly, a child had been badly bullied, or there had been an incident. But in many cases, actually, we were sort of surprised that actually resisting was less sometimes about the technology itself, and more that the family had a preference or a set of values that led them in a different direction. So, we don't use technology in this family because we really like to pick apples and make apple juice, or they would have a sort of like a kind of a philosophy or like a set of values that just kind of led them in a different place. So it was interesting that there were really different reasons why families had arrived at that practice. And I think, finally, it was one thing that was interesting is that obviously in homes where there's more than one parent, the parents may have been very misaligned in terms of, which of those kinds of practices they preferred. And we start the book with an example actually of, it was a mother from Brazil and a father from Poland, and they were raising their son in London, far from family, without a lot of the social supports that you might expect. And they were really, completely, sort of at odds with each other, because the mother really wanted to embrace technology, was really excited that the school was starting to teach coding, and the father was like much more sort of cognizant and concerned about the risks and how this might affect their 6-year-old. But really the reason we start the book with the family is because it really crystallized so many conversations for us, because the debate that they were having was about technology, but really it was about what is the world that we want our 6-year-old to live in, who is the person that we want him to be. And that was ultimately what we sort of, and also like, what are the pressures that we are experiencing as a family that we're turning to technology, both as the kind of blame for the situation that we're in, but also the reason, the way of us getting out of this situation. So this was how we contact our family. This is how we, are going to encourage him to learn, to get ahead. So it was really interesting to us, just thinking about how much the conversation is both about technology and yet not at all about technology at the same time. So I'll sort of stop there. Obviously, there's so much more I can say about the book, but I'm curious to hear your questions, Tiago.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alicia. It was a great overview. And now I will conduct a fireside chat with Alicia about her book and also her leadership role as Google Global Lead Policy for Kids and Families. And after this fireside chat, Alicia will take some questions from the public. So please send your questions for Alicia through the YouTube chat box at the NIC.br channel. And Alicia, my first question, it's a curiosity. As an American mother living in California, and after 14 years living in London, how do you feel the dilemmas of parenting in the digital age in the both sides of the Atlantic? They are the same?
It's a great question, and I had my own children, so I have twins who are now nearly 8, and so I had a few years of parenting in London, and then now some parenting in California, where I'm originally from. I think that there are a lot of similar debates and discussions, both, and I'm basing this both on my own experience as a parent, but also on. So I did the research for the book in London, but I also have done a subsequent couple research projects in California. And then I had the opportunity also to do some collaborative work with a colleague who was a visiting scholar at the LSE for a period, who had done sort of similar interviews with parents in the US as well. So we did some comparison between what we heard between the families in the 2 different countries. In terms of the similarities, I think there's a similar level of anxiety, and particularly in some ways, for better resourced parents. They are in some ways more anxious about technology in both countries. So I think the kind of spread of practices and hopes and fears that I described earlier are pretty similar. I think the key differences are that in the US, and my colleague Nathan Fisk really wrote about this in his book as well, called Framing Internet Risk, is that Framing Online Safety rather, is that he talked a lot about how parents in the US were more likely to use kind of metaphors and discussion from law enforcement, or using kind of property rights to talk about their children. So they would say things like, I'm going to search his phone if he gives me probable cause, or like, I'm like a sniffer dog, I'm going to sniff him out, things like that. And we really never, heard that kind of language so much from parents in Britain. There was more of a kind of sense of like that children had some rights to privacy, and that they, sort of had a bit more autonomy. So I don't think that's all US parents necessarily talk in that language. But I think that was a really interesting distinction, that like there is a little bit more of a kind of child rights framing. Some of you will know that the US hasn't signed the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And that's one of, I think, the reasons culturally in the US is there's perhaps more emphasis on parents' rights and parent choice here. Obviously not, again, all Americans are all individuals, but that was a key difference.
Right. Regarding your book and looking for your research, you're talking about inequalities. And I would love to have some insights from you based on your research findings. How inequalities impact children opportunities in the digital world?
I think in many ways, and actually one of the things that we talked about in the book is we looked at some of the kind of academic literature on social inequality and how that affects children's life chances. And there's a sort of a famous sociological theory by a woman called Annette Lareau that says that what she calls kind of more middle class parents often do what she calls concerted cultivation. So they will like sign their kids up for a lot of classes, they will have a lot of kind of input and sort of aspiration. And she contrasts that with what she describes as working class parents, favoring a perspective of kind of natural growth, sort of letting their children have more free reign. Sometimes this is a belief question, and sometimes it's also just a time question, like how much time and resources do you have to sign up, for a million classes and things like that. We actually didn't find such a strong distinction between wealthy and poor families. And actually we really noted that in fact, many of the working class families in our study were actually spending like huge amounts of their income, taking their kids to classes, buying, the technology that they thought were going to help. And actually they often have very strong aspirations around technology and what that would offer for their kids educationally. But the big difference that we noted was that while they actually have the same beliefs around like what coding class could do, or why they needed to buy a tablet or why they needed to spend their really low income in some cases on a family laptop so their kid could use it for school, what they could afford and how they could support their kid was really different based on the income that they had. So the beliefs were the same, but the outcomes were quite different. And just to give one example, in one of the chapters in the book, we actually compared two families who have sons who are learning to code and who are really kind of like, self-described kind of geeky kids. Like they're really like, they signed up for these classes and they're spending a lot of time. And this one extremely wealthy family, the parents were from France, and they were like, the father was an executive at some sort of oil and gas, company, very senior. They had signed their kid up for this like expensive summer Python class at a university in London. And then in the low income family, it was a single mother from West Africa, worked as a cashier in a grocery store. And she also had signed her son up for a kind of an after school class where they were learning Scratch, which is, some of you may know, the kind of online coding platform developed at MIT. Now, both families had very similar language to how they described what the kid was going to do. But in the case of the second family, the club only lasted a term because it was very oversubscribed and the school needed to make, space for the next cohort. The mother couldn't access the Scratch website, so she couldn't sort of see any of her son's creations and ask him about them. He couldn't use it at home because the tablet that they had bought from the supermarket was broken. And so while the aspirations were the same, the kind of learning that the kids were having access to was extremely different. And so we did find that for high income families, they were able to kind of support and engage on that learning much more because of the resources that they had available and also because of their own skills. So that's a real, kind of area for us as a society to think about how we can support the aspirations more across the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here in Brazil, parents are struggling with schools closed for 11 months due to COVID-19 pandemic. And children are online most of the time. What you can tell them about screen time? They should look beyond, and why?
It's an interesting and kind of difficult situation. My own kids also have been home since last March, so I'm really empathize to all the parents on this call who are and who are also educators, whether they intended to be or not. So I think there's a few big changes during COVID, and obviously many of them have been very, very hard on families. There's a few things I think that also make me optimistic about the way that this has changed the conversation around kids and technology. So Obviously, there's been a huge growth of online learning platforms, and obviously Google, has partly been part of that. And I think we're at like 140 million users now of Google for Education. So that's been a huge shift, obviously, is more platforms, being used by schools, by parents. In some ways, I don't think this will be necessarily like a change that will last to the degree that it is right now after COVID. But if I'm being a little optimistic, some of the things that I think are helpful about the way this has changed is, first of all, that schools are, I think, investing a lot more in their relationship with parents than they were before, partly just out of necessity. They have to include parents. But a lot of schools, at least in the US, have started hiring, parent engagement coordinators or people that are like there to troubleshoot for parents more. And, like I said at the beginning, in some ways, parents are often very invisible in other institutions. So, there's obviously parts of technology that can help support that, but it's also a shift, I think, for schools to think about parents as really like partners in that way. Secondly, a lot of the parents in our study talked a lot about the judgment that they felt from other parents, that they were constantly scared to tell other families about how much screen time their kid had, or they would set these timers and then they would forget about them, and then they would judge themselves a lot. They would constantly describe themselves as feeling guilty, or they were lazy, or they were crap parents. And so I think that is one thing that the pandemic has shifted a lot, is that narrative around screen time, because so much of our lives happens on a screen, and this conversation is part of that. And so I think that parents are actually using a more nuanced language around it's not so much about the amount of time, it's about the quality of interactions, the quality of learning. Is this helping your relationships or harming them? And so that, I do think, hopefully this will help that shift, which is thinking less about, how many minutes have passed on the clock, and more, what has my child done that they value, that I value for them? And, do I want to direct that energy and attention in a different way? That is the question, perhaps more than did they spend too many minutes, on their phone or tablet or computer. So I'm a little hopeful that might be like a more nuanced conversation after this time period.
Oh yeah, definitely. Alicia, there is a lot of young researchers watching this session. Could you share with them your experience in transition from a brilliant academic career at Oxford University and the London School of Economics to lead Google's policies on kids and families? How did you get to where you are today?
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. So I always did a lot of non-academic work while I was working in academia as well. So I worked, as I said earlier, as a media literacy educator, running programs with young people, and then partly working with Sonia, who is so involved in policy conversations and sort of direct interface with government. I learned a lot more also about the kind of media policy and the kids policy space while working at the LSE. So I kind of continued to do consultancy. I worked a lot as a impact evaluator working for nonprofits. So that's one way, I think, for researchers to get kind of practical research skills, is working with NGOs and figuring out how to kind of use, do evaluation and monitoring, things like that. And then I would say that partly, I networked a lot. I had a lot of coffees with people and just tried to learn a lot about how I could apply some of the thinking and skills that I had from the research world into, in my case, industry. And I will say that, as somebody who's worked on issues around children and technology my whole career now for, over 15 years, I really saw the opportunity of coming to work for a big technology platform, as it is, obviously some of the biggest in the world, as really an opportunity to have a big impact on the issues that I cared about. So I really, in a way, this is a huge continuation of the work that I was doing before, even though the day-to-day work now is really different. And that's exciting and sometimes challenging.
Thank you for sharing that. I will start to take questions from the audience, and I have some. And the first one, Ludmila Viegas asked you, what difference could she find in her research regarding the vulnerability in the digital world of girls and boys? What are the differences, if any, in this gender perspective?
It's a great question. I mean, there was interesting, in our study, we looked at girls and boys, but also mothers and fathers, and like, look at the role of gender. So there is some interesting research generally on the differences between boys and girls in terms of their technology use and technology habits. Obviously, probably not surprising to many on this call that typically girls are heavier social media users, whereas boys will be typically more gaming oriented, although obviously not exclusively either way. One of the interesting things that we found in our study of parents was that we found that fathers tended to have more awareness of online risk or concerns about online risk, but they did less to help their children manage those risks. So when we asked questions about, okay, like what are your concerns? And then what are the actions that you take, as a result of those concerns, we found that like mothers had fewer concerns, but did more supportive activities, whereas fathers had more concerns, but did less of the kind of supportive, risk management work with their children. But interestingly, we didn't note a very big difference between what they were doing for their sons versus what they were doing for their daughters, which was actually a little different than we expected. We sort of expected that families would be doing more protective activities for girls, perhaps, than boys. But actually, we didn't notice a big difference in our study.
Thanks, Alicia. I will take another questions from the audience. Renata Oton, she would like to have your opinion about sharing team. It's a very common practice in Brazil, and we have a very high levels of social inequalities, and people usually share the devices among children, parents, adults. In many families in Brazil, there is only one or two mobile devices, and they share that devices for the whole family. So Renata wants, and myself, we want to know about your opinions about sharing and how the sharing impact online safety. And this is combined with another questions come from Luisa Biddino, that is asking and have your comments about helping children with their parents to carry out online activities, taking into account the sharing perspective.
So I think when Sonia and I have written about sharenting, we've been mainly writing about situations where parents are sharing aspects of their lives and their children's lives through social media, whether that's like Facebook posts about their family, or actually we also interviewed a number of like parent bloggers, which I think like dates the research a little bit, because maybe now we would probably, a lot of those parent blogs might be more like Instagram or YouTube vlogs or things like that. But it was a really interesting set of conversations, because in some ways these were parents that were like really leaned into technology in their own lives, and they were really grappling with the ethics of like how much to share about their kids. And often there was like a moment, sometimes when the kid was sort of like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, where the parent really started to feel a little uncomfortable about how much they had shared, about the child when they were younger. And actually, in some cases, there were some great examples of children that like really kind of like pushed back on their parents about what the parent had shared. Like this one like dad blogger, his son sort of surreptitiously like stole his phone when the dad was eating like a hamburger, and he took a sort of unflattering picture of the dad and then posted it to the dad's Instagram to kind of like, you know, show him like, this is how it feels, you know, when you take a picture without someone's consent. And like, and so actually it was a great moment for the father and the son. The father was like, you know, quite like, it was annoyed, but he, you know, used it as a good teachable moment. And so actually they ended up having like much more of a conversation about consent and like how to ask somebody if it's okay to post a picture of them. And like, so then after that, the posts that the dad created were much more like co-created with his son rather than like the dad's vision of, you know, how their day had gone. So I thought that was a great set of conversations. I mean, one thing that is really hard is that parenting is a very unique kind of identity because, you know, it's like one of the only ways in the world in which you and another person really kind of share an identity. Like the example I sometimes give is like, there's nobody else in the world whose nose I would pick other than my babies, right? Like, and so they're not you, but they're also not like an entirely separate person either. And so if I want to share about my life as a parent, I am sharing also about my child. And so I am both like trying to explain my experience, but I'm also responsible for safeguarding my child. So I think that it's a great and really important conversation for parents to have, which is to say, it is important that you have opportunities to share about your own experience. And sometimes that can be like really powerful for people to share sometimes invisible experiences of parenting, but you do have to think about how you can ask your child for consent in age-appropriate ways to participate in that, and how that conversation might need to change and like, you know, repeat over time. You might need to go back and think about taking down things that you shared previously. So it's really a conversation that we're, you know, having a lot as a society right now. Now that doesn't like address your shared device concern, but I'm not sure if I should carry on.
For sure, you really addressed it. I have a question from Luciana Correia, which is related to public policies. And I would like to connect with another questions. That, as we know, children are 1 in 3 of the world's internet users. And the United Nations has just recognized that children's rights apply in the digital world. However, it's not clear how to govern the internet in the best interests. Some people said it's too difficult, expensive, and impractical. What do you think about it? In connection with public policies, what other stakeholders can do to apply those children's rights in the digital world?
It's such an exciting moment that the general comment that Amanda, who you'll hear from in the moment, and my former colleague Sonia and many others kind of worked to get to this point. So I haven't seen the final version of it yet, although I'm excited to see the general comment. I was really pleased to participate as Google in the as on behalf of Google in the consultation, and you know, had the opportunity to attend a roundtable with the drafters of the document in London last year. So it was a great discussion. And I think, you know, personally, I actually refer to the CRC, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, a lot in my work internally to Google, because I think it's a really helpful frame for thinking about both the protections that children have the right to, and tech companies can both provide ourselves, but also can help facilitate others to provide. And then also the, you know, the rights that they have to express themselves creatively, to learn, to participate politically on issues that are important to them. So in some ways I see, you know, technology companies as being both the kind of place that can be the kind of conduit, both to the positive rights and also to the need for protection. And also, you know, so we support the other institutions of children's lives that can deliver on those things, but also technology companies ourselves have the responsibility to help foster children's rights on our platforms as well. And that can be challenging because sometimes those rights are, you know, not always totally straightforward to balance. So for example, some of you may know that there's a debate going on in Europe right now around, you know, the very, very important rights both to privacy and to child protection. And, to some extent, obviously, using some of the measures that we would have for child protection, for example, scanning for child sexual abuse material, do require scanning personal data. And so there is a kind of sometimes, in policymakers' minds, there may be really different aims that they're trying to achieve, and their different regulatory processes. And so I do not believe that those rights are in competition. I think that they can be brought together and they can be balanced, but that is can be a really difficult conversation sometimes in the legislative conversation, because there can be different parts of government, for example, privacy bodies versus child safety or child protection bodies that actually might want really different things. And so certainly I think that's why it's really important that we have a huge range of stakeholders at the table for those conversations to really represent the fullness of children's rights and children's experiences in all of the conversations that we have around legislation.
Yeah, I agree. Alicia, unfortunately, we are just on time for the next session. But as a final question, I would like to ask you and have some insights from you. If you could predict the future, which scenario should kids and families expect for the post-COVID digital world?
Let's see, how would I predict the future? I mean, one thing I think, we did our study before COVID, so, it's hard to predict exactly how things are now, but one thing that we found was that actually, even though children have tons of access to technology, families, pre-COVID still did a lot of getting together in person. They did a lot of face-to-face time together. And so, my sort of prediction is actually everyone's going to be pretty excited to get back to those ways of interacting. I don't think that a lot of the kind of shift to digital that we're experiencing right now, some of it will stay. I mean, some of the things like online commerce and stuff like that will probably stay. But ultimately, I think, the fears that parents sometimes have of will my child be able to make friends in person again? Will they go to school? I think all the research sort of seems to indicate that actually we will be able to kind of have those other forms of interaction again as soon as we are kind of safely able to do so. So maybe I'm saying that optimistically also for my own family, but I think that I do feel confident in that.
Oh yeah, thank you. Alicia, we are just on, our time is finished. If I will kindly ask you to make your final remarks in around 1 or 2 minutes would be great. And then we move forward for the next session. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll just wrap up by saying, first of all, thank you so much again for having me. It's been great to be here, and hopefully I can join you in Brazil in person at some point. But also, I think crucially, all the conversations that we have at Google that I had as an academic and certainly working in civil society, I just know that all those conversations are really benefited by having that kind of diverse perspectives from different stakeholders. So I really appreciate that SaferNet has always been a great kind of collaborator in that sense. And so really thank you for that. In terms of the work at Google, it's obviously a huge ongoing project to figure out how best to support children and families. And, we're doing a lot of work across the company to really figure out what the best supports are, both, for within products, within policies, within education and outreach. So it's a really exciting space to work in, and I'm really grateful to talk to you all.
Thank you so much, Alicia. It was a great talking and a great speech. Your book is brilliant, and I really recommend for Brazilians to read it and have a deeper understanding of your views and arguments that you brilliant shape on that book. And thank you so much for accepting our invitation. It was a great pleasure. And now I would like to turn over to the organization staff. I understand that the next session will start in a few minutes, and I would like to ask you, the audience, to wait around few minutes just to organize the next session. That's going to be a very important session. It's an international panel with speakers from 4 continents: Mexico, Australia, India, and Europe, Belgium. So we will come back in a few minutes. And thank you again for watching us and send your questions. And one more time, Alicia, thank you so much for participating in the Brazilian Safer Internet Day this early morning in California. I hope you can now take your breakfast.
Well, I'm excited to see your next panel, but I'll have a coffee while I watch it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, we come back with the 13th edition of Safer Internet Day in Brazil. I'm Rodrigo from SaferNet Brazil, and we are really glad to have here a second international panel for our Safer Internet Day in Brazil. This year, especially working around mental health, well-being, and all these challenges that the pandemic came from all stakeholders working on Safer Internet program. So for this panel, I have the pleasure to invite Maria Cristina Capello, MC, to join us and lead this panel with some great invitees from different parts of the world and bring to us in Brazil a really international perspective and how they are dealing as activists, as researchers, and also as people working on the front of these challenges to promote safer internet. I have the pleasure to invite MC Capello. Please, MC, and thank you very much to be with us with Safer Internet Day in Brazil this year.
Obrigada, Rodrigo. And hi, everybody. I am going to switch to English so that I can introduce you to our wonderful panelists today. I didn't even get a chance to say hi to them because my camera wasn't working a minute ago. So hi, Janet. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Dr. Ramdana. It's different times of the world, of the day for everybody here. So I'm very happy and very grateful to them for being here with us and to SaferNet for having an all-female panel of very women that do wonderful work in this space. So let me start by introducing Professor Amanda Third. She is a professorial research fellow and co-director of the Young Resilient Research Center at the Institute of Culture and Society at Western Sydney University. So that was a mouthful, but Sydney, she's in Sydney, she's in the middle of the night. She said that she was embracing her inner Brazilian a minute ago because she's staying up all night to talk to all of you and to all of us. She's a faculty associate at the Berkman Center, Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard as well. Obviously, she's an international renowned expert in child center research and has led different projects that help us understand the digital experiences of children in over 70 countries. So Amanda, welcome so much. Welcome and thank you for being here. I'm very much looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank
you. I'm gonna introduce, do we start right away with Amanda, Rodrigo? I think so. Amanda, please take us away.
Okay, well, can I start by saying a very big thank you to Safer Internet Brazil for organising this panel, and thanks also to the people who are joining me on the panel. I'm really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Of course, this question of the post-pandemic digital world is a really urgent one, a pressing one, but it's also one where we've struggled to get the insights that we need in order to plan appropriately. So I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Okay, and MC, can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Terrific, thank you. All right. So very early in the life of the current pandemic, it was clear that in comparison with other populations, children, like the elderly, children were not particularly vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. But even so, this crisis has profoundly impacted children around the world. And in just one sign that those impacts are significant, we've seen in a number of places around the world up to a 25% increase in numbers of children calling helplines in high-income countries. And this figure is from March 2020, so almost a year old now, and I expect that that number hasn't gone down any. So the mental health and well-being impacts of this pandemic are very real for children, even though we haven't always thought of them as the primary sort of people who are affected by the pandemic. Indeed, COVID-19 is likely to be a formative experience for this generation of children, but it's unlikely to be the only major crisis that shapes their sense of the world and their well-being. For Australian children, for example, the pandemic was immediately preceded by the national emergency of devastating bushfires. For children in the Pacific, the pandemic was followed by vicious cyclones. In Cambodia and Vietnam, catastrophic floods have been compounding the effects of the pandemic. So these experiences challenge children's sense of safety at the level of the everyday. As we make decisions then about how to confront the pandemic and the role of the digital world in that, we have to be careful not to constrain our thinking to individual crises. We have to use this moment, I would argue, to think very expansively about how to address the intersecting crises that shape the lives of children, both now and into the future. Whether it's those crises that confront us very starkly, like the pandemic, or those crises that are burning more slowly, like the climate crisis. Because if children's fundamental safety has been challenged by the pandemic, this is not a temporary situation. Throughout the pandemic, there's been a strong emphasis on managing the medical dimensions of the pandemic and its response. But for children, as for adults, the pandemic has been more than a health crisis. It has been, and it continues to be, for many, many children around the world, a crisis in their social world. So emerging research shows that for many children, the pandemic constituted an unprecedented disruption to their everyday routines, their relationships, their sense of security, certainty, and fundamental safety. The confidence that comes from predictable routines or the reliable comfort of a strong and stable family was suddenly thrown into disarray by COVID-19. Some research that I have done to develop child-centered indicators for violence prevention online with my team in the Philippines shows that children's concept of safety depends very much on the stability of their immediate relationships. Or we might say that safety is social and relational. So children's safety might have already been said to have been compromised by mere fact of the scale of the disruption to their social networks that was caused by the pandemic. Compounding this, and among other factors, children have also been exposed to streams of information of varying qualities via social media and video sharing platforms, but also, and I think we need to remember this, but via the fragments of news or nervous conversations between parents and carers that children overhear. It's no wonder that children are reporting then heightened distress. So recent research shows that, the possibility that children or their family members might contract the virus is actually very low down the list on children's list of immediate concerns. Rather, children report a wide range of impacts on their well-being that range from a heightened sense of worry, stress, and feeling trapped, frustration, anger, sadness, loss, and grief, all and often for children, some of these emotions are very new, and they're saying that they don't often know how to deal with those emotions. They're also experiencing, or they've been experiencing, disconnection from their peers, which for many is a vital source of their well-being and their resilience. They've also experienced struggles adapting to education online. So much of the transition to online learning, as it happened across the world, took place on the fly, and as such was not always underpinned by good pedagogy. And of course, children have also experienced family tensions caused by being in close quarters with the same people day in and day out. And of course, their families are often experiencing financial pressures because of job losses, unstable work, or business closures, and so on. So none of this will be new to you. We all, I think, have our heads around the ways that the pandemic has disrupted everyday life. Through this period of momentous disruption, technology has played a more and more prominent role in the lives of many children around the world. Of course, we have to be careful here. Many children do not have regular and reliable access to technology. And this raises a very important set of issues about how such children can enact their rights and live well in the context of a pandemic that's unfolding in a digital age. So I think we have to be very attuned to the fact that there's a very real possibility that crises like the pandemic will further marginalize those that already experience digital exclusion. But for those children who do have access, while there are concerns that rapid increases in their screen time during the pandemic have exposed children to increased risks of harm, and I'm going to say more about this in a moment, technology has also provided a crucial point of continuity and connection for children during the pandemic. It's enabled them to maintain connection with peers, to stay engaged in their schooling, and it's provided a vital means of relaxation and entertainment at a time when those things are very hard to do. So that technology is one of the key features of continuity in recent times is quite remarkable. The fact that we think about it, it's become a feature of continuity in our lives is kind of remarkable because prior to the pandemic, of course, we most commonly talked about technology as associated with disruption. But as Walter Benjamin pointed out in his 1936 essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Technological Reproducibility, an essay that's been very foundational to media studies around the world, he says technology is always accompanied by both disruption and continuity. In its structuring of everyday life during a time of unprecedented upheaval, technology's association with continuity has come to the fore. But there's another way in which continuity is also important, and one that I want to highlight for those of us who are concerned about children's safety online and the realization of a safer internet. And that is that while some online safety risks have been accentuated or amplified during the pandemic, many of the risks that children have faced as a consequence of the pandemic and their increase in digital engagement are fundamentally the very same issues that we've always worried about and worked to prevent. So this is, this is our moment, if you like, I think, to really continue this work and up our energy. We know that the risks of harm to children are likely to have increased during the pandemic. Research shows that increased time online does indeed augment the likelihood that children will encounter risks of harm. And while we know that more time online also enables children to develop digital literacies and capacities to manage risks, arguably in the pandemic, they've not had the opportunity to do so with the right structures of support and guidance around them, given that they've been largely reliant on their family members who themselves have been in crisis. So purely by fact of spending more time online, the possibility that children are exposed to forms of digitally mediated harm have increased. And we need to remember, of course, that those children who experience forms of marginalization for social and structural reasons are more likely to have experienced additional harm than their counterparts. We know that for those children who were already vulnerable to forms of violence, the risks are accentuated. For the vast majority of children, the consequence of the pandemic has been that they've spent increased amounts of time at home. And not all children's families are safe spaces that support and sustain them. The domestic violence community internationally, for example, is deeply concerned about rising rates of intimate partner violence and the effects this may be having on children. And the usual structures of visibility and accountability that regulate the behaviours of perpetrators of violence have been compromised by the pandemic. So we need to think creatively, in earnest and across sectors, about how we use technology to identify and counter the violence that's taking place behind closed doors. And we need to think in even more creative ways about how to leverage technology to support child victims of violence online and offline. But if there's a glimmer of hope here, it is that these issues, which the child protection community has known about and advocated on for many, many years, these issues are finally more visible in public and policy debates. Somehow they've come, to the surface. So there's cause, I would say, for cautious optimism that this pandemic provides an opportunity to advance children's right to protection from very serious forms of violence. So at the pointy end, we've had the kind of, the pandemic has compounded serious forms of violence against children online, and the way that spills off over into offline spaces. At the same time, some risks that we haven't always given that much thought to are becoming more prominent. So, for example, I wanted to spend a little bit of time thinking about privacy briefly. So one effect of the pandemic has been to challenge most people's sense of privacy. We've been living very close together for long periods of time with not a lot of space to escape. But of course, again, by virtue of intensified time online, children are ever more exposed to the not always explicit or well-explained data collection practices of technology companies. And this has significant implications for their right to privacy and for their safety more broadly. Indeed, as you can see from these quotations, and these are quotes directly from children in different places around the world who have been consulted to inform a general comment on children's rights in the digital environment, which has just been formally adopted by the UN Committee for the Rights of the Child late last week. As these children say, they just don't know enough about how their data is being collected, stored, and used. And they don't know whether the information that they're sharing is safe for them to share. They don't know how their safety might be compromised. They're calling for much greater transparency, more robust education around their privacy. And this was a sentiment across the 27 countries we've just worked in for this consultation. And of course, I think we need to remember that data collection and its incursions on children's privacy have only been compounded by other kinds of technologies like contact tracing apps and other surveillance technologies that have been implemented to protect populations. What does it mean, we need to ask, for children to be surveilled? Does it make them safer, as we might hope? Or are we normalizing forms of surveillance that ultimately might pose a different kind of danger to children as they grow? So, for example, just a recent example, I attended a domestic violence forum here in Australia recently, in which service providers were reporting that children are now growing up expecting to be surveilled, and that this is having knock-on effects for children's relationships and therefore their well-being. So it's becoming more and more normal, they told me, for a young girl or boy to think that they should always know exactly where their boyfriend or girlfriend is at any time of the day, and that we're developing unhealthy attitudes in our children by enabling these cultures of surveillance. And that actually some of those attitudes around surveilling others are not very far from the kinds of attitudes of domestic violence perpetrators. So I think we need to be very, very mindful about the broader questions of well-being and how the kinds of, how surveillance culture and other kinds of thinking that's developing alongside some of our newer technology practices might have negative impacts for children's well-being down the track. And of course, if surveillance of the general population has increased, the privacy rights of those children who live in abusive families are severely compromised. Technology in this context potentially amplifies the mechanisms of control available to perpetrators of child abuse and other forms of exploitation and violence. While the way forward is anything but clear, we cannot shy away from these difficult questions. We really have to grapple with them, and the time to grapple with them is now. I think also there are some interesting questions concerning wellbeing that are raised by, again, some of the new habits that we've developed in the context of the pandemic. Of course, as I said earlier, technology has been very, very vital to children learning, maintaining connections with peers and other significant people in their lives. But they've emphasised that during the pandemic, while technologically mediated relationships have been important, actually, when it boils down to it, they don't replace face-to-face interactions. I think it's really important to remember here that under the conditions of lockdowns and so on, all of our communication with others in the world that we can't reach beyond the borders of our homes has had to be very, very intentional rather than incidental. So children are saying that when their engagement with other people moves solely online, they have diminished social interactions. And let's remember here that children around the world use the internet primarily to sustain face-to-face relationships with their peers. So it's not simply the case that the technological can substitute for face-to-face interaction when physical contact becomes impossible. And I think this points to a need for us to sort of unlearn or relearn some behaviours that we've adopted through the pandemic. We need to re-immerse ourselves in the face-to-face world. We need children to have time to learn again, to balance better their face-to-face engagement with their digital engagement. So our time online, as precious as and rewarding and beneficial as that is, needs to recede a little as we re-establish some of the face-to-face dimensions of social life. Of course, we may well not return to a pre-COVID-19 normal. Nevertheless, we do need to learn to reconnect with each other as physical beings, and we need to make sure that children are having those opportunities. But if children need to learn that, so too do the adults in their lives. And one of the really important things that's just come out of the most recent consultation is that children see a double standard at play in their parents' attitudes towards technology. So while their parents are busy telling them you need to do this, this and this, and that will be good for your well-being and your mental health, they then see that their parents don't follow their own rules. Their parents are glued to their phones. They're glued to their computers. They're watching, the latest updates, etc., etc. So, but what we need to remember is that parents are one of the most important role models for children. So I think it's really time for the internet safety community to remind parents that they have a really important role here, and to support parents to regulate their own practices and model good practices for children. So many of the technology-based strategies that we've put in place to sustain life under the conditions of the pandemic have been assembled very quickly and without due attention either to the risks of harm or how to maximise the full potential of technology to support children's sense of safety and well-being in a time of disruption. Now, more than ever, despite the urgency of the issues that we confront, we have to pause and step carefully. The pandemic demands urgent action from governments, businesses, and civil society to address the challenges to children's rights of their increased use of technology. The risks of harm for children are real and distressing. However, we're all deeply invested in simple and immediate solutions. While we're all invested in simple and immediate solutions, much of the work that we need to do is difficult, and it will take time and thought, and it's critical that we engage children in this work as we go. We have to commence this long-term work immediately. Governments need to address issues of digital exclusion, and ensure that regulatory and legislative frameworks protect children's best interests. Parents, teachers, and other significant adults in children's lives need access to meaningful resources to support them to guide their children online. Technology companies need to undertake threat assessments and ensure children have everything they need, and children urgently need information and support that addresses the social and economic impacts, as well as the health impacts of the pandemic on their lives. There's guidance available to support these actions, and most recently, as I mentioned, the newly adopted General Comment on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment will soon be made publicly available. And I want to just give a quick shout out to our colleagues at CITIC in Brazil for supporting the consultations there. Thank you so much. It's because of organisations like you that children had a chance to inform that document. But I want to just end on a positive note, because I think there's a really important opportunity in this pandemic for us all to seize. During the pandemic, technology's really come to the fore. There's a new kind of a sense of acceptance that technology will be a feature of children's lives into the future. So amidst this time of great upheaval, we've been given an unprecedented window on all of the opportunities that technology offers to children. For the first time, the emphasis has been less on how technology is a problem and how it could be part of a solution. And yet we're still to recognise or imagine even all the ways that technology can be harnessed to enable children to live better lives. I want to really stress that I think it's time for us to think expansively about technology, to see it not just as a phenomenon that threatens children, but as an environment in which we can nurture children's safety, and not just their safety, but their rights and their opportunities. We've seen how technology can support children's right to information, how it can nurture their connections with one another, and it can support their education. So it's time to think beyond a safer internet and to envisage and enact a better internet that can support and enhance the many dimensions of children's lives. It's time, I would say, to think about safety plus, because technology is one important tool available to us to enact widespread change that is necessary to tackle the enormous challenges that confront humanity and the planet. And I just, as we think about how to do this, I think it's vital that we engage children in these debates and interventions. So I want to finish by pointing to what I see as a radical possibility. So bear with me on a very, very brief, but nonetheless a digression. It's sometimes suggested that the moon landing in 1969 was a pivotal moment in galvanizing the idea of globalization around the world. Broadcast live on television, the moon landing assembled something of an international audience, compelling us to imagine ourselves as part of a global community. In the same way, in the pandemic, children have been engaging online as an international audience, if you will, to do everyday things like going to school. And for the first time in history, there's a mechanism for children to think of themselves as a global constituency. I think there's a radical and historically unprecedented possibility here. Imagine if we could enable children to unite to address their common concerns, to imagine and enact social change at scale, as we've seen them begin to do around the issue of climate change. What a powerful movement for change that could be. This would be my great hope for our current generation of children growing up in a pandemic, safe, inspired, and capable of using technology to change the world for better. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Amanda. That was wonderful. So great to hear how you tell it as well. And so I'll just quickly recap before I move on to Janice. But a couple of things that stood out for me is this not having regular or reliable access, to the internet in a moment where all of our socialization or the kids' socialization happens there, right? It's putting a lot of our countries behind. I know that I live in Mexico City. My kid, is 5, and I know he's one of the lucky ones, right? And we've actually worked, and I'm sure that Amanda and Dr. Ranjana will tell us a little bit about what's happening, you know, in their purviews. But it's heartbreaking to see, and I agree that while we fix that, we also need to be getting ready for the offline world again. And I love that you mentioned parents' role and how we need to support them, support them. I know my kid, he's 5, and he's like, "Mom, time to put the phone away." So I get that, and if he says that, you know, I can't imagine the kids who don't have that ability to say that to their parents. So yes to that. I am going to move on so that we give space to our other wonderful panelist, Dr. Janice Richardson. She's a lecturer, a project innovator, and author of over a dozen books and over 100 articles on digital citizenship and child protection. I love the concept of digital citizenship. I very much look forward, Janice, to hearing you on how it has evolved over the years and how we're dealing with it now, especially that most of the kids are taking school online, and we don't really know exactly what that means, and teachers are struggling with that as well. Janice has worked to the Council of Europe and other institutions like UNESCO, UNICEF, the ITU, and since the 90s, and she has led, more importantly, the European Commission's InSafe network for over a decade. Very much welcome, Janice. We are very much looking forward to hearing how your research and how your observation of our current world has evolved.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here with you today to share some of my ideas about safer internet, but also about this latest catastrophe. And I'm sorry, I started right at the end. So safer internet began way back in 2004, and we've seen a whole lot of mini revolutions since then. Okay, this one is a sanitary crisis, but think of the crisis when suddenly we had Web 2 back in 2004, or when the iPhone, when internet went into my pocket in 2007. By 2009, there were just so many apps available that once again, it was totally changed. In 2015, we already discovered that children everywhere were online from 0 years upwards. And I'm really amazed in research that I did recently to see that parents are saying for their 2-year-old children that internet has a 5 out of 5 impact on their lives. Privacy became a great concern, and in 2018, in fact, we got our data privacy regulation, data protection, which has been taken up and influenced the world. But over this time, there has been a gradual shift. Suddenly, we're not looking at the risks. It's up to the platforms to make them safer. We've begun looking at the child, and we've begun looking at the social and the emotional well-being of the child. And of course, we got to 2020, and what did we get but the coronavirus, which really turned everything upside down. All of the issues that we see, the doxing, the trolling, the grooming, all of these things were multiplied. Amanda gave us some figures, but in fact, in the UK, a reputable helpline says that physical and psychological, emotional violence augmented so much that there were 35% more calls over the past 6 months. So what else has changed since 2004? Well, first of all, yes, we've said it. Kids are spending much more time. We've all increased our time exponentially online. GDPR, fake news, deep fake, violence. These are the top concerns today, but also that digital technology is wearable and it's almost invisible. That we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, virtual, augmented reality, algorithms. They're words we hear all the time. Remote schooling's become a reality, we say, but UNESCO are giving us figures that in fact 90% of children across the world have had their education disrupted. Even in Europe, children with special needs did not see their support, their special pedagogical support during the whole of the first lockdown period. Social emotional learning has become more important than ever in society. There are two parts, well, three actually: the platforms, the safety of my devices, but more importantly, our own competences. And this is something that we've been really focusing on at the Council of Europe. We believe that we need to prepare young citizens for the digital world. And this needs to be built on two very strong building blocks that you see here on the screen, on their values, on their attitudes. Safety does not come from the exterior, it comes from the interior. It's called resilience. And this is built on the value that we have for human rights and dignity, for cultural diversity, for justice and equality, and also about the openness we have towards others, the respect we have for people around us to ensure that we have the equal possibility to express ourselves, civic-mindedness, responsibility, self-efficacy. And there I haven't spoken about the self-esteem, which is one of the strongest points that will actually give a child resilience. We also talk about the skills and the knowledge and critical understanding that children need. And it's up to we as teachers, as educators, to focus on this. Jacques Delors said about 25 years ago that education should be built on 4 pillars: learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. And all of this relates much more to the last 2 pillars. Every year on Safer Internet Day, even today, I make a point of speaking to children, getting our youth group to lead other youth groups so that they come together and bring us ideas. In 2019, we met in Milan. Last year, we met in Bratislava, in, most of you know, Slovakia. What did I learn? Well, I learned that kids want to learn about different things at school. They want to learn about privacy and personal data, and it's something that out of the 80, again last year, none of them actually learned about this at school. They want to learn about the ethics. They want to learn about the rules of what we do online, what they should be doing in case of cyber attack, how to build their self-esteem, and how to help the people involved in bullying to find other outlets for their anger and frustration. They want to learn how to have a real discussion online, a discussion where everyone can have their say. At the Council of Europe, we've decided that in fact, this is spread over 10 different activities that we do online. We call these domains. We begin with being online, then we go to well-being online, and finally, rights online. And you see that it's about active participation, e-presence and communication, but it's also about consumer awareness. When we go online, we are actually consuming the contents. How aware are we as consumers? Here you see the Digital Citizenship Education Handbook that can be downloaded free of charge. I'm a co-author, and it actually shows teachers, policymakers, and families what they can do to ensure that all of these activities, all of the domains really come into education. We look at things like this. understanding facial recognition. As Amanda said, this is very important for young children, but how much of it is learned in school? This comes from a manual that I recently wrote with our youth council, and it's called All Aboard for Digitown, where it's full of activities and exercises where young people can learn also about artificial intelligence, about knowing when they're connected, because we are connected in so many different ways. Safer Internet Day began in 2004, as I said, and in fact, it has survived, and it's now in 160 countries for 4 reasons, and it's what I call the STAR model. One, because it's built synergy between actors and initiatives, and we can't go anywhere if we don't have this synergy. And then it's about transferability. We tell each other what we've been doing. We show how this knowledge can be put into new and diverse contexts, not just online, because until this year, most Safer Internet Day activities were offline. Assessment, oh, so important. How we see the gaps, how we learn from experience, and replicability, so that the next year we can carry on with more good ideas, more good practices. And I think that this, in fact, is a basic core of any awareness raising, the 4 elements that have to be taken into account, because it is a synergy between parents, between awareness raisers, between educators, policymakers, and industry. We recently ran a survey on 21,000 parents in 47 European countries. And what did we learn? That just 1 in 3 parents are actually convinced that helping their child be a digital citizen will be important in their future life. 1 in 3 also are concerned about the impact technology may be having on their children. So we do have a lot of work that we need to do to raise awareness of all. So what did we learn from young people? Well, they think that the government, private sector, civil society should make sure that terms and conditions are easier to understand, that there are better laws to protect us against sexual harassment and sextortion, that we have stronger restrictions, bigger fines and penalties to protect us all against fake profiles, identity theft, and the rest. They want to find ways to give newcomers a guide so that they can really take careful first steps on the internet, develop good habits. And they'd also like to see a Me Too campaign for the victims of all forms of grooming, from self-harm, suicide, to online violence and hate. For the social networks and the websites, they ask, don't encourage notifications. Add a doubt button next to the like and the comment button so that we can express our doubts about content. Give us ratings so that we can easily recognize what could be false websites and fake news. Integrate all connected devices with an app where, to begin using the app, we actually have to learn to fight a virus. This is much better than boring manuals, very active learning to know what to do in a situation of counterattack. And last of all, stop us from being able to use a single password to access accounts and a same password for different accounts. Industry can do many things. Well, why not these? They'd also like more help in getting help, more support in getting help and reporting. They would like to see a blog where they can get real-time help from experts anonymously. They'd like to see simplified and reduce the steps that are involved in getting help and reporting. And they would like to have face-to-face help for certain types of reporting. They would like to see spaces where people can help each other through their own experience and expertise on specific issues. And I think that educators amongst us will see the great importance of this in terms of developing metacognition, getting kids to use that prefrontal lobe, which will help them understand the consequences of their actions. And they would like to see reporting channels that allow for a more open conversation and access to better adapted support. We had a bit of fun during the corona crisis. We decided we would take the 10 domains for digital citizenship, and for each domain, we would give parents a little how-to do in the family. Are you spending more time online right now? Well, how about working with your children to set a few ground rules? And also a very important one, children are also very tense because they hear what's going on. But in fact, we have to let them open up, give their ideas, and this in turn will help them be active participants in their life and the life of others. We also created a game for them. It's called Beat the Virus, where they can have a lot of fun in a board game, in the family, answering questions about the virus, giving solutions, helping each other be more empathetic. Well, that's all that I've got for you. I'd like to thank you for your attention. And these are the young people that I've been working with for the last 4 years to come up with ideas, to come up with publications, to really help the children in their countries. And they come from 9 different countries, doing workshops, that peer education that is so important. And every year, this year too, they'll be coming up with messages on what they expect from us, the so-called adults and experts of safety. Bye.
Thank you, Janice. That was wonderful to get your insights as an educator, as an observer of our behavior. And I particularly love the way you bring us all together, right? Like the role that everyone plays, including us, the platforms. And I really like even though I have other suggestions for how you mentioned the customer support, I think there's a ton there to still get the word out and to improve in every aspect. I love that you bring this importance of learning at school, the things that help us everywhere, right? It's building resilience in the end. So it's learning about ethics and rules. It's learning how do we deal with, that character that can be a bully to us. How do we help them in school, in families? How do we learn emotional intelligence, right? Which will be, we will be able to apply it everywhere in our lives. I love that game. I think that's a super good way to bring everyone, to the table and talk these things. I often say that it's never losing an opportunity to talk in the family or with your teachers, and I really think as we've seen in the past, like it's about leveraging technology for we need as human beings. So I really like that. We are going to be taking a couple of questions. I know we're a little bit behind, so let me check them before we move on to our wonderful last panelist. So Rodrigo, do we have any questions from the audience, or should I go on?
Please go ahead.
All right. Well then, I'd like to introduce to you our final panelist of this panel. And I think she'll bring a lot of insights from another big market. She's a renowned social activist, prolific academic, Dr. Ranjana Kumari. She serves for social reach and the of Women Power Connect, which I would love to hear about more, because I don't know it. And that's because I don't live there. So Dr. Kumari has dedicated her life to empowering women around South Asia. And I'm sure that a lot of the lessons that she'll bring to us are gonna help a lot in thinking through this how the families become, or the communities, right, become that place where we learn. So, Dr. Kumari, take it away. Oh, I think you're on mute. We can't hear you. Which is, yeah. There you go.
Yes. Is done? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to share my ideas. I want to thank you for your invitation, Tiago, and also Rodrigo for helping me this afternoon with all the connectivity issues. I would like to just bring to you some of the experiences and also some of the work that we have done in this part of the world to meet this unprecedented times in our life. I think it's important to see that what we are living at the moment is really feeling of isolation, despair, uncertainty, growing disparity, really disparity in the real sense, and also, of course, helplessness. Constant fear about our health and well-being of near and dear ones had gripped our mind, but slowly and certainly, we are coming out of this pandemic, COVID-19. I think we are. The vaccination is already there. We have seen the human resilience of absolutely of the brilliance which we've never knew that human beings can really survive the way we have all collectively done that. What has helped also is the technology in this period. And that is why I love this forum today, because we are really talking about the cyberspace, and we are talking about the, people, how are we doing in terms of getting connected. We continued our work after a little bit of initial shock. People have gone and started work from home, new ways of discovering ourselves and our work, relationships, connectivity, everything. There is a kind of possibility open to us. You can also say that when you are really in trouble, at times with possibility opens to us, and that is what happened during this period. And also, of course, what this connectivity meant to us, we have to really see a little bit more deeper into it and analyze what really happened during this period and this new life that we all adopted immediately to fight with the pandemic and to survive as human race. What really brought to different people. We just about heard so much about children. Now, I want to bring to your attention at the moment to half of the humanity, that is women. And while women's role has been understood and appreciated at home and at workplace during this period, a lot of positive contribution that women made at the workplace as well as at home, and also, of course, they did receive acknowledgement for what they did. But the pandemic has affected women differently. Existing inequalities, and I mean gender inequalities, have significantly been exacerbated due to this pandemic. In India, for example, during this period, just to give you some statistics, the domestic violence reported cases, and when I say reported in South Asia's context, I will say 10 women suffer one report. That's the kind of statistical gap that we have. But anyway, the cases became almost a double. Our National Commission for Women immediately warned the government that the cases are going 116 to 257 in March itself, and that is just the capital region of the country, not the whole country. Post-pandemic, about half of the healthcare workers' population, because they were the first past the post line, mostly women, faced psychological impact. We have stories after stories about how people did not want them, how people reacted to them, criticized them for coming and telling them to go for tests, or if somebody has having fever, how to, so they were the ones. They are called Asha and Anganwadi workers. These are the women who really are connected with the grassroots healthcare system, community healthcare system, you can say. These are the frontline workers for community healthcare systems. Over half of female adolescents experience an increased workload due to increased responsibility at home, taking care of children. Then we should not forget that how much of mental health cases really it risen to dramatic proportions during this period. But on the other side, the services to counsel them, to help them became much more limited, because the total attention has been on fighting the pandemic and taking care of the people who are suffering due to the pandemic. And then to top it all, so many people lost their job. Lack of income and added burdens such as taking care of children, household work, created greater stress and anxiety for women of the household. Getting access to healthcare services really has been very difficult, remain difficult. When the marginal and the migrant workers were going back to the villages out of the fear, in millions, they walked back home for kilometers after kilometers during this period. And there were women who were refused admission, pregnant women who were refused admission in the hospitals, and even women produced children on the roadside. So really maternal health care and to pregnant women and lactating women really had suffered and is still not in place in the same way. Of course, certain things have been restored. Added to this drastic reaction, the restriction on the economic activity have led to many instances of suicide among the migrant labor, because they just lost the job overnight, and they all rushed back home for survival and also for livelihood. Their eventual frustration has led to an increased cases of intimate partner violence, induced unsafe abortions. So this is one thing which women also had to suffer during this period, and the urgency to address these problems. So what did we do really? I mean, at that point of time, what we did also as an institution and people who are working for women's protection of women's rights, we immediately started e-counseling services. So we really took the help of the technology, and 24/7 e-counseling services was launched through the network, and to provide legal, psychological, and mental health support to the victims of domestic violence. We started delivering those services across India, across different states of India. And we also provided emergency service in crisis centers. We joined forces with the police, district authorities to train staff on counseling and provide other services. Now, people were really not prepared to handle these situations. When they heard about that, due to depression, somebody has committed suicide this period, they just didn't know. They couldn't make the right intervention. There have been a lot of effort made by our law enforcement services to reach out quickly when there was any kind of threat, any kind of information regarding suicide online. They did that. But when pandemic came, this really took a kind of really big hit, because there was no preparation to respond to that. Here I also want to emphasize an urgent need for increased funding, which was not there at the time, and it was not planned properly. There was not much investment in developing the infrastructure. As the pandemic still continues, I think we have to look at it. Even greater demand will be placed on national and international mental health programs that have suffered from years of chronic underfunding. So this is something we also have been emphasizing on and talking about to national and international agencies. Towards solution, I think there is an urgent need also, besides increased funding, capacity building for mental health issues, as according to WHO. I mean, I'm sure you all must have looked at this data, but according to WHO, mental health services have halted in 93% of countries worldwide. Due to pandemic, the provision of services has completely shifted. 67% of the 130 countries surveyed by WHO in 2020 saw disruptions to counseling and psychotherapy. You can imagine people who were already suffering. I mean, people who went into depression this period is another story, but the people who were already suffering and could not access counseling and psychotherapy services. 65% of the total countries surveyed by WHO reported disruption to critical harm reduction services. More than 70% of the participating countries reported at least partial disruption to school and work-based mental health services. And the survey has highlighted that although 89% of the countries reported that mental health and psychosocial support is part of their national COVID-19 response plans, only 17% of these countries have full additional funding for covering these activities. In India, lack of face-to-face interactions with healthcare providers added to the depression of the pregnant women and also, of course, pregnant and lactating women. So good mental health is absolutely fundamental to overall health and well-being. And that's where the women got the maximum hit. COVID-19 has interrupted essential mental health services around the world just when they are needed the most. World leaders must move fast and decisively to invest more in life-saving mental health programs during this pandemic, because pandemic is not over. So we cannot say post-pandemic. We are still in the middle of it. We don't know what shape it will take. Of course, in India, the cases have gone down dramatically and vaccination has started, but we don't know how far and how much we have to suffer more. So during the pandemic and beyond. So some of the solutions that we have suggested, I want to bring in my format of presentation. I don't know if we have been able to run the PowerPoint, but doesn't matter. I mean, like, it's okay. I just will say what I have to. So some of the solutions we have suggested that the mental health professionals, along with community leaders, opinion builders, and policymakers who work towards demystifying various myths and help in removing the stigma attached with it, which is also one of the biggest reasons that is holding people back from seeking help. So that kind of a training needs to be given. Psychosocial support services provided for the mental health of frontline healthcare workers so that they feel equipped to help the communities, as we have done also under our programs. And also we know that government is also augmenting the availability of manpower to deliver now, when things have really hit very hard, mental health services in the underserved areas of the country by providing online training courses to various categories of general healthcare, medical and paramedical professionals through the digital academies established at the 3 central mental health institutes. So here also the technology and the digital world is helping in a big way in delivering these trainings. Now let me draw your attention to another critical issue. As tens of thousands of laborers and domestic workers lost their jobs during the pandemic, especially women, 15% the organized sector women lost their jobs immediately on the during the lockdown period, and then continuously they're losing the jobs. But majority of the women in India are in the informal sector of the economy, and that got hit the hardest. And that's where all the migrant workers and the home-based producers, the self-employed women, they all lost their small businesses, micro enterprise, and 94% of the women who are accounted as being in the workforce remain concentrated in the informal sector. In the non-farm sector, women are usually located as home-based workers, domestic workers, construction laborers, petty retailers, and textile and garment factory workers, beauty salon and spa services providers in fitness industries, and in the BPOs as customer care representatives of domestic and multinational companies. Now, those are the women who got affected, and the slowdown in economic activity and the absence of inadequate demand stimulus, even now, government has not been able to infuse the kind of resources that you see in the Western world that government have done. It's not happened here, and even now they are really fighting for the livelihood. So where domestic violence, mental health issues became very, very critical, livelihood issue is much, much more critical for a lot of women and children, of course. Unpaid household burden increased significantly for women as compared to men during the pandemic. Now, therefore, using online technology for designing skill development programs, which also aim at building women's skills to access technology. See, it's very easy to assume and to accept or understand that a lot of children went online, education went online. Not a lot of children, not all children. only children coming from affluent background, and within the family, boys still could continue the education, but girls did not get access to the real to the technology. I mean, if you have telephony phone, of course, we have a very huge penetration of that in the country. But when it comes to smartphone, no. So what happened is really that the phones where children could get their education went to the boys, and the girls remain uneducated. As a result, there is a high prevalence of child marriage now in India. Child marriages have gone 2 to 3-fold more during this period, because parents thought of getting rid of the girl children and getting them married off, so then they didn't have to take care of in their livelihood and other issues. Now, other very important, I think you just mentioned about children. The other thing important to know, that neither the teachers were trained for online education, nor the children's knew, and safety did not really figure in any kind of discussion. So we ran a program in partnership with, of course, Facebook in India and other technology companies, where we have trained already 500,000 students and teachers and principals of the school to see how children can be safe online. And these courses have been developed now. Hopefully, the Central Board of Education in India will adopt this course, and so that they can run. And majority of them, I mean, we have very, very skewed number of women who are online, and it's only 27% women, and also who are really on the different social media platforms. So they also could not take advantage of, majority of the women could not take advantage of being online and being part of the cyber world. Besides restoring this, then we are also talking about the digital citizenship and digital safety. From a poll of 4,000 women in 8 countries, 76% of women experience harassment, abuse on a social media platform. So this was another crisis. That whatever women, as it is very few women are online, and they were facing such serious crisis in terms of online abuse. Increased gender-based violence spilling in the online space, as 87% women say it's gotten worse during the pandemic. So this was not a very large sample size, but 4,000 women across 8 countries were studied, and this is what the report came out to be. They also reported that fewer shelters, resources and services are available, and friends and support networks are harder to reach during this period. So the supports, in absence of support system, this kind of abuse also led to a lot of mental health crisis. So to ensure safety for women online, we already know that the tech companies have developed a handful of products. Janice just talked to you about that. Amanda talked to you about the children. For women's safety, there are tools given to them. A lot of women do not have the knowledge about those tools. So there are issues of access to technology. There are issues of knowledge how to use the technology. So there is this whole, it's a kind of vicious circle. If they are they don't have the technology, so they can't use it. If they have the technology, they don't have the knowledge how to efficiently use and protect themselves in the cases of harassment. I want to share about now here, I mean, almost at the end of the presentation, I think I want to share about the Web Foundation, which is hosting a series of consultations throughout 2020 and beyond, bringing together tech companies with women from across civil society to collaborate on the technical and policy challenges that need to be addressed to tackle gender-based violence on tech platforms. We at Center for Social Research has several initiatives such as online safety training. I told you about 500,000 students we have already trained. We have a partnership with Facebook and Twitter to do this. And also, of course, we have developed a very smart safety tool, which now is fortunately acceptable to our education board. So perhaps they will adopt it, and then they will be making it as a part of the course curriculum. Because, sitting in civil society, we can do only this much, or little bit, perhaps little more. But when it goes to the government, the scaling happens, and that's where we hope that social media for empowerment of women and children during this time will really take place in our rural areas, and also social media will be used to communicate regularly with friends and relatives, drive businesses from home, initiate socially driven campaigns, and also, of course, using social media to display fields of creativity like blogging, painting, dancing, I mean, whatever. I mean, for young people, there is immense opportunity. And I want to just share very, very briefly story of Salma, one of the women who got really into big trouble during this period, lost all her business. She has managed to, she used to produce shoes and very simple slippers with very local design. She has managed to use the social media space for her enterprise, and has been able to go for selling and getting better market for her product. We have a very beautiful film, which I think, I don't know, Tiago, you saw that film when I was presenting it to Facebook in 2019. That's when we met last. But we managed to present this, that how women have really used this space for promoting. Now, just to end this, because I know I'm running out of time. So I think we have to bridge this gap, because 1 out of 5 girls have, leave social media after facing discrimination and harassment in India. 1 out of 5. So also affordability of technology and internet access creates barrier for women that are especially high in low and middle income countries like ours. This reduces women's access to critical online services like online banking. We have a very smart system of online benefit transfer. All government resources go directly, but women are not able to get equal amount of benefit in the rural areas because they don't have access to technology and knowledge about it. So we have to really work for bridging the gap. We have to increase the affordability. We have to have the digital literacy. It's very important. Educate young people, teachers, principals, parents. A lot of Indian parents will say with great pride, "Oh, I don't know, but my child tells me how to use the smartphone. Oh, my child is." But they, if they don't know, how will they really help protecting their children from getting any kind of violence when they are facing, or any harassment or bullying? I mean, all the smart tools that my friend like Janice have developed. You really have to have parents first becoming smarter than children. And that's not the story in India at the moment. Of course, barring a few % of people in the urban educated class. And also, of course, the access. It's very important to get women the access to this technology. Now, the other side of the thing is that the government, I feel that we are lacking in legislation. We just have, we may present the bill for, personal data privacy bill in this session of the parliament, which is on at the moment in the budget session of the parliament. But still, we do not have robust laws to protect the data privacy. This will be the first good law which will be presented. So hopefully that this is going to change, and also, of course, raise awareness to address the threat against, women users online. Now, advocacy with the government, we are doing it very hard advocacy at the moment to see that the situation changes and online safety of women becomes an important issue. And we are able to, but the future of humanity is safe in the hands of women. Let me conclude by saying this, that, believe me that the future of humanity is safe in the hands of women, and we have to make her strong, healthy, and safe in the digital world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumari. I love that you mentioned that. I will rescue this whole crisis, because every region, every country, and every situation is different, and it's so important that you bring up mental health and that you bring up intimate partner violence as factors that also affect not only the digital well-being or the well-being of adults, but also of their children, right? And so you bring up something very important, which is supporting women, moms, especially across this path, through legislation, through dedicated resources. One thing I will mention, though, in this partnership that Facebook and we have to train students, teachers, and principals to be safe online. We are trying to do that around the world, not only in India, rescuing what Janice said, right, about having this newcomer's guide to the internet. But also, I just recommend maintaining a newcomer's mindset every time we see new technologies. We are very smart adults. It doesn't matter if we don't, and parents too. It doesn't matter if we don't know the technologies. It matters if we know the emotional intelligence. It matters if we try to pass, the same like common sense, take care of ourselves and being in a family as much as we can to our children. So thank you for bringing that up. Those are super important topics to keep in mind when we think about the holistic approach to online safety. I need to conclude by asking you all 3 questions that have come in from the public, and I will be the bad moderator or the mean moderator and stop you at a couple of minutes of answers. So let me read the questions, pass it on to you for answers, but I will cut you off. I'm sorry. The first one is, how to better insert and guarantee best practices of media literacy in public policies. Do you all have any learnings that you can share in this regard? So jot that down. I will read the other 2. The first one is inserting and guaranteeing best practices in media literacy through public policies. The second one is, could you comment about children's and teenagers' access to dangerous and online violent challenges? We've seen some of these across time, but also during the pandemic. And so how do we train our kids to be aware of these challenges that sometimes roll through social media? And how do we prevent them, or having them have the skills to deal with this? That's it. I will pass it on to you. Anyone can take the answers, but I will be minding time because I know we're super out of time for the rest of the panels. Thank you.
Well, I just want to take one question out of the 2 questions you asked.
You can take whatever. You can combine the 2 answers. Go ahead.
No, I will let the others answered by Amanda and Janice. Just one. I think the danger is that at the moment, there's a lot of push for much younger children to join the social media platforms. 13 is the age when parental consent is a must. And in India, 14 and below is absolutely no way you can do anything unless there is a parental consent. And 18 is adult, 14 is much younger, 13 is way younger considering our cultural and social context. And there is a push for getting those children online. Of course, the advantage is that the children will become much earlier. They will learn a lot of things. They will become much smarter. They will open to the whole world. But the danger is that in absence of educated parents, in absence of parents who understand the technology and who can protect their children, there is more danger. Now, one thing, if the social media platforms can promise that they will not get surrogate ads or ads which pop up, whether they are seeing a cartoon or whether they are doing their reading any interesting book, there are these pop-ups which come, and then if they click on them, it is very risky sometimes. Mostly it is about children's literature and children's cartoons and children's world, but sometimes it's very, very dangerous that that may lead them to all kinds of exploiters, police. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I work a lot with public institutions, and I'd like to share an experience that I had in Luxembourg, where they were really trying to get the public to integrate technology to make it part of e-government, education, etc. So the government put out a call for tenders and a call for ideas, and this worked remarkably. The job of the task force that I was in charge of, research, education and culture, our job was to analyze all of the proposals that came in, but these were grassroots proposals coming from schools, coming from entrepreneurs. They presented their project. It was decided if the project would be implemented, therefore they would get a budget from the government. And the job of the task force was to give guidance on how to best implement the project and best scale it up. And this is one of the most successful things that I've ever been part of. Listen to the grassroots, give budget and government advisory support on really managing these projects and scaling them up. this also is important, for example, in teacher training. If you allow a teacher training college to come up with an idea, you sponsor it and you scale it up. I think that this is the only way we're going to get ahead. For the second question, I think I answered it. Well, no, the young people I work with responded to it. Make reporting and asking for help much easier. Make it a face-to-face program, but also allow young people who've already experienced that issue to advise other young people. And then you really will get the viral effect. There are my responses to the two questions.
Thank you, Janice. Very much appreciated. Amanda?
Thanks. So great questions, and I think I would echo what my colleagues have said, and you know, I think they've summed up some very important points there. I think I guess the other thing would be that you know, the embedding of media literacy in public policy is a really tricky and a long-term endeavour, and it really does take a whole of community approach. I think as I listened to the presentations tonight, two things really jumped out at me that was that we need to think about this idea of safety really broadly. We need to think about it as a concept that impacts different people in different kinds of ways, and we really need to sort of have nuanced thinking around that, but we also need really whole of community approaches. So and that involves, you know, that means not just making policies from the top down, but engaging users from the bottom up and everyone in between. So I think that's certainly very important. I think on the violent challenges question, MC, I would say that in addition to listening to young people and hearing about what they need to help them manage it, I think also we need to be very careful as adults not to amplify the kinds of violent challenges that we see appearing. So the blue whale example or the Momo challenge, for example, you know, both turned out to not have a lot of foundation in fact, but the media industry reported on these phenomena. Parents got spooked by them. I had a couple of governments contact me to ask me to come and do consultancies to help them deal with these things, and it created a phenomenon. And children themselves began to worry about the phenomenon. So I think we need to all remember when these things happen, not to panic, to go back to children and ask them what they need, and then to work really carefully and closely with them to deliver.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful sharing this space with the three of you. Thank you to SaferNet for bringing us together. I think very important lessons that we can start thinking how countries can apply them. I just want to say that, but rest assured that we have a team dedicated to safety and that we do listen, and I'm very grateful for your comments here. We're going to close this panel, and in a few minutes, SaferNet will return. Online well-being in the post-pandemic scenario now in Brazil. That panel will be held in Portuguese with English translation. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this. It was really insightful for me. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Olá, bem-vindas, bem-vindos de volta.
Hello and welcome back to the 13th Safe Internet Day in Brazil. As a reminder, now we are together with more than 160 countries that want to discuss a positive, healthy use of the internet. Not only Brazil, but everywhere. We had a fantastic international panel, and now we are looking into Brazil. For the discussion, we have very special guests, and our moderator is going to be Antonio Moreiras, which is a project manager of NIC.br, and that once more is partnering the initiative of the Safe Internet Day. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I wish you a fantastic panel. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you once again. I'll be most welcome to the Safe Internet Day. For those of you that are following us in the social media, online, this is the well-being panel in the post-pandemic scenario. I am Antonio Marcos Moreiras, and it's my privilege to moderate this panel. We have 4 panelists, Alexandre Barbosa, that will open, then Mário Volpe, Fernanda Bruno, and Juliana Cunha. These are extremely knowledgeable people that can much contribute to the topic. So I'm certain it's going to be a very rich panel to us all. This is how things are going to work. Alexandre will start with 20 minutes for his presentation, and then the other 3 panelists are going to talk for 10 minutes. In the end, I'm going to ask questions from the audience to the panel. Those of you that are following us, first of all, thank you very much on behalf of SaferNet and NIC.br. Please ask questions that you want, even in between the presentations. The organizing team is paying attention to your questions, and they are going to be sent to the panelists in due time. And please keep, your cell phones and videos on so that we can reach as many people as possible. So we'll start with Alexandre Barbosa, manager of CGI.br, at the Center of Studies for the Development of Information Society in NIC.br. You know, of all panelists here today, Alexandre has the longest resume. But because of our such short time, I'm going to stop here. So Alexandre, I'm going to turn to you. If you want to say anything about your experience that you think is relevant for the panel, please be my guest. And by the way, all the other panelists can do the same. When it is your turn, if you want to introduce yourself or highlight something from your experience that you think is relevant for the panel, please be my guest. Again, Alexandre is going to talk about the NIC.br experience in the protection of data for the well-being of children and adolescents online. Recently, there was a public hearing of the United Nations Children's Committee to survey information, and SaferNet and NIC.br were their arms in Brazil. I'm sure Alexandre is going to talk about that. So please, Alexandre, you have the floor. Well, thank you very much, Moreira, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in the 13th edition of the Safe Internet Day. I have had the privilege of working with SaferNet, not only in this event, the SID, but also in collecting and analyzing data relative to issues connected to children's rights online and also their well-being. SaferNet, since we started our project involving children and adolescents, has been working with us in one of our main projects, well, 2 projects really, which are Kids Online and Art and Education. But there are others, but these two focus specifically on children and adolescents. So today, what I'm going to do is to try to talk a bit about online rights for children and adolescents, well-being, and I will try to support my talk with some data. Moreira already talked about the public hearing. The previous panel also mentioned Brazil. Well, we had the privilege of being part of this consultation, and I would like to start talking about this experience that took place last year. This consultation was led by the Committee of Children's Rights from the UN. Last week, precisely 1 week ago, on February the 4th, the UN approved the comments that were made with regard to children's rights in the digital environment. This consultation was led in 27 countries in the world with more than 700 children. And in Brazil, we had the privilege of talking to these children, Brazilian children, in workshops that we organized together with SaferNet Brazil. And this took place in São Paulo and Salvador. We talked to children from public and private schools to hear their perception on the use of digital devices and how they related to the online environment. Well, I would like to start by saying that CETIC, and many of you already know CETIC, how we work to produce data that are basically directed to a public discussion on different digital topics, adoption and use of technology, and we conducted a survey whose target population are children and adolescents. And I would like to say the following. This framework that we follow in terms of conceptualization and methodology is in line with UNICEF, Global Kids Online, and also the European Kids Online Network that was first led by the London School of Economics and Professor Sonda Linson. And we adopted this analysis of well-being and rights based on a layered situation. We start at the national level with issues that relate to the environment in using the technology, social inclusion, access and offer of technology, then education as a means of national public policies, cultures, and values. This is a very important layer to understand well-being. The second layer is the social level, which includes our social players and stakeholders that relate to children. And here I'm talking about families themselves, educators, peers, the community, and all the digital ecology. We know that there is all this concept, all this construct with a very specific definition. So I'm talking about networks, about platforms, about devices. And then there is perhaps a deeper layer of this model that we follow, which is the individual level, that is children as individuals. And it is here that we are going to try and understand how the online experience by means of their online activities and digital capacities that are developed through this use, and also opportunities that are offered by the media and risks that are related to that. That is, how all that interacting can promote well-being of children and adolescents, and also how we are going to approach the rights of children in an online environment. In this regard, we have 3 studies that are very important. The most important that approaches directly the subject is Kids Online Brazil, but also at the social level where you have education, and at the national level where you have educational policies, we have the TIC education. And with regard to access to households and Brazilian populations, we have the TIC households. So very briefly, because we don't have much time, I'm going to talk a bit about these initiatives. Also, it's important to mention that during the COVID-19 pandemic, NIC.br and CETIC developed a specific study to try and understand how the pandemic is affecting the use of internet and digital devices in the lives of Brazilians. And I'm going to bring you some elements that I think are important because are related to well-being. In the 3rd edition of this panel, we had 3. We have education, and we are going to talk about some issues that show reasons for which children and adolescents are not following online or educational activities and why, what kind of barriers they face. But anyway, one of the important parameters is to try and understand how schools are prepared to offer access to digital content, to digital technology. And this, just for illustration purposes, I'm not going to go in detail, but we have an agreement with the Ministry of Education to measure the quality of broadband at Brazilian schools, public schools. We know that access to content, especially streaming and video, demand broadband and quality access. And today, by means of a cooperation agreement with the Ministry of Education, we are monitoring more than 27,000 schools in Brazil, the green dots, which accounts for approximately 11.5 million students being covered in those schools, understanding what kind of quality internet they have available. And because of the success of this partnership between NIC.br and the Ministry of Education, we signed up a cooperation agreement with UNICEF and ITU that lead the GigaNet project to connect schools. So this is the Brazilian contribution by means of NIC.br to the world. So here I would like to say that in terms of connectivity, we do have several problems to be addressed by public policies. Today, we have approximately 4.8 million children and adolescents that live in households that have no internet access. We're talking here about 17% of this population. If you take a look at the map in Brazil, the south, southeast, and center-west regions are quite well connected. However, in the north and northeast, we still have problems in terms of connectivity and accessibility to the digital environment. If you take a look at the social stratum, you're going to see that upper classes are more connected. And an important point is the type of device that connects to the internet. What are children using to go digital? A very important piece of data here is that in the upper end families, children have access to computers, to tablets, to mobile phones, smartphones, video game, TVs. But in lower social classes, access, when existent, is basically solely by phone. And that brings several implications. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to have this discussion today, but if you think of safe use, if you think of so many digital capacities, just accessing the internet on a phone is a problem. And children that come from upper classes will use not only their phone, but also computers and tablets and everything. Another important point when we take a look at education is the slides. Here you're talking about the school-age children, that is, children that are enrolled at elementary and junior high school. And see, the disparity is enormous. 88% of students in the south east region in Brazil have a computer at home. In the north and northeast, the difference is much higher. And I would like to highlight that the type of device, again, to access the internet in Brazil from home changes. Students in public schools live in homes that do not have computers at home. We have 34% of children that have no computer at all, computer, tablet, or laptop or notebook. I'm not talking about the cell phones here, okay? Just computer, laptops, desktop laptops or tablets. But in private schools, only 9% of students live in households that do not have at least one of these devices. As for COVID impact, I would like to go back to a pre-COVID age, that is before March 2020. Before March 2020, we had just completed the Tech Education Survey, and this study regarding the year of 2019 showed that in private schools, 64% of schools had some kind of learning platform, but only 14% of public schools had some kind of platform available. And of course, we knew that many schools had pages on the social media, which are important mechanisms in the communication for the school community, parents, children, and educators, but they are not enough to keep educational activities amidst the pandemic and when schools were closed. And now, in the Tech COVID survey, we saw that this inequality in access to digital devices became even more exposed. And the study shows that children, adolescents from lower economic classes in Brazil, we call them D and E, 54% of students only have classes on their cell phones. Generally, that is not even theirs. It is their fathers or mothers or an older sibling. And in the bottom part of the slide, you see that for those students that were able to follow schooling on the internet, the main barriers that they came across was the quality of access, low interaction with teachers, difficulties to ask questions and everything. And another interesting factor that came up, a lack of incentive for online studies. Those were the difficulties of children that did have access and those that who did not have access. Why not? It's quite surprising to see that children, adolescents said that they need to help make ends meet. They had to go find jobs, they had to try and bring some income to the family, and also they had to do the house chores at home and taking care of their siblings and parents and relatives. So a very interesting point because it does reach those children that come from less favored homes. Just going to the end, I would like to talk a bit about skills that are very much affected by the device that is used, the kind of device. For instance, informational skills. Survey something on the internet, type in a keyword. 94% of adolescents from 15 to 17 years old do that. However, check if the information found on the internet is correct is something that only 75% do. And the older the children, the older the age bracket, the higher the level of operational skills, mobile skills, save a picture, change configurations, and etc. As for safety and privacy, and also safety and personal information, we see that we have a significant part of children and adolescents between 9 and 17 that posted something on the internet and regretted and erased the information, or someone that used the information of those children and adolescents in a way that they didn't like. And as for safety and personal information, we also have a significant proportion, almost a fourth of these children, that add people to their list that they don't know personally, or send data to someone they didn't know. And finally, we have some situations here that are risky situations that were experienced by children using the internet. I'm not going to go into detail here, but 1/4 of children and adolescents said that they tried to spend less time online but couldn't, or they didn't eat or sleep because they were using the internet. That's all well-being related. And to the right, you have data by age. That is, the older the child, the older the adolescent, the highest the percentage. For instance, not eating or sleeping because of the internet, you're talking about 25% of youngsters from 15 to 17 and only 13% from 11 to 12. Well, with that, I would like to close. I know that my time is up, but I would like to say that CETIC's mission is to produce data that are important for public policies, and that thus we can contribute to the national debate on the topic. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm here for your questions.
Muito obrigado, Alexandre.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. There is a comment on the chat. Ricardo Souza said, apparently he was not hearing very well. So give us some feedback if you cannot see or hear very well. It's very important to get your feedback. So Alexandre is open for questions, but he will answer questions in the end. You can send your questions to NIC.br. Okay, so that we can later send these questions to our panelists. Okay, so now I will turn over to Mario Volpi. He is the coordinator of the citizenship program for teenagers at UNICEF. And he has a lot to say about the role of adolescents in citizenship and also in providing a safe digital environment to them. I know that the CV of everyone is very extensive. If you would like to highlight a point of your resume during your presentation, just feel free to do so. Hello. I would like to greet everyone, Alexandre, for the very important work the CETIC has been doing. And for quite some time, they have indicated the need of policies to protect children and adolescents at the internet, but also by providing access to those who are digitally excluded. In this post-pandemic scenario, well, a scenario we haven't reached yet because the pandemic is still on and it has impact on our life. But in this scenario, and in the short period of time I have to say a few words, I would like to share with you two elements. Some of that Alexandre has already touched upon, and that's a more subjective, individual aspect in the lives of children and adolescents, which is the feelings and also a vocabulary used by adolescents that started to be marked by a personal situation of sadness, unsafety, and anxiety. Those words became part of their day-to-day work, day-to-day life. And in this context, should I take a university exam? Will I be able to meet a friend? So very simple, ranging from very simple questions to very complex questions, and they were determined by the pandemic that has led to those feelings. Those are strong words. They shouldn't be the key words in your adolescence, which is a time of socialization, autonomy, integration. That's a first impact. And a second impact that has to do with society as a whole is the huge increase in inequality, income inequality, education inequality, inequality in protection and in well-being. In the second element, there are two important factors such as economic policies that have had a major impact and economy as a whole. There was also a major impact caused by increase in inequalities because of lack of access to the internet. Those two elements have led to an important strategy in the universe of multiple priorities that we need to ensure children and adolescents. Let me share my screen with you. That has led us to the decision of focusing on those two topics. First, we need to ensure that children and adolescents will have a space. For that, we focus more on adolescents in this case. Tonight at 7 p.m., there will be an activity on TikTok trying to reach the universe of adolescents. We will launch this helpline channel, which says you can say it. This is a place where anything is welcome, that your words are unique and they're welcomed because adolescents need to express themselves. It will be a dialogue on WhatsApp or directly on WhatsApp through an artificial intelligence mechanism that will help teenagers to express themselves and even to manage those feelings that they have. Before the pandemics, we had already experienced an increase in mental health issues. From 2011 to 2018, the number of notifications for self-inflicted harm on people ranging from 15 to 29 jumped from almost 7,000 to 45,000. So suicide attempts, self-harm, 68% of those people were women. And now with isolation, we have seen an increase in mental health issues. there is a platform called YouReport. 72% of adolescents, this is a survey, not a research, survey with 80,000 adolescents, 20% of them filled out the survey. So it's not a scientific research. It's just for us to have some idea of what was going on. 72% of those young people felt a need of help, asking for help in terms of their physical and mental health status. Who did they ask for help to? 41% did not ask for help, 36% asked for help to their friends or boyfriend or girlfriend, 9% to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, 8% to the family, and 6% to others. We also asked, how have you been feeling lately? This was very concerning because although this was not a well-defined sample, 47% of them reported to feel worried or anxious, 15% depressed, 14% in a good mood, 13% were bored, 5% were nervous, and other emotions were mentioned in 7% of the cases. Because of that, we felt we needed to create a channel that would help adolescents with 3 different elements we're launching today. One of them was I want to take care of myself. This is a reliable content to help yourself and to help others. And it's I want to take care of myself, and the myself is under brackets because you might want to take care of someone else. I want to inspire myself or inspire someone. Those are testimonials of adolescents and young people who were able to overcome difficult situations. And there's also the channel I want to talk. So this artificial intelligence mechanism will connect you with someone in this network that involves CVV, that's a Suicide Prevention Association, also institutions that work with mental health, including universities. Also, the centers of support for mental health. We spent quite some time preparing this platform to ensure privacy. We're not going to collect private information from young people to ensure that privacy is maintained. Here are the partners. And what I would like to say that is in this context, we should think about 2 strategies. One of them is to make a very strong effort to increase access to internet by adolescents and children, especially the most vulnerable ones. And secondly, create spaces where people can dialogue, where people can be welcomed, and where we can provide support to children and adolescents now that some of them are going back to school or reorganizing their lives. So this is a space of integration of different initiatives. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Mário.
Thank you, Mario. Now I will turn over to Fernanda Bruno. She is the next speaker in our panel. We appreciate everyone's participation. There are a lot of compliments on the chat. And we count on your participation also in asking questions. So please ask questions and make comments so that after the presentation we can send those questions to the panelists and continue this debate. Fernanda Bruno is a professor of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and coordinator of Media Lab. She has worked quite extensively in communication Media Lab, and she's going to share with us important information regarding how adolescents during the pandemic try to do everything on their own regarding their own psychological well-being, together with the internet and also supported by other apps. So Fernanda, you have the floor. Good afternoon. So good afternoon to everyone. I would also like to greet my fellow panelists. I will talk to you about a research we're developing in the Federal University of Rio regarding mobile apps for psychological well-being. This survey started in 2019, and we analyzed 10 apps of psychological self-care that are used in Brazil. So the preliminary results were published at Media Lab and can be accessed by you. I will share my screen with you. So, let me highlight a few points about this survey. Here you see the 10 apps we analyzed, and what do they provide? They provide a very wide array of options that involve relaxation, meditation, mood monitoring, exercises to improve your sleep, psychological tests, guided therapy, and so on. In the global market, there are over 10,000 apps available today. So in the first or in the last 2 weeks of March, a survey showed that there was a 200% increase in the number of apps that were listed here in the App Store. In the App Stores, there are categories health and fitness. On one hand, I think there are several data and things that are very important for your physical and mental health, but on the other side, they are enhancing in the collection of data that is very sensitive in a context that is not regulated. Psychological and emotional information are valuable for data economy that feeds a business model of several platforms and of these apps as well. These data are also very valuable in research in mental health. But the destination and the use of these data are very obscure. And we don't have a lot of supervision in terms of validity or clinical efficacy, whether they abide by codes of ethics or potential harms. In our research, we focus more on understanding what those apps provide. What is their narrative? What do they claim to offer through their features and tools? And the second part was focused on understanding what we call data ecosystem. So mechanisms to collect and share data used by these apps. We wanted to make it visible who are the players and processes that are usually not part of these intelligibility domain of the users. In the analysis of discourse, we realized that they were focused on individuals, saying that individuals should take care of themselves and should know themselves and to heal themselves. So the purpose of those apps would be empowering individuals to take care of themselves. So when we look to a specific tool like that of self-monitoring, some tools allow us to keep track of our mood status, about emotions, anxiety, depression, and the app processes these data and provide visualization to users with charts that would provide them, to allow them to know themselves better, to better understand their history of weekly anxiety or mood. But when we look carefully at the data that those apps capture, process, and transmit, we realize that what seems to be a private, personalized use of the app is actually a process accompanied by several players and mediators, a lot of connections that overall are invisible to common users. So our role was try to open this black box of apps and trying to understand where these data go to and from, how are they shared, what kind of data is connected, etc. Here in this image, you can see the mapping of the main data trackers that are part of these apps. I still have 2 minutes, okay. So these trackers, they collect information about how users use those apps. They trained in an usually an anonymized way, as far as we could gather. They trade this information in an anonymized way, usually. And we noticed that those trackers produce data that allows us to segment audience, create metrics, analyzing the behavior of users, producing performance reports of the report, and so on. And these data will be used, whether it is to predict and influence the behavior of users themselves, and in other, maybe these data will create profiles that will lead to different behaviors in different platforms. And we realize that Facebook and Google are the owners of 66% of the trackers that are present in those apps. This shows concentration of data in a very restricted number of platforms that have a very specific agenda. So to wrap up, what can we learn from this study? How can it help us thinking about the well-being of people, and especially in the pandemic times? I think we should focus on these many players and mediators that are present in this platform. And it makes us believe that we are dealing with neutral instruments, but what we are doing involves several players that should be more visible so that we can build well-being environments that are actually collective, provided to individuals, and that feed our markets and so on. And these individuals are part in a very active way. Thank you, Professor. Let me repeat There was a comment made by Celina Pereira in the chat. That's something that's terrible. People seem to be concerned with online well-being, and then we see something else. After this panel, we'll have a lunch break, and we will resume at 2:30. Some are very loyal. Maybe they're doing intermittent fasting for the first time in their lives, so I think that it is worthy. But experts are great. Now is the last speaker, but last but not least important, Juliana Cunha. She is the Director of Special Projects at SaferNet. She is responsible for the helpline. It's a national service that provides online guidance on the safe use of the internet by listening to the lessons, what they think about privacy, nude, cyberbullying, and other issues related to human rights and to their own well-being related to their day-to-day use. So Juliana is at a unique position to share this information on online well-being, and she probably noticed some changes in the demand and in culture of a helpline in the past month. So I'll turn over to you, Juliana, and I keep encouraging people to ask their questions online because after Juliana's talk, we will open for questions to panelists. Thank you, Moreiras, and good afternoon to everyone. I am happy to be here once again on the Safe Internet Day that is being now fully online, differently from other years. I was following up this event since the beginning, and I find it great that you were able to gather people from different and far away places. So I'm very happy to be here. I am with fellow panelists that I work with and admire so much. I will start my presentation. I know we don't have a lot of time. Please let me know if you have any problems seeing my slides. For those who do not know SaferNet, we are a non-governmental organization that promotes and advocates for human rights on the internet for the past 15 years. We celebrated our 15th anniversary last year. The work of SaferNet involves three main areas of work. The first one is accountability. We operate a national center, reporting center for human rights violations and crimes. Tiago has already mentioned some of these indicators, some of the reports that we get at SaferNet, and there has been a very high increase in the number of reports such as new Nazi, violence against women, racism, sexism, crimes that violate human dignity. There's also another work stream that has to do with education. For example, on the Safe Internet Day that is coordinated by Rodrigo Nejen, we have initiatives of education through the use of awareness campaigns, training, engagement of the youth, and there's also support to victims. And that's the work that I am responsible for at SaferNet, providing support to groups that are more vulnerable to online violence. We belong to three main groups: the In Hope network that involves hotlines and also reporting channels in over 30 countries, the work in cooperation with the National Center of Reporting, also crimes that are hosted in other countries can be addressed because we have those partners in other countries so that they can take actions if it occurred in another region. In SAFE, that's the network that coordinates this Safe Internet Day that is celebrated in over 60 countries, and the Child Helpline International. SaferNet is a member and is present in over 50 countries, providing services, telephone services or internet-based services that can provide services directly to children and adolescents. Helpline at SaferNet provides those services for the past 14 years. It is an anonymous, free of charge online service that was developed by SaferNet. So our data is owned by nobody else but us, and we do not collect data that can identify users. Anyone can create a nickname and have access to these services. Anyone that suffers online violence, such as the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, suspect of child exploitation, cyberbullying, hate, speech, can get support by chat or by email by an online team. These are the figures we have collected over 14 years, over 32,000 people that were helped by SaferNet in all regions, in all states. So cities that are very far away, that are in the countryside where access is very difficult, and they have access to this helpline. In many regions, we know that internet access is wide, but not necessarily to resources that will help these people access internet in a safer way. I would like to share with you data that is unheard of. For the first time, mental health and well-being being ranked first at SaferNet. Usually, this is cyberbullying, exposure of intimate images, but for obvious reasons, because of the pandemic, we're having more contact in our SaferNet hotline to talk about mental health. You can access the link to know more about that. 1 in every 5 cases of the helpline were related to mental health. Those are services related to depression, self-harm, suicide, loneliness, a lot of topics that involve emotional harm, emotional suffering. And that has become increasingly relevant. Of course, we need to provide services to listen to people. So these are the age groups and the gender distribution. 94% of contact cases were up to 30 years, 60% up to 17 years of age. There is a generational cohort of those who are trying to contact us to talk about their emotional suffering. That's the Z generation. They were raised hyper-connected. They're even more connected because of the pandemic. And that provides specific features. And this is what we're able to hear in our helpline reports. There's also a specific gender distribution, maybe because there's a cultural barrier that prevents men from talking so much. Maybe men do not feel the need to ask for help as much as women. So 78% of women contacted us. But in the pandemic, women are also the most affected. And Hajana, our guest from India, mentioned exactly that, because now she became under a more emotional burden. These are the more frequent words in our reports. I think that this provides an idea of how they reported their experiences, very strong testimonials showing that we need to deconstruct this belief that childhood and adolescency is very happy, it's just a transfer time, and we shouldn't take their suffering into account. The helpline has been very important to listen to what they have to say, and it's not very easy to provide those channels. We had contact with a lot of reports, and I've brought some of them, of sharing some of them, so that you understand how urgent this is. It's not just, COVID-19 is not just a sanitary crisis, it's also a mental health crisis. We need to know that so that we can deal with strategies for this population. And of course, listening to people and welcoming them brings positive results. This provides health and well-being to people. The fact that you were talking about your experience of pain, of having, of listening to people without any judgment, and the fact that this is done by a qualified person can change the way things are happening, and also the way people were looking for other resources. There are several reports of those who thank you for listening to them. Some of them say that because of that, they could look for a therapist or try to talk to their family. So I think that the helpline is the first chain, the first link in this chain, so that people can have access to something they are entitled to. And here are some examples and resources that we need to create. We created a so these are for teenagers. So you have short, humorous videos on TikTok to talk about the internet and devices. And so we can talk to people who are creators and are in this platform. So if you want to follow that up, you can do that. We've also created a guide in a partnership with UNICEF that was launched last year.
Conteúdo muito mão na massa, muito prático de como adolescentes podem se engajar e mudar.
How can adolescents engage themselves and to strengthen their protection network? We know that internet violence, they can count on a friend much more than a parent, someone that has a similar age, and we can show that these people, they can become a part of that protection network. With that, we may prevent that these children, those kids, they can get into those threats. So that's it for now. This is a helpline for those of you who would like to get some additional information, and that's it for now. Thank you. Thank you for your participation, Juliana. That is just an amazing and very interesting work. Now it's time for Q&A. We have a great number of participants that they had not left us, even though they might be starving, as it is lunchtime right now. We have a number of comments, not exactly many questions, but several people, they had greeted our speakers, they had complimented some of the presentations and the event as a whole. Several compliments that all of you of course, deserve them. We have two comments on the chat, which I would like to read to all of you. One of them is from Silvia Fonseca, who says,
seriam importantes que eles constassem nos projetos político-pedagógicos.
Data should be part of the pedagogical syllabus at schools, and with that, they should consider some educational framework activities that should be part of all disciplines and syllabus. We have now a question.
Quase uma pergunta final aqui para os panelistas.
I was about to ask a final question to our panelists, but as we are running really late, after this comment from Sylvia, I will read our next question and I will suggest a final question, and then I will ask our panelists to to render some comments about this final question and your closing remarks.
Então, a gente tem comentário sobre a importância
So here we have a comment about the importance to have that as part of the school projects, to consider that as some actions. How can we take that education framework to professors, teachers, to take that care culture to others, I mean to educators, to adult educators? How can we spread that? And if there are no further questions over the chat.
Acho que não temos mais nada. Eu vou fazer uma pergunta também direcionada a todos.
I would like to ask a question to all of you. And I would kindly ask each one of you panelists just to choose one aspect that could be improved in this technological setting. I mean, if you could improve this topic, what could that do in order to improve children and adolescents' environment? In other words, if you're able to improve or to fix something in the web as a priority, take into account children's and adolescents' well-being, what would that be? And then you can start with your closing remarks and your final considerations, so we can close this panel. First, Alexandre.
Muito obrigado, Moreiras, e obrigado também àqueles que fizeram as perguntas. Interessante observar.
Thank you, Moreira, and thank you to the questions. The two first questions, they have to do with education. And once I talked about that theoretical conceptual model, the social layer, where we have educators, parents, mediators. And as to the pedagogical school projects, that is just key. NIC is been developing a very important work throughout capacity building programs for the safe use of the internet to professors, to teachers, where this very important player could influence that pedagogical political project at schools. As to adults and educators, that goes towards the same line, where we can promote data and to motivate and promote that debate, where educators who are mediators in the use of technology together with their children and students, they could get elements and information. And Juliana has shared important information in that debate about the safe use of internet, and UNICEF has a key work in improving awareness throughout the population, public and political agents and players. I know that it's so difficult and complex to choose one single issue.
Né? Quer dizer, o mundo passa por momento.
The world is going through a very complex time at different dimensions, and not only the pandemics. I mean, the political time we are all facing. I mean, it's been very complex all over. And to be able to assess information from a critical perspective and with awareness, that is the key that we have to face challenges. So this conscious internet way of thinking and act is essential for we as educators or parents can take to promote and to use as an example as the way we should treat and deal with the digital environment. So this conscious use, it might be what we really lack of. We have to be conscious citizens of our duties and rights. Thank you, Moreiras, for the opportunity.
Perfeito, muito obrigado, Alexandre. Mário, por favor.
Perfect. Thanks, Alexandre. Now I hand over to Mario, who is muted.
As duas palavras, eu acho que importantes, né, para esse
The two main words as a next step
são empatia e acolhida.
are empty and to embrace. We have to raise with professionals that work with children and adolescents this ability to hold and embrace this feeling and manifestations and to help them to understand and to prepare them to feel able to face the future challenges or challenges that we see ahead of us. So first of all, we have to invest in those professionals who work with children and adolescents so they can be better informed about everything else that happens in the web from a very critical standpoint, and they can really understand any sort of suffer that children and adolescents they face once they try to navigate in the social media. And for that, we have to go over the myth that adolescents, they are navigating or surfing the web just to have fun. That's not true. We conducted a survey with some adolescents who were preparing themselves to some exams. And it's difficult for them to see how much they strive, especially those youngsters that come from the suburbs, from the indigenous areas, from the natives ones, and those who are more vulnerable. They really lack of technology, they lack of opportunities. Unfortunately, the country has not invested enough for those children and adolescents that come from those more vulnerable settings. With that, we have to value that space as a space that helps young people to go after opportunities, dreams. And today, not only due to the pandemic, but also because of development, much of these opportunities, they will be denied, or saved. And all of that will depend on having or not having access. And that is a challenge to civil society, to the public, and to the governmental agencies. Thank you.
Mário. Fernanda Bruno, por favor, a palavra é sua.
Fernanda Bruno, you have the floor now.
Bom, primeiro quero ressaltar assim, alguns pontos que os colegas já falaram. Que todos eles muito importantes, e eu vou complementar.
I will add to my colleagues,
que é apostar pouco, acho que a partir
which is to
vem fazendo, né, que é mais no campo da comunicação.
I work in communication, in the communication field. Anytime we talk about mental health, mindfulness, well-being, a very important focus to be questioned is to try to be more collective as part of the process, how to build up well-being and the building up of mental health that has to be considered not individually but collectively. Why am I saying that? Because today we have a number of appeals like the apps, which they tend to individualize too much general health and mental health. My background is also in psychology in addition to social communication, and we know that psychological well-being will just make sense if they are anchored under or over a collective sphere. So collective health is key.
Da Unicef, essa da SaferNet.
And initiatives such as UNICEF and SaferNet initiatives, as well as many other initiatives that were raised and developed during the pandemics, initiatives which will include citizens as part of a care and supportive network.
Convidá-los, né, a fazer trabalho, digamos, de autocuidado, que tá como uma espécie de
where they can be invited to allow self-care, where players and processes, they are so opaque to them. So we have to invest in a collective approach, in the mediation, to insert more mediators in the care process with mental health and avoid
essas mediações muito encapsuladas, muito
mediations who cannot be visible. Not that interesting apps cannot exist, they exist as a matter of fact. But when mediators, they are not visible, they cannot be negotiated, they cannot be audited. They are not at everyone's participation or negotiation reach.
como bem-estar e saúde mental. Então, cuidado, assim, eu chamaria por cuidado coletivo com esse
So this is a collective call for the digital system, which is just key today once that our life is almost fully migrating to this environment.
E agora a Juliana Cunha, por favor, a palavra é sua.
Thank you now, Juliana Cunha, you have the floor. Well, I'm quite agitated now after your question. Everything that I had considered are issues that we could do outside the internet.
Precisa investir e valorizar.
And we have to invest and we have to value the care economy. And the pandemics gave her that message. We have to invest in these professionals who are dedicated to look after others, educators, health providers, social cares. We have to invest on those professionals and providers who are investing their time in looking after children, mainly women who still perform that role, and we have to involve them as part of the global economy. So this mental health topic can add this sort of appeal. How much can we do as part of the public power, and how many of them are part of the decision-making process, and to turn that as a care economy and part of our GDP figures. By doing that, we will be able to create a new reality.
Muito bom, muito obrigado. E eu
Very
quero
well then. And now we can proceed to our final greetings and thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank our participants. Although you haven't addressed too many questions, several comments and compliments were addressed and they had participated over the chat. It's nice to hear that there are several professors, teachers, educators, civil society participants, and I guess they are replicators. And I'm sure that several seeds they have been planted here during this panel that will render fruits in the future, fruits that will be harvested in the near future, we hope. So I'd like to thank you, the organizing committee, the technical team, and of course, our panelists, Alexandre Barbosa, Mário Volpe, Fernanda Bruno, and Juliana Cunha. Let me remind you all that now we are gonna break for lunch and we'll be back at 2:30 with a panel that will talk about education, digital citizenship in the new routine for hybrid learning. So please stick with us and be back at 2:30. It was an honor to be the moderator of this panel, and we are done for this first session.
Olá, boa tarde a todas e a todos. Eu sou
Hello,
Rodrigo.
everyone. Good afternoon. I am Rodrigo Nedin. I am Educational Director, and I would like to welcome you all for those of you who are with us in the morning session. And for those who are just joining us now, welcome. This is the new edition of SaferNet in Brazil. It's a great honor to be together with the CGI, NIC.br, and also some other partners that make possible this new edition. This is a option or opportunity, I should say, to discuss about SafeNet. We have over 160 countries which are simultaneously celebrating digital citizenship, well-being, and challenges that we have for a safe internet. And this is just the first day. We are going to have the whole week celebrating SafeNet. In addition to this panel that we are about to start addressing education, we are going to have some other issues addressing initiatives by the private sector, where we are going to have Google, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram that will be addressing and sharing their opinion about the same topic. And you are all invited to participate tomorrow, where we are going to have a dedicated agenda to talk about teenagers, adolescents, and you may participate at our webpage where you can share your activities. We have a number of them taking place, and you can still register your activity, not today, but you can do that throughout the week or throughout the month. And for those of you who are in Rio de Janeiro, you may look towards the Redemption Christ, who is also connected by SafeNet for 3 years in a row. We'll be able to see tonight the colors blue and orange, which will be celebrating the colors of SafeNet, which is a way to celebrate this very important day. During the morning, we had important panels which addressed this topic and how is this topic being addressed in India, Europe, US. We had some panelists talking about parental internet, and education is back as part of our timely agenda. And here we are to address education once again. And this panel will focus on digital citizenship in the new educational practices. We know that internet in Brazil has to face a number of challenges, frailties, and weakness. And internet in Brazil is here to consider a new way of thinking about internet in a very inclusive way. And we have a number of inequalities in the internet access, which makes a huge difference in the life of our kids, which cannot take the best of our digital world. And this is exactly the core of this panel. How can we take this as part of our agenda to guarantee well-being, wellness for the national agenda? This is part of our efforts. And we had announced today the new module of our workshop for best choices. This is a fully online workshop, thanks to Google support, which will start the fifth module of digital well-being and public institutions, public educational institutes. They can get in touch with this website where you can get all information with over 67,000 educators from the public network, which had enrolled themselves to aggregated and share information. And here we are to keep on helping with this initiative about this agenda. And this is a opportunity where we can announce new strategies and new campaigns. And this is a panel where we can collaborate for that. There is simultaneous translation. This is a panel which will be addressed in Portuguese. But if you would like to hear that in English, you may benefit from the simultaneous translation. So once again, I'd like to thank you all for your time and participation, especially our speakers. And to start, I'd like to introduce to all of you Ivan Siqueira. Ivan Siqueira, he is a teacher at the Arts and Communication University of São Paulo, and he's an activist which has been working with the human rights in education in Brazil, and he's been working for quite a while in the National Council of Education in Brazil and technology applied in education context. With that, Ivan, I'd like to start by hearing your contributions. I know that technology in education is a huge and broad challenge, but more specifically, what's your opinion about including digital citizenship and ethics as part of the digital culture to reinforce and enhance human rights in the use of internet use by our students within and outside schools, as internet is definitely part of our routine, not just because children and adolescents, they make use of internet since early ages, that they are matures and they have all skills to make the best, safe and healthy use of internet. And public education in that sense has a very important role to play. And to start with that, I would like then to invite Professor Ivan Siqueira. Thank you so much for your participation. And now I hand over to you, Professor Siqueira. Thank you, Rodrigo. I'd like to thank and congratulate SaferNet for the invitation, for the participation, and for the rich debate. Indeed, this is a topic that we really need to enhance in our country. I also like to greet my colleagues who are sharing this panel with me, and also all the interactions, and I congratulate you all. And once again, it's an honor to meet you all. Even we are meeting each other remotely. I also like to greet the secretary, Professor Rosemary, and Professor Estela from Curitiba. Well, Rodrigo, you have a point. Not only in Brazil, but all over, we believe that new generations, as they had a chance to get in touch with apps, internet, cell phones, to all these technologies since early ages, they know everything. They understand about everything. They are mature and skilled, and they can reflect about everything. But that's not quite the case. They are not able to make right decisions of high quality. We are living within an era of information and data where mediations, they take place throughout the internet. People, they get together, they go throughout the internet mechanisms, they learn, they meet, and due to pandemics that became even greater. And now we see some obstacles in Brazil. We are going towards that, but still we don't have it. We don't have a digital citizenship, as you said. In 2017 and 2018, I had advocated for that topic, not just myself, but researchers at different universities. We were not able to take that to a national base. We have two competences which are related to that, but the fact is, there are a couple of school initiatives, but nationally speaking, we don't have that quite yet. There is no national guidance towards that national policy. The ODCE and UNESCO since 2015, there are some documents from those agencies addressing safety strategies, which is the topic that we are here today to talk about. If you have documents addressing countries' strategies and there is no way to consider digital safety strategy about different countries. If students, they cannot learn that at school, if they do not learn or get that at schools, where are they going to take that information from? So with the pandemics, we reveal some of the inequalities, and even more, we went deep into the topic, not just in terms of access, but once you manage to get access, how can you deal with some other issues such as safety, as the generation that we have today going to the elementary schools and some other levels, they have data access. They want to get information via data. And as family members, they do not get the same level of information and they cannot understand what the consequences are. We have to do our best to prevent that by best practices and the signs that may lead us to terrible consequences will be very clear, as we find so difficult in terms of a lack of confidentiality, malpractices, bad behaviors that will lead to harm not only to families but to people and the society, where youngsters they need to get some additional information that was not shared in the past but which is key nowadays. Those competences which are now the framework of our needs, and with that I mean all global organizations, the WHO, the World Bank, and other global agencies that state that competences that students they have to develop are based on the current scenarios. So that global digital understanding has to be a complement to those skills and competences that we should have learned at schools. For 5 or 6 years, the Global Economic Forum would advocate for that, addressing some issues such as literacy, mathematics. We have different syllables, disciplines. We have a digital literacy, different terminologies for those syllables, financial issues, civical finances, and how students they have to lead with all these subjects every single day. And that is not just something that they have to deal with while they are at school, but that will be part of their lives, even though when they leave schools. And those problems, they are severe problems that they will have to face locally and globally. And competences, it's a way to allow them to reflect upon problems, to make the best use about data, communication, collaboration, and no other discipline or nobody else will be able to solve all these issues alone. That requires a collectively and joint work. In addition, we have some global concerns, regardless of being in Brazil or any other continent. It's also important that the students, they develop curiosities, initiatives, they have to be persistent, especially now that we are facing constant changes to things they get obsolete so fast. This is a very constant phenomenon. Leadership is another very important aspect, and they have to be updated and aligned to our reality. But that will just be possible if there is a digital development or digital citizenship. If our students, they haven't got a proper access with broadband and proper devices and projects with education projects where they will have a chance to develop without running risks of those activities or without any sort of surveillance. We have to offer, to discuss, and to train our group of teachers to share that knowledge and understanding to our communication. And I have two examples to illustrate that. Recently, we have a data leakage case. You talk with people and people do not have the faintest idea about those severe implications about the data leakage. More recently, there was that Serasa score leakage where they said that there was a reduction in the cost of credits for those that would fill out that register. And once you talk with people about the target public doesn't have any idea about what that really is to come up with the best decision that will be taken by that public that haven't got that important understanding about that information. And that is a learning right for our students. And such a right, such a learning right should include digital citizenship, which is essential for our current survival, let alone the future survival. So these are facts, actual facts, and not just opinions. We have been discussing that in Brazil for quite a while, but we are lagging behind. We are one of the first countries discussing about that. And we started discussing that back in the 80s, and we were the first, but now we are one of the last to be able to address a model to embed all these issues. Many other Latin American countries, they are much ahead of us. We should have done that by now, but better now than ever. And now we are all, it's very clear to all of us that if we do not democratize internet access or internet quality of access and the commitment that education should have to internet, no one will be able to reach any solution. According to the Chamber Education survey, many students didn't have any access at all to internet. People that were totally left aside for 9 months, whereas some had just really weak sort of access. And those who managed to get some access, they were not prepared with all the necessary competences for that. And that will be very bad for our country, as people will find it very difficult to regain those competences, and the children won't be able to answer to those needs. I mean, if there is no country project that will include that essential education to guarantee equity and a very fair economic program to allow distribution with equality and resources to guarantee access to everyone. With the pandemics, all these difficulties, they became clear to us, and we'll be able to solve that if there is a full collaboration by the society and to the society. And just when our students will be able to recover what has been lost, and that recovery will just be possible if we make use of the internet via digital resources, and that can be done safely, and students, they have to learn how to do it, what is opinion, what is a safe source, how can they take the best of that endless source of information, because we step out of an era of scarcity and now we are stepping into an era of excesses. So we have to understand what to select. As we have quite too much, we have to understand what can be useful. And it's high time now that we have to help our students and to tell them what to do, how to select, what's the best criteria, what's the best source, what to do, and what are the consequences of their actions, and the sort of contacts that they have with all these sort of of apps, social medias, and so on and so forth. So this discussion is so timely and very important to our discussion here to guarantee stability, social, economic, and peaceful stability in our country, to help us to follow a expected development where not just a few will have a proper access, but where all students from public schools, rich, poor, white or black, will have access to the basic information, which are two principles: the development for the use of citizenship and to engage in the workplace. This cannot be done unless we talk about digital citizenship and all these issues. So kudos to you for this excellence initiative, and I think we will have to discuss further. Above all, we have to take a stance. School in itself, however, cannot do it. The school won't be able to do it on its own. The society has to invest resources, and we've seen movements of the audit committees and the prosecution offices and others really putting all efforts together to do things. We cannot simply expect miracles to happen. The society has to get engaged, as it has been the case. And the government has to be asked to provide the necessary resources to do whatever it takes for our society to develop its own potentiality, things that we know we have but cannot hold in the hands of but a few. So these were my comments, considering what was asked for me to do. And this is all correlated with the discussion of hybrid education. You cannot consider that without taking into consideration what is a priority to be done on site and what is not, what can be done online. We cannot think about what's going to be done online if we don't consider platforms, methodology, teachers training, dialogue with the family, communication. It's all a set of elements which is part of digital citizenship. It has an expressive set of elements, and as they are discussed and understood by the society, families, parents, and students, we will certainly be able to move on. And then we'll be facing fewer issues. The main challenge that we faced last year and will keep on facing this year is the fact that our students have no autonomy. Why not? Because the education has not fostered that. The fact that they don't have educational autonomy is something that's going to charge its own price. We have plenty of materials, but it's no use having materials if we do not know how to use them and how to connect them with the object of learning. For students in the elementary school, for high school education, for higher education, it's important really to have access to information and to have them all trained, being able to deal with the competences and really approach this huge amount of very rich information provided by internet. Internet is a very rich milieu, but we have to be able to choose and to search according to our interests. So these were my highlights. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. Very good considerations. It's a huge challenge. There is an overload of demands over educators who are there at the school. But this is the idea of the Safer Internet Day, bringing together efforts. It's easier said than done, of course, but this is why we have here a panel.
to discuss that, bringing together representatives of different areas, also the education departments, and Deborah, which is a content creator. To carry on, I would like to invite Igor, representing the Federal Prosecution Office, which is a key player in this initiative, so that we can have coherent public policies talking about digital inclusion and thinking within an equality mindset. There are students, there are schools that need more, especially concerning use of technology. Unfortunately, we cannot expect to solve all problems before we start talking about digital citizenship. And this is why there is this overload of challenges. And of course, the pandemic has helped us lay bare these differences. I'd like to invite Dr. Igor, who has been instrumental in the group of the human rights. He is part of a group, and he's going to talk about that. He's part of the Federal Prosecution's Office for Citizens' Rights. And there are a number of vulnerable populations that have been impacted by this limited access to technology. So let me invite now our next speaker, Igor Miranda, who is a public prosecutor, and he's going to tell us about his experience. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thanks for all the team of SaferNet, also for the sponsors, for putting together this conference. And I would like to greet my fellow panelists, Ivan, Deborah Aladim, and all those who are going to speak right after me, sharing their practical experience concerning digital citizenship. We have Ricardo Martins, Rosemary, and Stella. As you said in your presentation, I'm Igor Miranda. I am a federal prosecutor. I work in the Federal Prosecution Office for Citizens' Rights, and it is a branch within our department whose main purpose is to implement public policies that advocate for fundamental rights, which is, of course, hard work. As I come from the legal background, I have prepared some slides to share with you. Our discussion here today is very much aligned with some of the points that Ivan made. Which are the main difficulties that we all face in transforming into reality digital citizenship? Working in the Federal Prosecution Office for Citizen Rights, we work on implementing the so-called differentiated instruction for different vulnerable populations of indigenous people, former slave areas, etc. So the idea is to respect the wisdom of these people, convey a role of leadership for them in the educational knowledge of the old shamans of these indigenous people, really working within the principles of a constructivist education, or according to Paulo Freire, and also counting on the support of the families. All of that leads to a very effective education to our children and adolescents. In executing this task, which is not easy, during the pandemic, we've realized that internet access was even more important. not only access, but also inclusion. We cannot build citizenship, which is where you can really exercise your rights, by simply providing broadband access or a mobile phone or a tablet. I was here attending some of the talks in the morning. Almost 90% of the people in Brazil have internet access and a mobile phone. But it does not necessarily means that all these specific vulnerable communities have access to that. Some of them live in isolation because of their lifestyle. Therefore, just providing access or devices does not mean inclusion. And this is what we need to be able to talk about an effective construction of digital citizenship. Ivan made a very interesting citation. He used the word complementation. By using internet today, we can see that it's a very important complementation to really achieve other rights. For example, differentiated instruction, which is part of some international treaties signed by Brazil. It is also part of our education law. But to turn that into reality, we necessarily have to have digital inclusion and also the creation of a national policy of digital inclusion. Brazil is lagging behind. Our constitution states that education is everyone's right and it's a duty of the government. So it really shows that everyone should have access to schools and good education. Therefore, creating a public policy that confirms digital inclusion is something that depends also on the support of civil society. This is why such a moment like this of discussion among civil society and government representatives are just so important. If I may quote Darcy Ribeiro, he used to say the crisis of education in Brazil is not a crisis, it's a project. This is something that we've all been struggling to change. I'm sure not only the public prosecutor's office, but all of those here today. This is what we have to change. Creating a public policy which is inclusive, and this is why it's just so relevant. We can certainly state that there is the fundamental human right to digital inclusion. Is it a fact? There are some amendments to the Constitution to include that in our Constitution. There should always be a piece of legislation to state the obvious. Unfortunately, this is our legislation in Brazil. But despite that, and as Professor Ivan pointed out, our Constitution already states as a fundamental right in Article 6 a protection to childhood years, and a federal constitution in Article 5 talking about fundamental rights also states that the rights are not exclusive. There are some additional rights that result from the interpretation of the Constitution. Therefore, it makes no sense talking about education without provision of digital citizenship. So this is a moment where we have to acknowledge the need of having access, and regardless of what the Constitution says. It's also important to say that internationally, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 19 defined the right to information. The Human Rights Council of the UN in 2011 also added the right to internet as part of the International of Human Rights, and Brazil is a signed state of the UN, therefore also acknowledges the right to digital citizenship as a fundamental right. Likewise, there is the American Convention on Human Rights, the San Jose Pact, which also has a provision of access to information. We also have the Internet framework and the Internet law, which states access to Internet as a principle. And why am I saying all of that? We shouldn't be trapped into creating public policies without realizing that we shouldn't develop it if we believe there is no legal support. But no, we do have legal support, both nationally and internationally, defining the obligation of providing universal, especially differentiated instruction, respecting all the differences and the multicultural aspect of our nation, which is respected by the reading of the Constitution. So now that we have the legal support, we should really turn all of that into reality. And once again, quoting Darcy Ribeiro, I failed everything in my life, tried to make children read and write, didn't succeed, tried to save the indigenous people, didn't succeed, tried to have a serious university and failed, tried to develop Brazil autonomously and I failed. But my failures are victories to me. I wish I were not in the shoes of those who have won. This is our role, isn't it? Very interesting, critical reflection. We are lagging behind as a government, but it involves the commitment of the government and the civil society to effectively concrete and transform digital citizen into reality, offering access not only to those who are in urban areas, but also in those who are in rural areas, especially traditional populations. So thank you very much. These were my overall comments, and feel free to contact us through our Department of Federal Prosecution Office for Citizens' Rights. We are constantly in interaction with all the different levels of government and also with the civil society. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you.
Excelente, doutor Igor. A gente que agradece
Excellent.
pela
Dr. Igor, thank you so much to your presentation. It's very important to know that we can count on your efforts. It's important to know that you are here to guarantee our rights, especially as a prosecutor. So we are just getting so many questions, but I can give a spoiler that questions that are being here, that we are here receiving, they will be answered very soon by our panelists, and some practical examples will be given and that will help you to understand. But before we hand over to our colleagues from the secretary, would like to invite Deborah Aladdin, who is a youngster. Deborah, she's been developing a very productive and creative work. She's an example as how we can apply digital technology in favor of contents of quality. As Ivan told us, not just to have available content, but to be able to develop critical skills to have a content that will be used in a responsible way to help people in their choices, to to improve their life projects where they will take into consideration fundamental human rights and concerns. So Deborah, I'd like to start by asking you, as someone who has million followers, and people who like to follow your work, not just students, but citizens. So during the pandemics, thanks to all the reports and comments and people that follow your channel and people who told you and shared with you all her fears and all the challenge that they had to face during the past months. Can you share with us the perceptions that people had in their studies and learning routines? And once again, welcome. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation and for my dear panelists. You are so kind and nice. I feel so proud as a blogger to be here representing all bloggers in the country. So I cannot ignore the fact that I am a history teacher. And we are here talking about digital citizenship. And this is a topic which I love talking about. And it's always part of our exams. And it's nice to start thinking about the concept. So citizenship is a concept that dates from the old Greek period, which has to do with the rights and duties of someone who is part of the society. And when that term raised in the old Greek times, that had to do much more with the rights than with the duties. So anyone would just be a citizenship in the old Greek if you were someone that would not work, if you had slaves that would work for you, if you could be part of politics. So in the beginning, citizenship would exclude many people, and people would have much more rights than duties. And nowadays, this is a two-way road. At the same time that you have rights as part of the society, you also have to play your duties. And now, once we talk about digital citizenship, we have to develop and evolve as the Greeks did. We cannot just do everything. As participants of this global network, we have duties to follow. And in education, throughout time, we learned that schools are an extension of the world, and they are part of our society. When issues such as violence, problems, drama, which are part of our society, they are also present at schools, and everything that we see in the real world, we can see as part of the internet. And we may end up understanding internet as a different universe and not exactly as part of our real world and our identity. Now, during pandemics, we see people stressed, tired, overloaded, people that feel so lonely, and that ends up being very real in our digital environment. And not just for those who had already been working the digital world, but like for everybody else. And my experience in the internet is totally different than experience that other colleagues of mine have in the internet. Just as teachers, more and more we see a pedagogical loneliness problem. Teachers, they feel so alone. They find it difficult to adapt themselves to this new environment, to this new reality. But not only teachers, students, they also find it difficult to adapt themselves to so much uncertainties and they feel unsafe, and they have to do as much as they can to cope with their education and their studies. They have to benefit from different tools, and it's important that we talk about that, and we have to do our best to guarantee a healthy routine. Teachers, they had to adapt their classes, their lessons, didactic into a digital world. A professor, for instance, a teacher may have a degree, a master degree, a post-graduation degree, but sometimes they cannot really teach over the internet. The same applies to students. They cannot really concentrate over the internet, and they get distracted. Sometimes they feel that they can sleep during the class, or they cannot really get the message via the computer, and transformation is happening day after day, and those real problems, they are now becoming part of the digital problems, and internet became an extension of our society, and some living rules should be taken into account, and issues such as hating, bullying, and some other problems, they are not just part or present in the web, but just everywhere. Indeed, Deborah, you were totally right. You talked about distraction, loneliness, and distraction and problems that people feel. And adolescents and children, they are in search for mental health. They want to improve and to care about their mental health. And that became a challenge to many of us. So you had always been a very tuned and online lady. Thinking about educators and youngsters that follow us, how do you deal with your digital routine? What sort of hints or opinion could you give to our followers, maybe to a teacher who doesn't have the full domain of the internet, or maybe doesn't have any edition resource? What kind of hint could you give to children, students, and teachers to take the best of technology daily by day, to be able to have an online routine in a more balanced and healthy way? Would you dare to give any kind of suggestions to our participants? Even myself, I am I was used to do like long videos, longer than 1 hour, and now I realize that people, they do not concentrate for very long. People get distracted much faster than they used to. So we had to readapt ourselves to this new reality. Now we have really uh, to bring people, to draw people's attentions, especially to the classrooms. So now I make use of a pop culture to my classroom. So I use more contemporary stories to teach a little bit about my topics. Sometimes I use issues that are taking place to teach history, for instance. Sometimes now uh, teachers, they are on on video, but not all students, because we cannot guarantee that all students, they have a camera, and sometimes they get distracted, they do not participate. So we have to do our best to make use of tools and try to be somehow entertainer to catch their attraction. I used to work with children as a trainee with kids between 8 and 10 years old. And there were those times where that content would not really fit to that age range. And children, they are so transparent. Sometimes they bring their home problems to the school. And sometimes you have to be really flexible and to try really to get out of that issue, because the kid does not feel like talking about that syllabus, but they want to talk about something else. So what I try to do is to bring uh, actual things to my classes. For instance, digital citizenship is a topic that I believe is very relevant. And now I take that to my lessons. In schools now, they are part of ethical formation. They are responsible to a psychological background. And we need to give room for that. We see all of that as a challenge to our profession. We have to hear our students. We should allow them to give their own voice and to create some room for them to speak out. It's a way or a matter of exchanging experiences. And I realize and I see that students, they are kind of lost. They are overloaded with their personal issues. And if we somehow are more creative, more objective, if we reduce the time of the classes, that can sound as a positive and creative strategy. That's great, Deborah. What a pity we cannot stay any longer with you. But I fully agree. If we connect their routine, their daily activities, is a good way to connect and to plug them and to bring their emotional skills. Is a good way because that pedagogical loneliness can be extended to a much greater way of feeling lonely. So, Deborah, can you please just hold and stay with us for a bit longer, as there are some questions being here addressed to you. In a while, you'll be able to answer. There are some other colleagues that have been doing their best in terms of improving education, considering all the violence and all other issues that are happening at schools. Now let's opening for this round where Rosimari Martins, representing the Secretary of Education of Santa Catarina State, which is including the topic of digital citizenship and the sort of care that you can take to guarantee digital citizenship or mental health. You have the floor.
Rose? Acho que estamos com um probleminha com a Rose. Eu queria ver. Ah, Rose? Sim, por favor, Rose.
Desculpem, tá? Tá certo. Bom, muito obrigada aí, Rodrigo. Meus cumprimentos a todos que estão
Thank you, Rodrigo. It's a great honor to participate at such a relevant event, especially at this time. I also like to greet my dear panelists. Great talks, very interesting topics were raised here addressing education. As I haven't got much time here, I will try to be brief and share with you what the Secretary of Santa Catarina is trying to do to legitimate 10 of the main competences which encompasses the use of technology by our students. So we have competence 4, which is communication, and 5, which is digital competence. Digital competence is one of the languages to be applied, and the other one which focus on the critical use of that technology. Well, 2020 was a weird year. Schools had to close and we were caught by surprise. We were not prepared. We were not prepared to deal with that digital language. We had to work under emergency. Our teachers, they had to embed that new language night to day. So we had to empower our teachers to learn a bit more about different apps and platforms to be able to go on with the e-learning that was and still is a challenge to many of our teachers. That challenge, as I said, caught many of us by surprise and allowed or had to put our teachers into a digital immersion, and pedagogical practice had to be adapted to the digital environment. So we hope to get out of the pandemics, but we can no longer step out of the digital world. The way where our students will make the best of our technological resources that will stay forever. And the best ethical use and critical way of deploying internet was part of our scope. And thanks to continuous education, we created a workshop where we celebrated that technical approach together with SaferNet, where we make that workshop available every year. That workshop was offered to around 2,000 professionals that concluded that course, and they were fully skilled and prepared and able to spread that information to other professionals. We also had there a bias to promote students as part of that learning process to promote safety of digital inclusion. And that program is an example where we established a partnership with the SaferNet, implementing in last year a hub. That program was implemented on a hub with positive results by managers, teachers' participation, students and youngsters' participation, which was great. We got messages, testimonials by many of them who thanked us for the opportunity to learn more about those tools that they were not yet able to understand before. And this is a program that we want to keep promoting this year and the next years to come. So our secretary was fully concerned about digital safety. We had that in mind, and thanks to the partnership with SaferNet, we are able to allow that course and that background to our teachers. There is also another project fully aligned to our actions, which is Learn to be Protected. It's a partnership between the Education Secretary and the public power and the police station against cybercrime involving children and adolescents. This is a project for teachers that deal with that discussion freely in the classrooms, and they discuss in details that topic with their students as they are the main players of that discussion, and they also include parents to the cyber crime discussion, so parents they get to know what can be done via that digital world.
So involvement with family is something important in this project. So these are, very briefly, the initiatives we have for digital citizenship in elementary education on different education activities. And I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, thank you, Rosie. So good to know there is a connection among education, justice, and other players. I would like now to invite Stella Endlish from the City Department of Education in Curitiba.
Compartilhe com a gente o trabalho que vocês têm feito lá na gerência de tecnologia.
So please tell us what you've been doing in your department so that it may serve as an inspiration. Good afternoon, Rodrigo, my fellow panel members. So I am with the city administration of Curitiba. We have 195 schools, approximately 15,000 teachers, and 140,000 students. We have kindergarten and elementary school education. Before the pandemic, we already had a number of actions involving digital citizenship, but I was asked to talk about the experience during the pandemic and the challenges brought to us. Rosemary and Ricardo as well will probably say that we were not prepared. We were taken by surprise, and the challenge was brought to our hands simply out of the blue, and something that was really emphasized to us here in Curitiba was something to all. We really have to come up with something that would reach 140,000 students. So we thought about inequality, uneven access to internet, about slow internet access or sometimes old devices. Because you see, families don't necessarily have just one child. So how could all children within a family study at the same time through internet? We also thought about privacy. Should the classes be provided over the internet? So how would that be? We also very carefully decided on the use of platforms. We had a platform, but not prepared to see so many students at the same time. We have a Google Classroom, but according to the legislation, parents should authorize that. And we said, how are we going to do that overnight? But we wanted to protect children and adolescents, especially their physical and psychological integrity, as well as prevent them from any exposure to sexual abuse. We didn't decide for the use of internet-based tools. Here we had a partnership with regular TV. So we started teaching through the TV, getting to everyone, reaching the highest number of students. So the Secretary of Education just worked on preparing classes. So those who were responsible for developing curriculums, they helped us come up with all these classes to be broadcast through TV. And today there are 3 TV channels that show these presentations, and then we have a YouTube repository. In our classroom presentations, we also addressed digital citizenship during the presentations. We made a partnership with SaferNet, with a project Digital Citizen. Victor is our ambassador and in the city of Curitiba, and he helped us come up with contents that would be simple and accessible to children and adolescents, but also to parents. So the school education was inside their homes. So families got much closer to the school. So how teachers work, what the materials, what are the available materials. So I think these were one of the main strengths of the pandemic. In this program, so mathematics, Portuguese, there was also a subject of robotics, and it was good. Some parents did not know we had robotics. We have material in our schools, so it was good. We could really use the technology and at the same time address digital citizenship. We've produced content together with Rodrigo's team, always a wonderful team. We have 1 week dedicated to education here, so we invited SaferNet to talk about that. And it just raised the awareness, and everyone came and asked things about safety. And Rodrigo's presentation helped people get aware of the importance of security. And how can we support teachers? We have a partnership with a course with SaferNet to get, as Rosemary described. We also have a website. It's a repository of content. So we've mapped the internet, all the contents on digital citizenship that could help teachers and families. And the website was made available in our portal. We also have a partnership with the Federal University, so it's a network of people from different areas, legal, social, and education, working together to think about the best alternatives for our city. There is also a piece of legislation for internet, safer internet week in schools. So we really have to set the focus now and then, even though we are constantly aware of it, but this was an attempt to focus on the topic in the units. Now, what about outlooks? I think Deborah said something about that. We have now to listen to teachers and to students to hear what they have to say, because we have, of course, been paying attention to what they have to say, but this is what's absolutely essential now. So what is the next step according to them? Because today we live in the uncertainty of the uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen next week. Maybe next week we are going to come back to regular on-site classes, but we don't know if that's going to be possible or not. Anyway, that was my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Estela. It's a pity we don't have much time, but I would like now to hand it over to Ricardo Martins. He is the Superintendent of Educational Policy from Alagoas, representing the northeast of Brazil, where things are somewhat different from what we have down south of Brazil, but probably the challenges are the same. So Ricardo, if you could please share your comments with us, and then we can open for a Q&A session, as we still have got some few minutes. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Stella, Rosemary, I'm delighted to be here with you celebrating a Safer Internet Day. Thank you for the presentations of Ivan, also Igor, and our blogger, Deborah. I just got so much inspiration from what you said, Deborah. That's what we need, right? We have to understand language, we have to understand communication, and we have to be able to speak to these students who have never thought education could go that far. We were taken to a place that education had always wanted to explore, but we had never got that far. When we talk about policies, we always focus on infrastructure. We think we have to give people a device, a computer. But we've been delivering devices for years, and it's not necessarily used. So educational tablets, for example, that we focused on 2012, 2013, it's impossible to work with it. It's old-fashioned now. We can no longer use. Now teachers need a new tablet. So we really have to stop and think, is it just a matter of infrastructure? This is the kind of reasoning we've been making. After 20 years, we are now discussing our connected education policy. The federal government started discussing it, but now we don't see much interest, something that really concerns us. Because based on what we heard from the speakers, we need a policy that considers competence, infrastructure, contents, elements, not simply believe that infrastructure would be the silver bullet that would solve all problems. Therefore, our State Department of Education was taken by surprise. We had to make a quick decision and start doing something. Our challenge was to offer schools not only internet access, we wanted to offer different strategies. So we asked all the different regions to develop their own action plans, following some guidelines that we set, but so that we could focus on the links with our young people and children and adolescents, bringing to the discussion some strategies that would encourage students to participate, avoiding as much as possible school evasion. So we've built a methodology focused on the use of labs. We didn't want the schools simply to address contexts such as the private schools. We've seen examples in private schools. They just try to reproduce what they used to do at school on site, doing online, but it hasn't been really successful because what used to be fun and entertaining simply became boring. So we decided to add one more strategy, which was the idea of the learning lab, something that we had to observe, to come up with rules to help us create a more effective space, to have a differentiated dynamic. The timing is different. Internet has to be explored in different spaces, which are now brought to us at education. So the learning labs were opportunities to be created within the interdisciplinary projects, something that we've been doing for many years in education, but not very concretely. It is a competence that many teachers still have to develop, which is collective work, group work. The lab required an interdisciplinary planning based on study scripts where we planned what to do with students. That was done every 15 days. And in Alagoas, we call it Popular Referential of Alagoas. We developed some school scripts that we were also made available in the classroom groups or through social media, so exploring multiple channels. And meeting every 15 days, the teachers discuss some synchronous and asynchronous actions. we understood that would be reproducing things. So we decided to explore it further. This is an example of a weekly routine. So the teachers worked as part of learning labs. They identify interdisciplinary space and students had to carry on. But was it a model of education? No, it was the model that we could put together to come up with strategies that would maintain still the link among teachers and students themselves, and avoid school evasion. The concept had been tried for a while, but education used to look at internet and still did not overcome how to do it. However, today we were challenged and we have worked very hard to respond to this challenge. And we have been able to provide good responses in Brazil. I wish Brazil could develop one policy in which all these experiences could be coordinated as part as one single policy, being a educational policy to Brazil. This is something we need badly, and I hope that from now on, Brazil may move ahead, emphasizing communication. Deborah is a good example. I wish all teachers would have this kind of perspective, being able to make use of all different sources of information, making a curation, and finally teaching. And the students learn from the whole myriad of knowledge that we have in our society. And it's important to know what is the basic information to promote learning and education. Thank you all very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Ricardo. Very interesting reports. Such a pity we don't have any more time to this panel and we are right on time, but I would like to ask you to just make a very brief final comment for all of those who have initially talked. We have already addressed most of the questions. One of them about the overload to the organizations, but I would like to ask you, any of you, to answer during 1 minute your final considerations concerning everything that we've heard.
I'd like to thank for the invitation, and in one single sentence, we do need a country project to all. We have a project, but we need a project that can be allocated and spread to all. Only then we'll be able to solve our problems. Thank you, and I would like to greet you all. I also would like to thank you all for the invitation and also to thank my dear panelists for this very fruitful discussion. And we do need creative solutions. We are going through some difficult crises. As Ricardo highlighted, many people were already anticipating the need of e-learning, internet, but with pandemic that became a catalyzer. So now with all of that just in front of us, we have to be creative to face all our challenges, not just financial challenges. And this is an issue not just from a public management, but also from a civil society perspective. Thank you. I also would like to thank you for the invitation and opportunity and to tell you that this is an extraordinary situation, but to tell to students who might be following this virtual meeting that we teachers are also facing obstacles. So please be kind to us. We are doing our best. We are getting adapted to all this new situation and the pedagogical loneliness. This is a reality. Maybe before people didn't even know how to use a projector, and now with distance learning, we had to adapt it ourselves. So your suggestions are mostly welcome, your participation. So please, students, be kind and nice with your teachers. And please, teachers, please keep learning and continue learning with your students. And once again, it's wonderful to be here with all of you. Thanks.
Excelente. Rose, Ricardo, Estela, querem dar uma saudação final?
Rosie, would you like to say anything?
Então, Rodrigo, bom, já cumprimentei os panelistas aí, que foi um momento, uma oportunidade de...
It was indeed an opportunity to exchange learning. I would like to thank SaferNet for organizing this wonderful event, which blessed us with so much. And as a technician representing a secretary agency of the education sector, I have three issues to address here. We do need it to restructure our pedagogical framework and an additional infrastructure. We have to promote infrastructure at school settings. Although students are getting back to schools settings, if students they do not have internet access at home, schools do need to offer such an infrastructure where our students should have a minimal access to digital means to guarantee that at schools as at home we can see lots of deficiencies among families. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you all for the opportunity. As an educator, to be part of the management system is not easy at all to reach any decision, as we have to think about everybody else and how to reach everyone. Sometimes we have to leave this or that to find our best ways. We know that the public sector is not a fine way, but this is the time to hold hands and to think about possibilities. More than asking questions together, we have to find answers for all questions that have already been asked. Exactly. You have said everything else. We are experiencing a time that we had never thought before. Public management within this context is not easy at all. We have huge complexities to be solved. So we leave this time feeling rich and full of all these experiences that you have all shared. Thank you. Excellent. I really regret and apologize for such a little time available, but we'll try to answer your questions via email. So please be plugged in our 13th edition of SaferNet. Thank you so much for your contribution. And shall we now make a quick break? And we will be back in 5 minutes, okay, with our next panel addressing innovative practices in the private sector and the new digital means to know exactly what technology companies are doing to collaborate not only with schools, but with families and the society to be able to produce a more positive internet in Brazil. So on behalf of SaferNet and with the support of CGI.br and NIC.br, stay with us and we'll be back very soon. See you soon. Bye. Thank you.
Olá, novamente, boa tarde a todas e a todos. Sou Rodrigo Nesme, aqui pela
Hello,
SaferNet.
everyone. I'm Rodrigo Nege, representing SaferNet. It's a great honor to be here introducing the 13th edition of SaferNet. This is a collaboration of CGI.br, NIC.br, and direct support of the companies which are being here represented: Google, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, which is new in the SaferNet today, and also Vivo's support. And this panel will address some innovative practices in the private sector and new digital safety features that we can have available for users in Brazil. And to moderate this panel, I would like to invite Christine Hopes, who is the General Manager for Cetic.br, and she's one of the experts in digital security. She knows a lot about the topic. She's a renowned expert, and it's a great honor, Christina, to have you participating at this edition. So I will turn over to you to be the moderator of this panel. So, turn over to you, Chris. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rodrigo. It's great to be here. I have been participating since the very first edition of Safe Internet, and it's wonderful to have a week like that when we stop, pause to think about a safe internet. What are we all doing to have a health and safe internet environment? And this is a panel that we are all looking forward to know what the private sector has been doing, so we can share what we are all doing to guarantee a reliable and safe internet environment. So without any further ado, let's start. And you have received the bio of all our speakers. You can read at our website. So we have Jeff Collins, who used to be the senior director of, he is the senior director of the TikTok. It's wonderful to have TikTok with us and to learn from you, to know what you are doing to take our internet into a safe environment. I turn over to you now, Jeff. Go ahead.
Thank you, Christine. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to represent TikTok. Super excited to be here. Safer Internet Day is always such an important day every year, and it's exciting for me to be talking with this audience in Brazil. So I think we're going to spend about 10 minutes on each company. So I'm going to give you a pretty quick overview of how we think about safety, trust and safety at TikTok. So if we can move to the first slide, I want to start by saying that these issues that we're talking about are not easy. We're all familiar with the so-called techlash and what led to it, but these are important issues. And at TikTok, we joined to make a difference, to do things in a positive way, and we're really committed to that. So we're working to what we would say is to redefine the industry. We want to constantly evolve as a platform and create new solutions to keep users safe and to build a trustworthy ecosystem. And the people at TikTok, we've grown immensely in the last year, are really committed to this, and we kind of thrive on these positions in trust and safety. They're not easy, but we know we're making a positive difference. So with that, I'll give you a bit of an overview. This slide has a few of the areas listed that I'll touch on. We'll talk about how we can keep our community safe, what kind of safety solutions we have built into the app and what we're looking at. How we think about transparency and accountability is incredibly important for us. And then what we do in terms of our external partnership to bring to bear expertise to help us think through how we're going to write policies, how we're going to develop product features on some tricky areas. So if we go to the next slide, TikTok's mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And as we note here, we want TikTok to be a platform where everyone can express themselves authentically. This, of course, is challenging because what joy is for one person is not necessarily joyful for another. But we're grappling with evolving trends and challenging issues every day. And we're confident that with the help of external experts and really focusing on making a difference with our community of users and frankly with society in general, that we will be successful in our trust and safety efforts. So I want to start with just a note on age restrictions. This is something incredibly important for all companies. And it's a hard one to get right and something that we'll continue to grapple with as an industry. So we have TikTok as an app for 13 and over users. And so we have a 12+ rating in the App Store and the Google Play stores. And we've gone beyond that, and we're really working to stratify the way we do things. So younger users only have access to certain features. So we have one example here. If you're under 16, you can't send or receive direct messages. And we're really doing more here, and I'll touch on this in a bit, to set default settings for younger users in a way that really protects their privacy and treats them differently, because as we all know, people are different in terms of development as they grow from younger people to older people. And so we want to respect that and really think it through instead of just treat everyone the same. So I think we can go to the next slide here. So beyond the age restrictions, the starting point for us is really our community guidelines. All companies have these. They are essentially the external way we communicate what our trust and safety policies are, is that we apply for moderation. And we really look at these as the embodiment of our values as a company. And we try very hard to encourage users and others to really read these. So we have our issue areas divided into a number of different what we call issue verticals. I think these are fairly similar across the industry. We've done a lot of work at TikTok over the last year to really evolve our policies. We're a newer company. We often say we're a 2-year company, but treated like a 10-year brand. So we've been really working hard to accelerate the development of our policies, to have them grounded in academic research, and to have them really reflect what we stand for as a company. And of course, we regularly update our guidelines to take account of trends on the platform and societal trends. So if we move beyond the policy making, another pillar of how we look at trust and safety is our content moderation. And similar to other companies, the way this works now is it's a combination of technology and people. We are really investing a lot in technology. So that essentially means strong machine learning algorithms that can help us detect problematic content before users see it. And given the volume that TikTok and other large platforms deal with, it's a huge challenge to have human moderators look at everything. The volume is only going to increase. So really relying on stronger technology is going to be key to progress. So again, this is something we invest a lot in. Some areas are easier to use machine learning to detect than others. So nudity, for example, is something that's not too hard to teach algorithm to detect. But if you look at something like bullying and harassment, these are nuanced areas, and these require humans, at least for now in the foreseeable future, to be involved, to analyze the content on the platform. So we're proud of where we have come, and if we look at some of these results here that we have on this slide, these come from our latest transparency report, and I'll touch on transparency in a bit. But we're proud of where we are here. So that third statistic there, 91.5%, is the percentage of violating videos in the US that we removed in less than 24 hours. So that's very important to us, to be quick in how we analyze videos and review them. And again, given the volume, it's quite challenging. And then we're really striving to detect and then take down videos that violate our policies as soon as we can in the process. So ideally before users see them or before they're reported to us. And so you can see the percentages here. There's always room to improve. And so I'm confident we'll be improving in the future. And as I'll touch on in a bit, we're really working to be more transparent. So these are useful statistics, but I think there's a lot more as an industry that we can and should be reporting that lets users and society know how we're setting our policies, how we're enforcing them. So if we go on to the next slide, something else that's very important are our product features. And I think this is really an important part of the future of trust and safety. We need to look at things not just as taking down bad content, but really developing an ecosystem in our app and frankly on other platforms that helps users be in control of their safety experience and help us create a positive, trustworthy ecosystem. So we have a long list here of things you can do. Some of them are pretty standard in industry, but we're developing other things like family pairing that we think are innovative and we want to do more on. So family pairing allows a parent to link their device with their child's and then set the various modes that you see here. So comment filters, for example, comment control. So a user can restrict who can comment on their videos. You can limit the words you see in comments. And there are a whole bunch of things you can do that really allow the user to customize their safety experience. So we're excited about that. And then next, and I will wrap up in a minute because I know we have lots of other great people to hear from. This kind of goes into more detail on what I was saying about customizing the experience and looking at different ages differently because there are different stages of intellectual and emotional development. So what we have done is we have set default settings on various privacy and other things to a more secure and safe setting for users 13 to 15. So you can see some concrete examples here. We set the account to private for users who are 13 to 15, which is a much more limited experience in terms of who can see your content, who can share it, who can duet with it, which is a feature we have. And then that will be off for users who are 16 to 17. Of course, if you're younger, you can change that setting. But I think as we all know from behavioral economics, that default setting is really important. So that's something that we continue to build out and we're super excited about. And then last, on the last slide here, I mentioned transparency. So this is something that I think probably everyone on this panel and everyone listening understands the importance of. A lot of the problems and backlash around big tech companies, frankly, has been because things have been done in an insular manner. So we've now produced several transparency reports, and with each one, we're trying to include more and more data. We were a little limited in first because of the way we had built our moderation systems. They frankly couldn't track data in the way that, in a granular way that would be helpful for external audiences to understand. But we've come a long way, and I encourage you to take a look at our transparency reports. But we've gone beyond the typical reports, and we're building physical transparency centers. So we actually have one in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, by the time we developed it, COVID hit, so we've been doing virtual tours of it. We're building one in Europe, and these are areas that allow people to come in and to learn about how we do our moderation, how we do trust and safety, and to really take a look under the hood of how we do things. And I think very importantly, certain people who visit will be able to look at how our algorithm works and to really kind of demystify that. So those are just a few examples of things that we're doing to try to be more transparent. And I think with that, I will end this overview and just again say, thank you for having us. Looking forward to hearing to the next discussions and then answering any questions you have. And if we run out of time, you can always contact us and we can help talk through any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Jeff. Foi uma apresentação muito interessante. Eu acho que é sempre muito importante a gente ver.
Thank you, Jeff. Very interesting presentation. It's always good to see initiatives that bring the control of privacy to users, to those who are ultimately using the service. It's good to have this possibility. And the main focus on transparency, something that we've seen progressing over the years, right? As we see platforms also evolving. And Facebook has always been one of our participants here, and this is why I would like to invite Daniel here from Facebook in Latin America to share with us what Facebook has brought to us in terms of recent evolution. Thank you for the opportunity to be here once again. I really enjoy being part of Safe Internet Day. I'm just so proud to see how SaferNet and CGI, certain NIC.br are just bringing Brazil to the forefront of all the initiatives of safer internet to all of us. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to very briefly tell you what Facebook has done to contribute within the Safer Internet Day, and we all have a role to play to contribute to safer, more welcoming internet. And of course, I'm going to face primarily the area of Brazil. Let me take a step back to explain to you the 5 pillars that help us maintain safety and well-being to everyone in our platforms. Similar to TikTok and other platforms, we have policies, rules of what can be done and cannot be done in our platforms. One of the main principles guiding our policies is people's safety. This is something of utmost importance whenever we are designing those policies. They are designed based on the support of specialists. Yes, we are a technology company. We understand about technology, but as a consequence, we don't know about a lot of other topics. This is why we need a specialist to support us. If we are going to talk about a suicide prevention policy, we need a specialist to support us so that we can offer the right help and support. There is a group of specialists in suicide prevention, for example, who meet once a month. They come from all over the world. There is also a representative in Brazil with Karen Skebacin of a Institute of Psychiatry to hear from them how we can improve policies. What are the resources that can be additionally offered to people? What we hear from specialists is that Facebook is in a unique position to help people under emotional stress. So we have created some resources to support people. We offer a local helpline for those people to call and obtain support. In situations of evident risk of suicide, we can contact the authorities to report the risk of this person. And through that, we have been able to save lives. We also work with partnerships. This is absolutely essential in our daily practice. Our practices and our partners comprise organizing the work with some forefront organizations, bringing more technology, offering education, bringing campaigns that can help us create a safer internet. And I'm going to tell you about some recent partners. We also focused on tools. Technology is our business, and we want to create tools that can give people more control over the experience they have in our platforms. Finally, resources and feedback. So how can we offer resources and help to people, and how can we hear the community, the specialists, to be able to keep on improving? In a nutshell, this is how we work to maintain people and internet safe. How can we have effective policies? We have also to enforce them effectively. This is done by combining technology and human review. We've been developing technology such as artificial intelligence, machine learning. These are some technologies which are proactive detection technologies. What does it mean? It helps us detect faster some contents that may violate our policies. So that helps us warn our analysts so that they can help us enforce the appropriate policy. We have highly trained teams that work 24/7, and they can speak over 50 languages. There are people from different countries and different backgrounds, specialized on different verticals. For example, the example of suicide, emotional stress. There is a vertical trained to apply the protocols that would be relevant in a situation of emotional stress. Another important area that my team work in is protection of children and adolescents in our platforms. Not only in ours, we have a commitment that it should be applicable to all internet ecosystem. Facebook and other companies in the area have zero tolerance to any material of children exploitation. So we use very robust technologies that help us proactively detect children nudity, any content of child exploitation, of new situations, and also inappropriate interactions among adults and children. We also have been using for a long time the DNA forum. Whenever we come across new materials of child exploitation, we can create a single fingerprint, like a single DNA for the material. And this fingerprint, better saying, is saved, and we report that to a US organization, which is NIC.br. These organizations take the reports directly to the police in all different countries, including Brazil. In Brazil, there is also a team that works together with the police to make sure that said information is really brought to the attention of the authorities. In this joint effort of our industry, I would like to emphasize our so-called Project Protect. It is a project that involves 15 plans and organizations that are part of Tech Coalition. They are founded by large technology companies whose main purpose was to promote safer internet to children and adolescents. Project Protect was launched last year to create some concrete, robust actions. Very interesting action plan I'd like to invite you to get to know so that we can develop technology, research, actions, campaigns, and programs that can really create safer environment to children and adolescents online. Last week, Tech Coalition opened a call for papers for different research projects so that the topics can be further analyzed. If you are interested, please let us know and visit our website, Tech Coalition, because we really want to place Brazil in the map of these research initiatives. We've been thinking about what it means in practice, safety by design for children and adolescents. It is a concept that is employed whenever we are designing the product. So it's a protection by design. Before writing any code, what are the interests, what are the rights of children and adolescents? How can we really build an app or a platform which is appropriate to this audience? A very successful example of this concept of safety by design is Messenger Kids. It's the only Facebook product designed for children. It's an independent app created for mobile devices. It is a message app, but parents have full control over the experience of children. Parents authorize and open an account of the child in the device. The child would have contact with friends, teachers, people who are close to them. It's a very good tool for educators, and this is why I brought to show you, because I know that there are educators listening to us. And parents have a parental control panel. There, they can control the list of contacts, so who is the child going to interact with, also the recent contact people, shared videos, etc. There is also the possibility of defining screen time. So a number of parental controls that were embedded in it. There is no ad, and data generated by Messenger Kids are used only to improve the experience in the app. They are not used in any other form. So if you can please come to your conclusions, I would appreciate that. So please close your thoughts and your presentation. As I've explained, before writing any code for Messenger Kids, we created a assistant board bringing together a number of organizations that work with children's security and online security to help us develop the product. And the product just came to life after 16 months of development with parents, caregivers, and all the specialists. The idea was to bring to you how Facebook has been focusing on people safety. And this is why I decided to show you Messenger Kids, developing a product focused on children and adolescents and having their interest as a priority. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me now hand it back to the moderator. Thank you, Danielle. It's always wonderful to know that the platform started changing the way they were initially created and get adapted. I think it's really important to observe that. Let me now hand it over to Alana. She is with YouTube and also a partner of SaferNet and NIC.br.
Estar aqui com vocês, estou muito feliz de participar desse Dia da Internet Segura, estou acompanhando desde cedo, Dani, te vi mais cedo, estou vendo todas as palestras, muito conteúdo legal, muito conteúdo bacana, então muito bom estar aqui e poder dividir um pouquinho do nosso trabalho no YouTube com vocês. Queria também cumprimentar os meus colegas de mesa, muito legal as apresentações, muito importante a gente ouvir, né, vários pontos da indústria. Também vou compartilhar, gente, uma tela com vocês, já que estamos, né, em eventos online, temos que apresentar uma telazinha. Vou compartilhar aqui com vocês, que eu acho que fica mais fácil de todo mundo ver. Vocês estão me vendo bem? Vou passar um pouquinho, e a ideia aqui é a gente falar, né, um pouco do trabalho do YouTube, né, pensando aí na responsabilidade da nossa plataforma, pensando um pouco no nosso compromisso. E antes da gente falar um pouquinho, né, desses nossos passos, de como é que a gente guia o nosso trabalho de responsabilidade, queria que a gente voltasse e pensasse um pouco do que é o YouTube, né? O YouTube é essa plataforma... Ui, peraí um pouquinho que...
Agora tá ok.
Agora tá? Pronto. O YouTube é essa plataforma, né, global, né, que é o principal destino para vídeos online.
YouTube is this global platform for public online videos over 100 countries where we have 500 hours of video. Every time I think about this number, that really draws my attention. What a volume, a capacity, and the size of our challenge. But what is YouTube today? YouTube is this place where we explore this huge variety of content. And you might be thinking, how do you use that platform? There are people who uses that to get inspired, to get informed, to learn, to exchange information. And there are some other examples. Games, over 200 million players, music, several awarded artists, fashion, beauty, several channels. And also YouTube is this meeting point where people can meet different communities. This is a diverse platform where we really emphasize diversity, and 7 out of 10 people, they say they find out about something new, especially during pandemics. Everyone went through this journey. You have learned about something new, you searched for information. We have several new projects during COVID. We offer information of quality, and we know that also we help with education, hybrid models. Deborah Aladdin, who is an example of a blogger who shares some of those challenges, and she shares those models of learning, hybrid learning, and distance learning. Recently, a mother of a friend has shared a very interesting case. She said that during the pandemics, she was alone at home. She had never sold at home, but she had a grandchild and she wanted to sew a dress to her granddaughter. And then she started learning, and now she is doing that as a business. She's selling that. And YouTube, she works as a platform which allows several other opportunities, representing a huge impact to people's lives. We are fully committed. This is our way of thinking to promote a safe and responsible platform to our users, creators, artists in a very safe way. And we work with a guidance. 4 Rs: we remove, we reduce, we recommend, and we reward. So let's see if you get those 4 Rs in Portuguese, but that works in English as well. First, you remove contents that may violate our policies, I should say. Reduce, you disseminate fake informations or any dubious material. You recommend sources that you may trust, that you can get information and news that you may trust. And our last R is reward. We reward the creators that produce reliable content. Later, if you would like to learn a little bit more about this project, I will give you some additional information for your research. So we remove contents which may violate our policies, such as hate, NIC, sexual problems, children's harassment, violence, fake information. So they all follow our society trends. We revised those policies. More recently, we revised the elections integrities, not only during American elections, but also COVID-19 policies. And that has to be dynamic to follow what is happening in our society. However, that is not a very simple process that has to go into details. It requires consultancy. It requires a number of external experts, academy, input. Several stakers participate at this process. We also launch all these policies as part of all these phases to guarantee that policies will make sense and will be implemented. After that being launched, we have a combination of people and technology. Most recent data shows that 99.6 in removed the video, they were automatically detected, and 0.4% they were detected by users. So machine learning is key. Learning about algorithms is also so important. Users, they have to be part of the process. Therefore, learning about public policies is also essential. We have that follow the sun, so human review 24/7, 365 days a year. Our human revisors, or reviewers, I should say, they assess that carefully and they analyze whatever has to be removed in terms of content. If there is a guideline violation, a content should be removed. Also, reviewers, they consider if that content will go against our policies. Here we have some scenes of the Syria war, and that content is part of an exception if there is an educational or a documentarial proposal. Transparency report is so important to give transparency to everything we do. And in such a report, we have information about removed video channels that were removed, as well as comments removed. This is a very complete report, and with that, you'll be able to follow part of what we do. Second R, reduction. Less than 1% of the YouTube content is part of that borderline content. So that is a small fraction, but it's also carefully assessed to be able to reduce the dubious content. Third R, recommendation. As a journalist, in my opinion, that is so important. We need to have a reliable source. And thanks to several initiatives, we guarantee that our users, if they search for a polemic topic, for instance, they have to find the top news, the most reliable information. And we know that during some panic, such as, for instance, a volcano eruption, they have to have access to information of quality, reliable. Also, during the pandemics, we have several health panels where people can get information of quality about the World Health Organization, and so they can get well-informed information with quality. If people, they have access to a communication vehicle, which is assessed by any governmental agency, that has to guarantee information of quality. By doing all of that, our users, they will guarantee a well-informed content. YouTube shares that recipe of main sources with content creators. YouTube ads. We have also sponsors and alternative monetizations. I'm sorry if I was too quick, but this is what I would like to share with you for now. Those 4 R's that guide our work: removal, reduction, recommendation, and reward for those who produce content of quality for YouTube. Thank you. Thanks, Alana, for your presentation and to share with us all the challenges and in a platform that works not just as entertainment, but also as information, and it works somehow as a television replacement. And with no further ado, I'd like to hand over to the head of safety to Instagram, who will share what Instagram is doing, and Vaishhan, who is the head of safety. Now you have the floor. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I am going to try and share my screen, and hopefully this works well. Great. And can everyone see that? I think you can. But let me know if there's any issues. Great. I'm going to go ahead and get started, but let me know if you have any issues seeing this. It's so nice to see all of you here today. Thank you for inviting me to this session. I'm so excited to be talking about internet safety. When it comes to Instagram, I lead our safety policy work for Instagram. I work closely with Danielle on the call, so it's always nice to see a familiar face in the audience. And I thought I would talk a little bit today about the tools that we develop at Instagram to try and keep you safe and to help you control your experience. So when we think about what happens at Instagram relative to the family of apps, we're part of the Facebook family of apps. We know that Instagram has a very distinctive profile. We have a lot of young people on our apps. We have communities that are rooted in some of the fundamental principles of Instagram around craft, simplicity, community, and kindness. And that means that the types of content and the types of people who come to Instagram are looking to do a range of things. They're looking to raise awareness about issues that matter to them. They are looking to follow and be followed by people whom they look up to and admire. They're looking to create really interesting, engaging content, and they're looking to build community, to find a community of people who share their interests. Some of my favorite people whom I follow on Instagram include people like Greta Thunberg, who uses her platform to raise awareness on issues like climate change, Stephanie Yeboah, who uses her platform to raise awareness about body image and body acceptance issues. We have people both younger and older who are thinking about how they can get their views out there and communicate them with the largest number of people possible. But in order to do all that, in order to have a community which encourages that kind of sharing and authenticity, it's really important that we be a safe platform. It's important that people feel like they can express themselves without being harassed or putting themselves in physical or emotional danger. And so to that end, we think about that through the policies that we design, we think about that through the products that we build, and we think about it through the partnerships and the programs that we build with people in the community, because we know that the community can be a really strong voice for these issues with one another. We also think about how we can be designing age-appropriate experiences for people on Instagram. You need to be 13 in order to have an Instagram account. We ask everybody to share their age when they sign up, and we require that of everyone when they sign up for an Instagram account. We provide options for you to report someone whom you may see as being underage. If you report someone for a different violation, and in the process of researching the account, if we find that the person is under 13, we will take action on the account as being underage. And we have a team of content moderators and reviewers who are working 24/7 around the world to make sure that we can respond to reports like this in a really quick and efficient manner. But this is, I think, a broader question across our industry. I think many of us in the industry are trying to figure out what the right type of set of controls and around age can be. And we're committed to finding solutions for that. We have specialist teams at both Facebook and Instagram that are working on finding solutions to that. And I think that this is going to be a really interesting conversation, I think, over the next 5 to 10 years. I thought I would walk through today some of the tools and interventions that we have at Instagram in the context of, we have policies that we write and develop to keep you safe. And we have a lot that we do on our side. So in terms of artificial intelligence to prevent, to proactively detect bullying content and proactively remove it. But a big part of the Instagram experience is recognizing that everybody has different thresholds and appetite for the privacy that they want to have, the type of safe experience they want to have. And so we've spent a lot of time thinking about how we can put the most complete set of controls in your hand. So I thought I would spend today going through some of those controls and talking about what was going through our mind when we built them. The first and the most, obvious piece of control that we offer is the ability to report content across any surface on Instagram. We also give you the ability to block people. So you can say that you no longer want to have a relationship with somebody, and you can completely break the relationship between you and that person. They're not notified when you block them, which can be incredibly valuable. But as we were thinking about both report and block, while they are great tools, what we really wanted to create were options for people to have a more nuanced relationship with the people they work with or the people they interact with. You don't always want to break a relationship. Sometimes you just want to break from the person. You don't want to break up with the person. You just want to break from the person. And so in that context, we wanted to provide you a way to take a timeout from someone. So one of the tools that we developed in that context was the ability to mute someone. When you mute an account, you're still friends with, you're still following them, they're still following you if that's what they were doing to begin with, but you won't see their stories in your story tray. You won't necessarily see their posts in your feed. And it's just a really nice way for you to take a timeout from this person. We found that this has been really helpful when thinking about issues like social comparison or feeling insecure related to content that someone else has been posting. One good way to take more control of your experience is to actually just mute that account for a while until you feel ready to engage with that content again. The other tool that we've developed is called Restrict. And Restrict was, I think, someone in our testing community described it as a soft block. And I really like that term. And so I just have, I've been using that term ever since. But Restrict essentially allows you to control the kind of interaction that you have with someone. You're not blocking them. You're still following them. They're still following you. But if they comment on your post, only nobody else will see the comment until you go in and approve that comment to be visible to everyone. And this is great if you have someone who, you like them, you're friends with them, you don't necessarily trust what they're going to comment on your post. And so you want to have an ability to control that experience with them. This is a great tool for that. It also means that when you restrict someone, if they send you a message, and if you've read the message, it won't send a read receipt to them. They won't know that you've actually read the message until you reply or until you kind of accept the message. So here's a case where you can still be friends with someone, you can still see their content, they can still see your content, but you just want to control like how you're engaging with them and how they're engaging with you. And I think the Restrict tool is a really valuable option there. We also developed the ability to manage your comments. We actually did this a while back when we realized that comments are a really big part of people's experience on the platform. And while these are, I think, really interesting features, so we've offered you the ability now to turn off commenting entirely on your post. You can delete and report abusive comments. You can custom keyword filter. You can filter out certain terms that you just don't want appearing in any of your comments. I have been really excited about some of the developments that we rolled out last year, which include these controls over who can comment or who can tag you in a post or who can @mention you in a post. So now you can allow tags or comments or @mentions from anyone, only from people you follow or from no one. And we found that this has been incredibly helpful, particularly for people who post a lot about controversial topics or who are activists and who are trying to raise awareness for their causes. Sometimes their comments may not necessarily be the kind of comment that they want to see. And one way for them to control that experience is to say, only people whom I follow should be able to comment on my content. So I was really excited when we rolled this out last year. We also created the ability for you to manage multiple comments at a time, which I think has been, pretty self-explanatory and has been really valuable for us. We've now extended this to direct messaging. So if you are a business account or a creator account, and these are accounts on the platform that tend to have a ton of engagement and a ton of visibility, they now have the ability to control who can actually send them a DM. So you can say that, you know, only the people whom I follow should be able to DM me, nobody should be able to DM me, or anyone can be should be able to DM me. And what we found here was that this had like a measurable impact on the well-being of high-profile accounts that now were able to kind of control the experience that they were having in a private space like direct messaging. And with that, I will wrap up. Thank you so much for having me today. I hope this was a really fast but really helpful look into how we're thinking about safety in terms of user controls for our community, and looking forward to the rest of this discussion. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Vaishnavi. Foi muito interessante.
Thank you. It was really interesting to see this perspective. This panel, we started talking about the platforms, what is closer to our users, those who look and see to an app or a screen. And now we are going to change topics a little bit. Gilberto Zorello works with us here at NIC.br, and he's going to tell us about an initiative with our infrastructure, the networks which are connecting users, what takes internet to homes, which is as important a part as all the other platforms, so that we can have safer internet. So Gilberto, please talk to us about infrastructure.
Eu queria agradecer a SaferNet pela oportunidade.
So let me thank SaferNet for the opportunity to be able to introduce this program, a secure, a safe internet program, and the opportunity to share and make you all learn about this project that we are developing in-house. So our current program is the program and results and conclusions. That program, it works based on the collaboration of several autonomous systems. That is a network of networks which operate based on independent technical management. The router, the internet router structure works based on reliability and collaboration. Therefore, daily, we have several attacks, and we hear news about that. CERT.br receives safety notifications, which they have to do with some frauds, invasions, worms, and scans. In 2007, CERT.br notified IP addresses responsible as being addresses that would be responsible for service attack notifiers. Those attacks, they are attempts to overload of SP addresses, where offenders, they abuse of third-party networks to attack target networks, as well as some routers, such as spoofing to exchange origin addresses services and service exchanging. By the end of 2017, during the IX Forum 11, Internet Society launched the program A Safer Internet, minimizing cause of attacks and reduction of network routing, allowing better devices and incentivizing the culture of safety in the country. The goal was to foster education and to exchange experience among peers, promoting courses, training, lectures, producing didactic materials, and documents about networks, technical reviews, and development of partnerships by carriers is being very important to the program because it helps the contact to our target public, which are the managers responsible to coordinate those companies. The tool of the program is to disclose best safety practices. NIC.br courses offered via CAT offers lectures during NIC.br congresses and some other partners. But after last year's pandemic, we carried out online bilateral meetings together with the network internet participants, with those that have a greater number of notifications. We also conducted some other events with Telesul, Abranet, IX, Internet Exchange also collaborates with implementations of filters and routes, which helps to improve internet infrastructures. Some metrics were defined to follow a number of actions. And to improve promotion of best recommended practices, we have a website being developed covering three main areas to amplify counter-attacks, manners for router setup, manners and their four actions, which help to reduce network routers problems, implementing and improving relationship between network operator, better hardening practice. This is the best network setup, improving credential choices to mitigate risks, to adopt corrective actions, as well as some other recommendations. How about some outcomes of the program? Most of those services in the past, they were conducted just with the main carriers. Therefore, we started working directly with them. Notification reasons among the main internet providers in the beginning, they amounted 80 to 20. But since the 2019, there was a significant reduction of notified IPs, and we realized that we have to get closer to smaller carriers. By that, we increased our partnership with some providers that develop a very important role to enhance our partnership with some other providers. To bad setups, we had some IP addresses that were notified in the past. Internet providers today, they have a much lower rate of notifications. With network operators, we have meetings every 2 months where we have a number of follow-up meetings where we send monthly reports to follow up those notifications. And those reports, they address manners.
Só comentário, você tem 1 minuto e meio, 2, então só para ficar em mente, tá? Então tá bom.
O NIC.br formalizou
NIC.br formalized an intent memo with Internet Society, which supports the Manners Initiative. A safer internet program promotes the Manners Initiative in Brazil. Over this chart, you can see that Manners has a program for network operators and discloses those networks that promote those areas where you have a greater number of participants and their initiatives. Well, to conclude, internet infrastructure safety will depend on the differences practices adopted according to the setups of each participant. Operators and providers of the internet, they have to make use of recommendations which are suggested and recommended by NIC.br. Carriers, and they have to understand that if a client adopts a network service, they hope that that bridge between the service and the user should be efficient and reliable. An internet provider should make use of best practices of recommended safety manners suggested by NIC.br. So these are the concepts that I have about internet infrastructure safety. Thanks, Gilberto. Well, this is exactly the opposite side that should be in the arc without any service restrictions. Well, again, we are running short of time, but here we have a number of questions and I will compile those questions. Most of the questions address age range. Most platforms, they address minimum age of 13. And how can you control that there won't be any one below the age of 13, around 12, and how do you organize those age range between 13 and 16 for publicity purpose? So following the same order, Jeff and Daniel, Alana, and Vance, and then Gilberto for your final considerations and closing remarks. Jeff, you may start, please.
Sure, thanks for the question. This is something that's very important, and I think something that needs to be considered and discussed in forums like this. So just briefly on the way we handle users' age, the users need to enter their birth date on the app, and essentially we rely on them to tell the truth, if we're being frank. If they enter an age below 13, they will need to wait 24 hours before they can re-enter an age because they may have made a mistake, for example. When we move beyond that and look at things like machine learning signals to see if a user is underage, we can use that in a limited way. The thing about that is it's very important to be transparent and to have in place a good appeals mechanism to take into account overkill. So taking down content of a user who might seem underage but actually isn't underage. And this gets into a little bit of the nuance here. If you can detect a user that's, say, 5 posting something, but if you look at ages older than that, it's very tricky to detect. And what's important to recognize here is that this is one of the key privacy versus safety trade-offs, and legal regimes in the US and globally, they handle this differently. Many legal regimes restrict the ability to require the presentation and collection of data, such as some kind of ID card. And similarly, there are restrictions on the use of machine learning for that type of detection, which I mentioned. And so companies essentially have to develop mechanisms to do this and then tailor it for different legal regimes around the world. But this is really a larger issue that needs to be, frankly, discussed, and we need to try to reach some consensus in our different societies. It's going to be hard to get a global consensus, but where do you draw that line between privacy and safety? Platforms could apply technological solutions to try to recognize and then take down content or accounts that appear to be users underage. But of course, the privacy position would be that that is too blunt an approach, and an approach that does not respect privacy. So getting there is no answer right now, and so I'm very curious to hear others' thoughts on this. And then finally, I would just to close, I know we're short on time. I just want to thank everyone. It's very encouraging to hear how much different platforms are doing. This is, we're competitors in some respects as companies, but when it comes to safety, everyone in the trust and safety community agrees that we're not competitors. We need to work together through industry coalitions like the Tech Coalition on minor safety issues. And frankly, these issues around age gating, which I touched on. So there's a lot more to do. I think two important things to recognize are that there are always going to be bad actors out there. So we can't be naive. We can develop these mechanisms, whether they're safety features or policies, but there will always be people trying to evade them, and that makes this challenging. And second, the evolution of how users, how people are using social media and the language they use is also constantly evolving. And so that means that we can't have a static approach. We have to really think proactively and creatively about new ways to bring some positivity to the internet when we think about safety issues. So thank you very much for having me, and it's been a real pleasure.
Great. Should I follow up?
Sim, pode ir, Daniele, à vontade.
Bom, vou mudar para português para poder seguir aqui a minha linha de apresentação, e também estamos no Brasil.
I'll speak Portuguese, and we are in Brazil.
Colegas, mas aí temos tradução.
I think Jeff has pointed out very important things in his answer. It's not a very simple answer, but we have been thinking as Facebook, as Instagram. How can we really make sure that only those over 13 can use our platforms? And we have some specific measures that have helped us deal with this age model. Well, first of all, people's age. And we can also see some signs that indicate trying to hide his or her own age. Someone below the age of 13, and they don't necessarily know, and they just place an age before 13. Some child, they are honest at front, right? Especially when they do not know what's the right age. So let's say they said 11, and then I see the answer, only over 13, and then if they try to adjust the age and say they are older, probably the system will detect that and then won't allow the creation of an account because you had said you were younger. Another relevant point is that people can and should report any account of children below 13. There is the option of report, and then we go and check and remove these accounts. We also have our internal protocol of all our reviewers. If during a content review, they identify an account which is potentially of anyone younger than 13, we have to check if it is an account that belongs to someone younger, and if that's the case, remove it. And finally, two relevant points. First, education. And I hear that in talks, schools and things, that sometimes parents, knowing that platforms are for those over than 13, create accounts for their children younger than 13. And that's where we have to work together with organizations to educate parents, caregivers, educators, and young people about platforms which are age appropriate and those which are not. They have to wait a little longer to have access and to really enjoy the platform in a safe way. We have launched two projects recently. One is a partnership with Childhood UNICEF and TV Futura. Google is also taking part, as well as Instagram, to launch a TV series. There's going to be a panel dedicated on that, just a TV series for children in all different age ranges. So there are some episodes for children aged 0 to 7, 7 to 13, 13 and up. It was thought to educate family and children of how to have a healthy use of the different tools. Secondly, we have another initiative which is called Digital Citizen, a partnership with SaferNet Brazil, taking citizenship to schools, and they achieved 90,000 students and 60,000 educators who were part of the activity. And finally, something that Jeff alluded to, how can we bring together as an industry better technology to proactively detect potentially children underage? Of course, there are a number of things to analyze. One of them is privacy, for example. Another issue concerns the limitation of technology, because a child has has a level of maturity in Brazil which is different from other countries. Children are not the same all over the world, right? But the industry has been addressing these issues. Nothing is ready yet. Everything is still being analyzed to see how we can improve the technology for proactive detecting those who are younger than the age that the app expects them to be. Well, let's see if you can see. My internet was not fine, but yes, now we can see. Helena. Let me talk about this commitment of school and parents and those responsible. I think what really matters is this sharing of the experience. We have YouTube Kids, which was developed right from the beginning for children so that the experience is safer and more protected. We have YouTube Kids just for children. And finally, to close, I would like to thank for the opportunity and for this chance to have a shared reflection and thought. SaferNet, Nick, thank you very much for the possibility of being here once again and making this important consideration, especially today, the day of SaferNet. Thank you.
I think I'm next, so I will keep it short because I feel like Danielle already said so much and so much more eloquently than I would, I think. So I think that, you know, this has come up in each conversation so far today, but essentially, like, age is a really challenging issue across not just the industry, but just across like our communities in general. And I won't kind of repeat some of the things that folks have already mentioned, but I do want to flag something that we should be thinking about as a broader multi-stakeholder set of attendees here today, which is this question of a digital divide. There are many people all over the world who don't have credible ways to establish their identity. We frequently hear questions about, well, why don't you, collect more IDs? Why don't you collect like government IDs to verify age? And the reality is, A, there are huge privacy considerations with that. I'm not sure that you want all of our companies, collecting all of your IDs. But then B, there is also a question of a digital divide. A lot of people in a big part of the world, in big parts of the world, do not have government issued IDs, do not have formal forms of identification. One of the best things about the internet over the last 20 years has been that it's given a voice and it's given a platform to people who, historically would be on the margins of society. Anybody can create an Instagram account, anybody can create a YouTube, a TikTok account, and that's incredible. Some of the best content that I've seen being generated is from people who, maybe are growing up in a developing country without much of a platform, and then they discovered one of our platforms and suddenly they're kind of these sensations. So I think it's really important that we think about what we may be losing in the process of looking at all these sort of very formal forms of verification. How can we design ways to think about age that doesn't leave anybody out and doesn't exclude anyone? So on our end, Instagram and Facebook are part of the same family of apps. We have a similar approach. We require, you to share your age when you sign up. You can't sign up more than twice in a single session. We know that young people sometimes can lie, which is why we encourage people to report accounts that they think may belong to someone under 13. But this is an ongoing problem. I don't think that any one company or any industry even has really got a good answer to this yet. And so I think it's really important that we work together. And as I think Jeff said, this is a collaborative space. Like, all of us are better for broader solutions around age and broader solutions around safety. And so looking forward to continuing to work with this group. Thank you.
Obrigada, Faísca. Gilberto, você tem algum comentário, uma mensagem final?
Thank you. Let's see the final comments by Gilberto. So talking about collaborative work, this is the concept when it comes to internet safety and infrastructure. Internet is a network of networks, and all networks work together, and the safety of one network depends on the safety of a second one. And this is why it's so important for network providers to implement best practices. They are available, and we are trying to share them with all providers. And internet users have to realize that in addition to internet use, the network being used has to operate over a safe infrastructure, which has providers that really take safety seriously. We have to focus on having this kind of internet service provider. So this is my take-home message. I would like to thank you all very much, and thank you for the opportunity of presenting our program. Thank you. Thank you, Gilberto. The last point that you mentioned is something really interesting. There is a lot of pressure over safety, and it would be great if users wanted more safety and more privacy. And safety and security. In Portuguese, there's just one word for safety and security, so sometimes this is why it's kind of mixing up. I would like to invite all of you to visit our portal, internetsegura.br, and there we have materials produced by NIC.br, but there is an area where we also have additional initiatives on education of users. There are links to other initiatives such as the one by Gilberto. And this is the important point. We all have a role to play to have a safer, more reliable net. This is something which is really important to all of us. And what Vaishna has just said, I just recall the first time I learned about internet in 1994, starting to place Linux servers into the system because we had a school project for children who were homeless children to get in contact. We created a social network, which was not called social network at that time, but we realized that this was a way of bringing people together, and technology had a huge potential to do that. At that time, if you would ask a child to give his or her document, official document, we would never have included them in education, in school, in bringing them a better future. Anyway, thank you all very much. Thank you very much, SaferNet, for inviting me to be the moderator and for inviting all participants. And I would like to hand it over to Rodrigo, who's going to tell us about the next steps. Thank you, Rodrigo.
Ô, Cris, obrigado. A gente que agradece, uma honra enorme ter
Thank you, Christine. What a wonderful and rich panel. And this is exactly the spirit of SaferNet Day. The opportunity to bring together different players, but we have lots of things in common. This is a collaborative effort. And let's not forget that we have here the Tech Coalition that was here mentioned before. This is a collaborative fund among platforms that aims to work as a fund for research to help to foster all this endeavor. So thanks again, Chris, for your excellent moderation, and to our panelists, of course. Now let's have a very brief break to proceed to our Magnum conference. Professor Demi, who is one of the founders of Brazilian Internet, and Professor Carlos Bauti, who is also a reference since the very beginning of Brazilian Internet for a more positive Internet. So in a few seconds, we'll be back to conclude and close our 13th edition of Global Internet. Thank you. See you soon.
Muito bem. Olá, muito boa tarde.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Thiago Tavares, President of SaferNet Brazil. We are almost concluding our agenda, 13th edition of Safe Internet in Brazil. And to close this intense debate today, addressing important topics about technology and safe internet, it's my great honor to invite Professor Demi Getsko, who is the father of internet in Brazil and a scientist who connected Brazil to the internet in 1989 to conduct this last session that will have Professor Carlos Wojcicki and Professor Demi Getsko, who will introduce Professor Carlos Wojcicki, who is also a pioneer and he's a reference and he's acknowledged by many.
Comandará o debate.
And also he will be the moderator and he will be responsible for the debate right after Professor Vogt's presentations. It's a great honor to have you both. So now I hand over to you, Professor Demi Getsko, who is also the President Director of NIC.br, which is organizing this event together with SaferNet Brazil. Thank you, Tiago, for the introduction. It's great to be back. I was in the opening session and here I am again after a very long discussion day with interesting active panel. We are back to the closing session. We had a number of young participation. Now we have a prehistorical participants. Carlos is a guide for myself. He has always been a safe guidance to myself since the very beginning of internet. Professor Vogts has always been involved. So we had heard a number of things about internet. Now we are going to fly over all these trees that have been addressed here. And let's go back to the origin, to the main principles of internet, freedom, inclusion, from a much broader perspective. Professor Carlos Vogt, he's from the human sciences. He's a poet. I get a Christmas card from him every year. It's so nice, creative, and interesting. He's a doctor in science. He's a linguistic in French. He was a dean of Unicamp University for a very important period, and he was also a president of FAPESP when Brazilian internet depended widely of FAPESP. He's got a very relevant journalistic involvement, and he has also participated at some other vehicles. And he coordinated the creation of a virtual university with virtual lessons, very futuristic university. And with pandemics, you know, he was like a prophetic in that sense. Probably is the only university which is working because it works 100% remotely. He also coordinates advanced studies of Unicamp. And before I hand over to him, I will quote him. Someone has quoted Darcy Ribeiro in one of the panels, and I will say exactly the opposite. I will quote Professor Vogt, who wrote an article about the civil framework, which sums up Brazilian internet. It's not always that Brazil gets right. On the contrary, we get things wrong more than right. But in the case of the internet, it got right in the origin, it continues getting right in the process, and now it gets everything right with the civil framework. Once again, got really right into the target. That's it. After quoting him, you have the floor, Professor Voltic.
Precisa abrir o microfone, professor. Abre. Obrigado, Demi.
Thank you, Professor Demi.
Obrigado, Tiago.
Thank you, Tiago.
Obrigado pelo convite.
I would like to thank you all for the invitation. Demi gets always so kind. So we have all agreed to talk about a more positive internet when we are celebrating a safer net. So this is a talk which tends to be rather holistic, as Professor Demi said. So I thought that I could address a topic which is related to the current scenario, that is a actual crisis that we are all facing. And this is a scenario where we discuss a lot at our idea department at Unicamp University, which is a future crisis. And there is an article called Futuristic. And based on this article, I will add a few things here and there that will somehow tackle upon some specificities of the internet as part of the process. All crises that we go through, they always go through us with that fierce sound of noises that will disassemble our interior and external world, as we will disassemble the icons of harmony of the Catholic examples of Christ in the Catholic holiday. And as that will go over the Easter, that will celebrate the rebirth of Christ, that will go over, and we survive over those episodes, and with them we learn to survive with the duplicated hope. With the coronavirus pandemics, something which was not experienced by the world, which was part of 20th century after the First and Second World War, after the 80s with the Berlin Wall fall, that came as a silent, fierce, previous values that we would advocate for at different fields, they were set under suspension without being able so far to be able to see in this clarity of our silence, without being able to see in a primary level what expects for us in the other side of the curtain, that we expect to see under the abuse of climate change, the abuse of the workman, and central capitalism. We live in the opposite extreme of the beginning of the century, not just as the time that went by in between the beginning of the 20th century and 21st century, but also the exchange of values that are announced between one and the other century. similarly to the manifestos that are based on the advertisement and principles of the mandaments of the new worlds that are disseminated by each one of these centuries. And based on all these principles, and as we are talking about future, it's worthwhile reproducing as that has to do within the context within we live on, a futuristic manifesto which has been described by Philippe Thomas Marinetti, published on February 1929 in the French publication Le Figaro, about the danger, the audacity, aggressiveness, violence of machines, vehicles, militarism, machismo, of the primordial elements, the war, patriotism, and females being left apart, iron and steel, energy. And here we are. We have the rudeness of the First World War and also the cruelty of the totalitarianism of the second, related to the Second World War. The futuristic manifesto has 11 principles.
São eles, digamos, enunciados programáticos, como era de se esperar de um manifesto.
And as any manifest, they say, we want to sing the love, the habit of energy, courage, audacity, and rebellion will be essential elements of our poetry. Literature so far is enhancing the way we think, ecstasy. We want to highlight an aggressive movement, febrile insomnia, a mortal leap, and also a bump. Fourth, we affirm and state that the road has enriched of a new beauty, the beauty of speech. A speed car adorned by tubes which are similar to a snake, a car which makes noise that goes over that victory. We want to celebrate the man which drives that car, which goes over the earth in the circuit of its own orbit. A poet should go with that ardor to be able to increase the enthusiastic fervor of the primordial elements. There is no beauty if not in that fight. No other aggressive way can be an art, a piece of art. That poetry should be seen as a violent assault against those forces. 8. We are in the external promontory of our centuries. Why should we look backwards if we wanted to go over the mysterious doors of the impossible? The time and space died yesterday. We are living the absolute because we have created the eternal, omnipresent speed. 9, we want to glorify war, single hygiene of the world, militarism, patriotism, and the libertarian gesture, the great ideas, and the despise of women. 10, we want to destroy museums, libraries, all sorts of academies, and we want to defeat moralism, feminism, and no kind of opportunism. 11, we are going to sing to our people and community by labor, pleasure, or subservience. We are going to sing and the revolution of the modern capitals. We are going to sing the arsenal, the nocturnal arsenal, or the fire of those warehouses of insane extensions that will eat those fire snake, similar sources, giant gymnastics, which will go over those smoke under the sun. The steam ships that they go towards the horizon, and those trains that go over the train tracks as steel horses, and the flight of those spaces that propellers, they go over the wind as they seem to be applauding as enthusiastic people. This is a manifesto which was published in 1909, rephrasing the velocity, the war, development, which was defined by the symbology of cars, trains, steamships, and so on and so forth. That was exactly a manifesto del futurismo, which was a vanguard in opposition to that manifesto of futurism of Marinette. A century later, a philosopher and activist, Franco Beratti, publishes a book, After the Future, or A Future Later. And in such a book, there is also a manifest, now post-futurist. Instead of states for the future, they sing the present infinity with no need of a future pledge. With 11 points, it says the manifest.
We want to sing the danger of love, creation of sweet energy, which is never spread. 2. Irony, sweetness, and rebellion will be essential elements of our poetry. 3. Ideology and advertisement so far have emphasized permanent mobilization of productive energy of mankind, just for profit and for war. We want to emphasize sweetness, dream, and ecstasy, the frailty of needs and the senses. 4. We state that the grandiosity of the world has been enriched by new beauty, the beauty of autonomy. We all have our own pace, and nobody is forced to run at a uniform speed. Cars are no longer rare. They cannot perform the task to which they were created. Speed is now slow. Cars are stuck as silly turtles in the city's traffic. Only slowness is fast. 5. We want to sing men and women who get to know each other better and better get to know the world. 6. The poet should deal with the heat and generosity to increase the the power of collective learning and reduce salary time. 7. Autonomy only is beautiful. No work that or any work that fails to express the beauty of what's possible can be considered a work of art. Poetry is a bridge over an abyss to share different images and release singularity. 8. We are over the extreme promontory of the centuries. We have to look back and recall the huge gap of violence that national stupidity may trigger at any given time. For much time, we've been living within uniform religiousness. Present is already behind us in the internet. And this is why now we can put it aside and come across our own pace. 9. We may make fun of those silly people who still have the speech of war, those who are in favor of competition, or of the God that incites a massacre, those fanatics shocked by the femininity that all of us have. 10. We want to make art a driver for change, to change the speed of life. We wish we could put an end to the separation between poetry and mass communication. We wish the media would not be on the control of markets, but rather to be on the hands of poets and wisdom people. We want to sing to the population who will no longer be salaried workers. We were going to sing solidarity and our rebellions against exploitation. We are going to sing the infinite network of knowledge, technology, material, and invention, which release us of physical tiredness. We are going to sing the rabble intellectual scholar who doesn't work properly, but get in contact with his or her own body. We will sing for the finitude, and we won't have any more need of the future. This is the end of the manifesto. New, unexpected, surprise. Differently from the futuristic manifesto, which had already realized its future, Franco Berard's manifesto just shows us a future which is just a result of the historical coordinates of the main transformations imposed to the world and to the society by technoscience. As a result to these transformations, we were marveled at. Suddenly, a virus has put all this process in suspension. And now we have to wait for its spreading to finally know how we are going to pick up the world. Is it possible to really start running it again? And how can we move towards the temporary and permanent journey of each of us and of humanity in the concert of nature and culture? The fact is, all of us, we have to have a motivating perception of the future of or what Berardi considers present finitude, so that we don't take a step back in view of those who are advocates of hate, destruction, and death. Populism, national internationalization, even though the expression seems to be a paradox. Traditionalism, as a philosophical tendency, have learned that internet is a free territory, an explored and wild frontier within which politically correct has not fully installed yet. This is what can be read in a small admirable book by Juliano da Empoli. It's called Chaos Engineers, which was recently published in Brazil as well. This territory of the internet has been occupied by a retrospective movement because of the retrograde and old-fashioned cultural initiatives, fighting against knowledge, intelligence, institutions, science, against democracy, against the truth, against women, against immigrants, against life. It is a movement that has been created. It's not random. And to see that, we simply have to analyze the countries through which it's been disseminating: US, Italy, Hungary, Poland, Brazil, and a number of others. As the Hungary leader Viktor Orban says, liberals are enemies of freedom, which is a distorted concept to give grounds to the idea that non-liberal democracies against the dictatorship of politically correct and the rights of minorities, which is exactly what they intend to have. It is a situation that leads to a number of paradoxes, among which one is really important. Billionaires are identified as being the main herald of those less privileged. For example, what has recently happened in the US with President Donald Trump. Those who are responsible for making public decisions just are proud of their own stupidity. It seems to be an asset, and it's not really lack of cultural knowledge, over which I have already addressed in previous writings. Which is associated with social well-being and cultural well-being as one of the byproducts and relevancies which are indisputable in science. It is, in fact, what I call social stupidity. And just teasing everyone, I would be able to differentiate two forms of stupidity that stem from the way we relate with knowledge. Cultural stupidity, which goes against knowledge, and social stupidity, which goes against knowledge as a authorized wisdom. Stupidity is a sense of lack of knowledge. Cultural ignorance or stupidity is a critical state of uncertainness concerning the knowledge that exists or the knowledge that we can develop. Because as such, we can say that the objective or the main purpose of knowledge is to have people in a constant state of cultural lack of knowledge. So cultural well-being is a paradoxical state of quality of life produced at the same time by knowledge and lack thereof. What we've been witnessing is this appraising of social stupidity. And we have witnessed situations in which the officers and authorities speak against what they state themselves and what data of their own administration show. It's a world that is full of rudeness, mockness, silly jokes. We really have to maintain the principles that the the principles that the internet listed. We have to stop going back. We have to have the appropriate gesture practices in conducting the policies of the government. Founder of the news. Of all the wisdom that is part of our culture. Economist, thinker, and reformer John Maynard Keynes, once speaking to young liberals who had gathered in his summer school after the First World War and the Soviet Revolution, said, and showed them the following issue, which is also a reference from the book Engineers of Chaos. Almost all wisdom of our state man has been built on assumptions which were true at a different time, or partially true at a different time, which are becoming less and less true. We really have to come up with new wisdom for a new time. At the same time, if we want to rebuild things, we will have to sound heretic, disobeying the rules before the eyes of all of those who came before us. Filmmaker, actor Woody Allen, also alluded to in the Engineer of Chaos, said once, during technological narcissism, the bad people have understood something that the good people simply ignore. We really have to take the extra mile to understand what has been understood and the way through which they managed to understand and to occupy the social network and the internet, and non-traditional communication means to build an environment of an environment where they advocate for violence, hate, destruction, and death. Finally, we have to occupy internet using the good to do it. And that's it. Thank you very much. Brilliant, brilliant presentation. It is such an inspiration after such a busy day. And very interesting to make a reference between the first and the second manifesto, right? 11 items. Really a beautiful finding. This book, Engineers of Chaos, I have it, but I haven't read it completely yet. Now you've got me interested in it. Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. I believe we have no specific question, but you've said
Caiu, Demi. Voltou. Está mudo. Demi, é isso.
Se eu consigo. Agora acho que consegui. Voltou aí?
Voltou, voltou.
Am I back? Yes.
Quiser comentar a respeito. Então, ele tem um homem como sendo cara atravessando a ponte entre o anti-homem e
So a man like crossing the bridge, such like between the man and the anti-man, the Superman. This is just an analogy, and we are in fact going or crossing that bridge, and hopefully we are going to reach the other side successfully. So as there are no further questions, maybe if you have any closing remarks.
De fato, uma satisfação poder fazer esse pequeno pronunciamento.
Indeed, I am very honored to be able to be responsible for these closing remarks. I believe that experts and non-experts are all concerned about these topics. We are reflecting about this world transformation. We are reshaping, modifying our beliefs thanks to technical science, biotechnology, technology and communication, and internet communication, raising cultural standards, which are all able to modify relationship towards a situation which is still unknown to many of us, but which at least placed right at the entrance of the city, a sphinx which was placed to Oedipus before he was faced into his destiny at the time of the Greek tragedy. Think about a contemporary world is to reflect partially about what takes place with our lives and any sort of transformation which brings internet, network, technosciences, and information technologies and communications. Thank you, Professor. I don't know if Tiago, would you like to make the formal closing? I'm very happy with everything else. Indeed, we have to keep crossing that bridge. We have a journey. Let's not look backwards, neither down, and let's keep going and follow our way. Anything else, Tiago? Can we close? Who is responsible for this official closure of the day? Well, Professor Demi Getsko, Professor Carlos Vogt, what an honor
to close the day after this deep and intense reflection. The best use of those disruptive technologies to make us reflect about the best use of all of them. And to close, thank you, professors. We had a very intense journey during this 13th edition of Safe Internet Day. We had 31 guests, 7 of them international, 3 from the US. We had the representatives from Australia, India, Belgium, Mexico. And the idea was to stick to a spirit which is very specific to NIC, CGI, SaferNet, and the Day of a Safe Internet, which is a multi-sectorial journey. 8 representatives from the public sector, 8 from the private, 8 from the academic and academias, 8 from the civil society. So we had here different representatives from all sectors. And this is exactly the spirit of Safer Internet Day, which is a multi-sectorial event. A total of 14 men and 17 women sharing leadership. We saw amazing women representing here the female gender. Despite all the remote challenges, everything worked really fine. I would like to thank the organizing event committee that made everything being possible. I also would like to thank SaferNet Brazil event organizers that have been working really hard for the past days. I also would like to thank our sponsors. This is an event which is being coordinated by SaferNet together with CGI, NIC.br, but this edition we have Google, Facebook, Instagram. For the first time we have TikTok as a sponsor as well, and we have a support from Telefônica Vivo. We have a very long list of institutional supporters, such as the federal public prosecutor. We also have the agency which advocates for citizenship. We have ISOC, we have TSE, we have the Association of Federal Police, we have Abranet, Febraman, Childhood, Alana Institute, DISC-SEM, and also we have a media support, Cultura, WAL, and D4G. In addition to today's event, all these rich panels with several experts from different countries. We had over 38 decentralized events taking place at 20 Brazilian cities who had mobilized different actions spread at different sectors, as well as different events that will take place throughout the week. But still today at 7 p.m., the Redemption Christ, for those of you who are based in Rio de Janeiro, will be able to see the Redemption Christ be lighted with blue and orange, which are the lights that represent, say, a safe internet. And our agenda is not over. Stay with us tomorrow with a very intense and busy agenda. We'll be able to hear adolescents, youngsters that will not only talk about their own experiences, but also create new stuff. We are going to have a very creative room for those youngsters that were inspired, and they'll share their approaches. Sometimes we adults, we are not able to take into account their view and what they do in their digital journey. Today, a number of articles were published in the press to make this topic accessible to the community, especially the television, which still has a very important role at our households. households, I'm sorry. And on Thursday, we are going to have an activity with RNP, mainly dedicated to our technical community. On Friday, we will have several debates where we can make use of different medias throughout the different formats to make the dialogue possible. So we are extremely happy with the success of today's event, which has been so successful, not just from a technical standpoint, but also considering the quality of all lectures. And I just have to thank you all, especially considering the pandemic, several educators which is still cannot teach as some schools are still closed. And this is a time to open this Brazilian agenda. And I hope that we can keep be very careful and paying attention to this important and relevant agenda. So thank you again to our moderators, our panelists for your time, and to all of you participants who had followed us throughout the day, and to those who are still with us. The whole agenda will be available at our website, say internetsegura.org.br. If you'd like to go through again, if you had missed anything, you may go through our broadcast, our streaming, and all the slides will be available to you. I hope that that has been another, landmark in the history of internet. On behalf of Thiago Tavares, on behalf of SaferNet, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. Civil society also, which is being highly active in this endeavor to turn internet in a very positive way. Thank you, Professor Carlos, Professor Demi, and I wish you all a very positive and fruitful week. Stay healthy. Hope to see you next year, but before that, don't miss the following days and visit our website .org.br. And that's it for today. And stick with us throughout the whole week for those that still like to follow us. Internet Segura, Dia da Internet Segura.org.br. Have a good week and goodbye.
Muito bem.